Chapter 20. Come with me. Winston waited impatiently at his dressing-room door as Jack Talent put aside a pair of boots he'd been polishing. "Where are we going?" Talent asked as they traversed the long, wide upper hall. "As Mrs. Noble proves elusive for the moment, we are going to question one of the other guests." "Wouldn't you rather question the servants?" Talent asked. Most guests were preparing for dinner, and the light of the day was fading fast. Around them, maids were lighting the lower gas lamps as tall footmen attended the upper sconces. A golden glow began to rise through the house. Drinks were being served in an hour, but Poppy refused to dress with Win in the room, another change that chafed his nerves, so he had dressed first. Not now. No servant likes to be questioned during the busiest hour of the day. He'd track them down mid-morning, in that slim hour between breakfast and luncheon. Besides, I've heard tell that a Colonel Alden has just arrived. 5 bob to the lower footman had done the job. Don't see what an old colonel can do for us. Ah. Wynne stepped lightly down the centre stairs, but he is reputed to be an art collector, as was the demon Isley. Talent's nostrils pinched as though scenting something foul. Bloody demons. I hate dealing with them. You can always go back to your room. Wynne fought a smile as he glanced at the library door where the footman had told him Colonel Alden was taking a solitary drink. Winston tapped a finger against his walking stick and considered how best to approach the man. He looked Talent over. How good a dog can you be? The corners of Talent's eyes creased. You're attempting to flash a supernatural out, Inspector. I gather most supernaturals would detect a shifter in their midst, as opposed to a mere dog. Something dark flickered over Talent's eyes, then was gone. Not all, but a demon ought to. Then we'll be sure to pay close attention to the Colonel's reaction. Winston expected Talent to find some privacy to change, but the man merely glanced about, and, finding the corridor they'd stopped in empty, turned back to Winston with a devilish grin. The air about Talent suddenly shimmered, or perhaps it was Talent himself that shimmered. Whatever the case, it happened in the blink of an eye, too quickly for Winston to study. One moment Talent stood before him, the next an enormous dog looked up at him, panting as if it were laughing. By its side lay a pile of clothes and Talent's boots. Winston eyed the grey, shaggy beast with appreciation. A wolfhound, eh? Cheeky. He gathered up the clothes and stuffed them behind a potted palm. Come along then, Felix. A low growl had him glancing down. Too bad, he said. I'm keeping the name. Always wanted a dog named Felix. Winston entered a large library that looked much like any other manor library, filled with the ubiquitous leather couches and imposing portraits of ancestors past. It smelled of books and wood polish. A man sat, half hidden by the wings of the red leather armchair he occupied. Blue coils of smoke drifted in lazy tendrils just above the chair. When the scent of tobacco hit Winston, he tensed. Jones's cigarettes. Was it Jones? The occupant of the chair stirred, and the firelight caught the reflection of one polished steel arm. Curious. Good evening, sir, Wynne said as he came farther into the room. The man gave a small start, then leaned forward. Alert eyes watched Winston from beneath a set of white brows. Evening. The man tapped out a line of ash in the crystal tray by his side. The action brought Wynne's attention back to his false arm, which started at the elbow. From there, a true work of metal art was attached in the form of a forearm and hand, currently resting upon the leather arm of the chair. Impressive beast you have there! Winston had almost forgotten about Talent. He is my most loyal companion. Talent thumped rather hard against his leg on the way to find a patch of warm sunlight on the gleaming oak floor. He settled down with a grunt and promptly lowered his head. "Lovely breed," said the man. "Rare, though. I know of a Captain Graham who is attempting to revive it." "Admirable work," Winston said. The man's keen gaze raked over Wyn's face. "Hell of a set of scars." The man said it with appreciation rather than disgust. "Didn't think there were many wolves left to hunt. Seems you found one, though." Winston blinked. Strangely enough, most people did not ascribe his scars to a wolf attack. Most assumed they were the work of knives. In this instance, it was a case of the wolf hunting me. "Good thing you had the dog." Winston ignored Talent's amused huff and took a seat on the couch perpendicular to the man. "Are you Colonel Alden, sir?" The man's massive frame twitched just a bit. "Yes. And you are?" Not defensive, but cautious. "Mr. Snow of London. In my earlier days I was an Inspector First Class of the Criminal Investigation Division." The lie flowed from his lips like wine from a bottle. Colonel Alden made a sound of amusement. "Mouthful of a title, young man." He sat impossibly straighter, his legs braced before him. "How can I help you?" Winston had expected to ease into his interrogation. If only all the people he questioned were so accommodating. However, he would not mistake accommodation for truthfulness. "I've been working on a case. By way of helping out a friend, I have heard that you are a collector of art, as is the man in question." "'Tis true. I admire art, save I am but a dilettante." Alden's remaining hand lay relaxed against his thigh. "Nor can I think of how I might be of service to you, but ask your questions." "Do you know of a Lord Isley? I believe he is old friends with Mrs. Noble." Alden's hard gaze turned inward, a slow rotation that spoke of shock one tried to process quietly. "Well, well," he said at last. "I've not heard that name in a while." His stiff shoulders eased a touch as he looked down at his artificial limb. "Look here." He lifted the limb and pushed back his coat sleeve. "Have you ever seen its like?" Winston inspected the limb. Made of stainless steel and forged in the exact replica of the human skeleton, it actually appeared quite delicate. The only deviation from anatomical correctness was found in the palm of the hand. There, a flat surface made up a palm, upon which a long, undulating snake had been carved out. Thin wires ran from each finger joint, up past the wooden cap that attached the limb to flesh and under the colonel's coat. "Never." Alden grunted. "Nor will you, I gather. Observe." His biceps bunched, and, to Winston's shock, the steel fingers curled inward. "The wires," Alden explained, "are attached to a brace at the muscle." He lifted his sleeve higher to reveal a rather large and intricate brace made of leather and webbed with wires. "When I flex, the hand reacts." "It is brilliant." Winston wasn't sure where the colonel was going with this demonstration, but trusted that he'd get there eventually. People either answered questions directly, avoided them with belligerence and counter-questions, or told him stories. The colonel let his sleeve drop. "My father was the Marquis of Danville. He wanted me to become a soldier, go to war like all other good third sons did. After all, the heir had produced his fair brood, and the spare had done the same, leaving our line stocked with plenty of fallbacks. Thus, for what use was I, if not to fight for England? And if there wasn't a war, why, we've plenty of colonies to keep in line." He sat back in his seat. I might have defied him, but he held the purse strings. How well Winston knew that predicament. So, a soldier I became, even though I detested the thought. I wanted to be alone with my books, truth be told. Didn't give a fig for following orders or barking them out, as the case may be. Alden extracted a cigarette from the slim gold case on the side table. Have one? The image of a serpent was etched upon the fine gold case. Winston tore his gaze from the case and peered into Alden's eyes. Nothing stirred, save mild curiosity as to why Winston was staring. Upon the floor, Talent noticed his querying look. His dog brows twitched as he too glanced at Alden, then he grunted, not bothering to lift his head from the floor. Presumably, not threatened by the Colonel in the least. So, not Jones then. Or another demon. Winston centered his attention back on Alden, who waited for an answer. Thank you, no. Alden paused to fiddle with his matches and lit the cigarette, a rather neat trick for a man with an artificial hand. The familiar perfume of fine Turkish tobacco filled the space, a blue cloud of it floating past a rather fine Leighton portrait of a girl. Do you know what happened upon gaining my commission? Winston gave him a small smile. I could not begin to fathom. I fell in love with the army. He took a deep draw and let out a trail of smoke. Loved the order of it, the simplicity. Found it soothed my mind. He laughed, a rather rattling sound deep within his chest. Took to it like a duck to water. And then this happened. He lifted his artificial limb. Ridiculous thing. A paper cut, if you can believe it. A deuced paper cut that turned gangrenous and had to be chopped off. The Colonel frowned down at his limb as if remembering the indignity of it. Bad luck, Winston said. Cursed luck is what it was. The steel fingers curled slightly as the Colonel rested his arm upon his bent knee. They sent me home, where I was useless, away from my men. He cleared his throat. You were an officer of sorts, an inspector at least. You know what it is to be among your comrades. They understand your life, not like those at home. Winston ducked his head in agreement. He was as cast off as the Colonel had been. It left one unmoored and aimless. Alden did not seem to notice Win's disquiet. He took another draw at his cigarette before peering thoughtfully at Winston. That's when Isley came in. Met him at some party given by Mrs. Noble, an art exhibit for that painter who died this spring. Manet. Heard of him? Yes, Winston said, shifting uncomfortably. Quite talented, I believe. The Colonel waved his cigarette in a lazy fashion. It was Isley who found me this hand. He took me round the next day to a tinker, of all things, although I suppose it's about right. Who else could fashion such a thing? Did you ever meet a woman named Moira Darling? Winston asked. The Colonel shook his grey head. Never heard of her. He stared at his steel hand again, as if discovering it anew. Clever thing. Saved my life, really. Winston was losing the Colonel. Soon he'd be on a different track, and it would be impossible to get any further information about Isley out of him. Isley, Alden tapped a finger against his gold case again, but did not open it. His long, weathered fingers stroked the thing with a sort of meditative reverence, an action, Winston suspected, that was habit. Did Isley give you that case, sir? The Colonel stopped. This? No, I bought it. That is to say, someone— The Colonel's expression went blank, as if he were trying to catch a memory, or perhaps one had tickled the corners of his mind, but then he harumphed, and his intense focus returned. Tell you the truth, I am not sure where I picked this up, but it wasn't from Isley. Couldn't have been. Merely curious, Winston said. "Isley was the one responsible for my returning to the army, you know." Alden's big body seemed somehow frail in the setting sunlight as he squinted at him. "I mentioned my distress at being sent home, and the man made a few inquiries. The next week, they called me back in." Alden frowned, looking off into the distance. "I'd forgotten that. Can't imagine how I could." He shook his head slowly. "Must have simply slipped your mind," Winston said. Or someone put the thought back into it. The question was, why? And what was another of Jones's victims doing here? "Might I ask, sir, what it was that brought you to this party this weekend?" The Colonel's bushy brows lifted. "Damnedest thing, really. I hadn't thought of Amy Noble in years. Then my butler brought in the mail, and an invitation was there. Figured, why not?" Indeed. Wynne studied the Colonel anew. There was obviously something about this man that Jones wanted Winston to discover. Usually, Wynne enjoyed games of wit, but today he barely stifled the urge to curse, or perhaps try to shake the truth out of the Colonel. But the Colonel's attention had drifted to the window, his keen eyes tracking a lady as she strolled along the terrace with the other female guests. Winston's muscles clenched. He was staring at Poppy. Poppy, who looked utterly breathtaking in a gown of deep silver satin. "Do you know her?" he asked the Colonel without taking his gaze from his wife. Alden shook his head. "She simply caught my eye, the way a fine piece of art might, you gather." Wynne nodded. He did not imagine the Colonel's interest to be more than abstract. The Colonel's attention wandered back to Poppy as she strolled along the terrace. "It is strange. Just then, it felt as though I've seen that very picture before, perhaps in a painting. Note the evening light, the way it glows on the soft curve of her cheekbone, how it gleams along the edge of her jaw, and the small shadows beneath the pillow of her lower lip. Chiaroscuro, they call that effect." Yes. Wynne watched his wife, the sunlight kissing her skin and setting the red in her hair aflame. He gathered he would never see a more beautiful woman in the world, because she was his. Wynne lowered his voice confidentially. "The lady happens to be my wife." The Colonel coloured. "Really, man, you ought to have said something. I do apologize for speaking out of turn." "Think nothing of it, sir. I found no offence in your admiration, certainly." "Good of you," the Colonel grumbled before giving Wynne a light slap on the shoulder. "Go collect your lovely wife, then, my boy, before someone younger and wilder than I sets his eye upon her." It was strange, but when Poppy pictured the sort of woman Isley would be attracted to, she thought of the typical English Rose, that paragon of femininity and grace who men fought wars to protect, and who never spoke her mind when she could be making a man feel that his opinion was the only one that mattered. Poppy knew of such women in an academic sense, but had never befriended any of them. The closest thing she had to female friends were her sisters, and they were hardly model ladies, thank God. It appeared that Isley had little interest in proper English ladies either, not if Mrs. Amy Noble was anything to go by. Surrounded by young men who seemed to hang on her every movement, she held court from a large red velvet divan, her elbow on the arm of it, and her feet propped up on one end in a pose of utter relaxation. That she lounged about as if she were in her boudoir instead of entertaining guests was not so extraordinary. That she dressed as a man was. Her fine black dinner suit did not hide her femininity, but rather was cut to accentuate her curves. Her hair was raven black, save for a swath of white that started at her left temple and was swept back with the rest to fall in a sleek river down her back. She looked utterly foreign and utterly lovely. Resting her hand upon Win's forearm, Poppy walked across the room. Smoke-grey satin rustled with each step she took, the heavy slide of those yards of fabric against her legs. How would it feel to always walk unfettered, not just when playing the role of a spy? More to the point, why did she persist in wearing corsets and proper gowns? It irked her to realize that she had more in common with those English roses than she'd thought. Despite believing herself to be independent, she had tried to please everyone, take care of them all. As a result, she'd lost a bit of herself in the process. Mrs. Noble looked up as they came before her. She had to be at least 50, but did not look a day past 35, with her skin as smooth and unlined as a peach. Her eyes flashed ebony in the candlelight, and Poppy thought for a moment that Mrs. Noble recognized her. But they'd never met before, and the strange look was gone, replaced by one of mild interest. "Mr. and Mrs. Snow," she said, with a young maiden's voice. "How delightful to meet you!" She took in Win's scarred profile with interest. "Now there's a story waiting to be told. Sit down, and perhaps I can manage to entice it out of you." Win's mouth quirked, but he accepted the light chair a footman had pulled up, just as Poppy accepted hers. "Madam," he said, "perhaps we can trade stories, one of mine for one of yours." Mrs. Noble leaned in, and the drop crystal beads on her black velvet diadem caught the light. "A barter!" Her trilling laugh had more than a few men smiling. "I like that." Win settled more comfortably on his chair, crossing one foot over the other. "Mind you, it's quite a story. I'll expect something similar in return." Mrs. Noble cut a glance toward Poppy, giving away the fact that she had been constantly aware of Poppy's presence. The woman appeared to feed off of it, taking a base, feminine pleasure in having Poppy watch while Win flirted with her. Though Poppy detested to admit it, part of her had never understood why Win had pursued her on that long-ago day at Victoria Station, nor why he'd immediately begun courting her. She was not beautiful, or charming, and was in possession of rude red hair. Her manner could at best be described as abrupt, but was often called mannish, and while she rather liked the person she was inside, she did not suffer fools lightly. In a society that revolved around shallow, false behaviour, this was not a beneficial tactic. That this handsome, intelligent man, a duke's son for pity's sake, seemed to see no other woman than her. At times she'd wondered if it had all been some grand mistake. That had not, however, stopped her from claiming him. She was not a fool, and if he wanted to make her his, she would make him hers in return. He'd spoken of choices, and how hers had been taken from her, not understanding that there was a difference between choosing what was best and wanting something with one's entire soul. She'd always wanted Win. Had she the ability to slap a sign upon him proclaiming, "Mine," she would have done so. With that firmly in mind, she maintained a neutral deportment as Mrs. Noble's sweet voice addressed her. "What say you, Mrs. Snow? Is his tale worth it?" "It depends," Poppy said. "How good a trade do you offer?" Mrs. Noble threw back her head and laughed. "Oh, I do like you too." With a languid lift of her hand, another footman came over. "Our guests require refreshment," she said to him, then turned her eyes back on Winston. "There are stories to be told." Win planted his feet and rested an elbow on his thigh, moving in that way of his that was at once precise and yet languid, a trick of movement that made one feel comfortable, beguiled into spilling secrets to a man who they were certain would not let them down. She hadn't fully appreciated it until now. Pride shot through her, and with it the nearly overwhelming desire to touch him, caress the silky locks of his hair, anything that would proclaim him hers. Mrs. Noble was no less affected. Her eyes tracked Wynne's movement as her bosom swelled on an indrawn breath. As if drawn by a string, she leaned into him, her lips parting in anticipation. His blue-grey eyes twinkled, a shared amusement, another ruse. Wynne's smoky voice lowered intimately, and he spoke as if they were the only two in the room. "But you see, madam, I am quite, shall we say, shy about revealing this story to just anyone." The widow's lids fluttered at the near purr of Wynne's voice. "I would much rather discuss such things in private." Their eyes held a beat, and then hers reluctantly slid over to Poppy. "About bloody time, too." Poppy returned her look with what she hoped was a secretive smile. Wynne caught her eye, and he smiled too. "My wife prefers these little intimacies as well." A cloying shade of wickedness tinted his words, and Mrs. Noble licked her lips. Poppy valiantly held back from rolling her eyes. Really? Who was this man? What had he done with her proper husband? "Well then," Mrs. Noble said, "shall we?" However, she paused and affected a moue of disappointment. "But I almost forgot. There is someone I believe would love to hear your tale. I'm sure you will not mind. He is most discreet." She raised a hand, and a man moved away from his place by the mantel at the far side of the room and headed their way. The handsome younger man stopped by her side and took her hand, placing a light kiss on it. "You summoned, my dear." His voice was deep and smooth with the ease of a lover's. Mrs. Noble smiled a Cheshire cat's smile, all teeth and malicious intent. "I did indeed." She gave the man's hand a squeeze. "Mr. Snow here claims to have the most interesting story to tell." All eyes fell on Wynne, and a twinge of alarm hit Poppy, for her husband had gone completely white. A fine sweat peppered his brow, and his throat worked as if he'd soon be ill. His gaze was not upon Mrs. Noble, but on her companion. Chapter 21. Poppy did not know what it was about the man that upset Winston so, but she was going to find out. She turned to Wynne, and his glazed eyes locked onto hers, wild and confused, as if he could not focus. "Darling," she said, "come with me to retrieve my shawl? I find myself chilled." It was hot as Hades. With a little flicker of her power, an icy draught swirled through the room, causing more than one woman to shiver. She did not wait for Wynne to answer, but rather tugged him out of the room, down the hall, and onto the terrace where he could get some much-needed air. He was shaking, his breath coming out in raw pants. The dark thing had him. She'd seen it before in others, strong men and women who had faced death and terror and come away with a bit of it still clinging to their minds. Sometimes it never left them, that ugly residue of death. It would catch them unawares and torment them, and each and every one of them believed they were weak because of it. Poppy rather thought the opposite, that they were the brave ones who had been chased by death and escaped to forge onward. She did not stop until they were beneath the arbour, now dark with shadows and thick with the scent of roses in the warm moonlit night. Wynne sat with a thud upon the stone bench, and she followed him down, placing a hand on his fevered brow. Her touch grew chilled, cooling him. "Win," she whispered, looking into his unseeing eyes. "Come back to me." He struggled for breath, and she pulled him close, stroking his ravaged cheek. "Win? Who was that man?" His hands clutched her upper arms hard. "My brother." Her heart stilled. Win's family had always been rather a closed subject, which Poppy hadn't fought, as she was likely to work herself into an indignant state when she thought of their treatment of him, of how they had abandoned him without a backward glance, solely because he had chosen to become a detective. She cringed now. All of that had been a lie, a bloody trick. She thought of the man they'd just encountered. He was younger than Mrs. Noble, but perhaps a bit older than them. He didn't look anything like Winston, but had raven hair and coal-black eyes. His features were more Gallic than Anglo-Saxon. "He looked right at you. How could he not recognize you?" Win's head jerked up. "Why should he? He's been led to think his brother is dead. It's Isley's bloody bargain at play, after all." His features twisted. "Never mind that I hardly look as I did before." Her stomach dipped. But to not have even experienced a glimmer of recognition, to not even feel something. Win laughed, a dark, unhinged sound. "You, of all people, ought to understand with whom we are dealing. He altered our lives, Poppy. He can twist things until up is down. How are we to know what is real and what is not?" In her heart of hearts, she did not like to give Isley credit for the power he wielded. Certainly not now. Not when it was her life he'd toyed with, violated. She lurched up and began to pace, needing to feel her limbs move over solid ground. "Why is your brother here, and with Mrs. Noble? It cannot be a coincidence. She knew you would be affected." Her little grin was downright nasty. "The bitch. She knows who we are, Win. She must." Win rose as well, and scrubbed a hand over his face. "Isley is playing with us, enjoying our pain and frantic searching. I do not want to believe that Osmond too is ensnared by Isley, but he may well be." "Osmond?" "My brother." He lowered his hand. "I'm sure I told you his name." "I would have remembered that. You always referred to him simply as your brother." Poppy's lips twitched. "Your parents certainly were creative with their name-giving." Winston levelled a glare at her, but she could tell he was trying not to smile. He had never liked his name, and had grumbled about it when they'd first met. Father fancied old English names. Undoubtedly he sought to shout to the world our Englishness through and through. My brother goes by Oz, or Marchland now, I suppose. Jesus. He rounded on her. "I believe you are correct, however. Mrs. Noble looked at you as though she knew you." "You noticed that as well?" "I did not like that look. It was as if she was seeing straight into me." She rolled her shoulders as if the movement could dispel the sticky feeling that crept along her skin. Damn it! He started to pace along the path she'd beaten down. None of Isley's victims ought to remember him, and yet they do. I have to believe it is because Isley has allowed it, that he wants us to find Moira Darling. Well, of course. He wants us to find her. Why else would he make the bargain with you? No. He stopped. You misunderstand. I think he knows exactly where Moira Darling is. If you remember, he asked me to find what Moira Darling stole from him, not necessarily to find her. Poppy's blasted corset held her too tight to draw a proper breath. He would hardly need you for that. If he knew where she was, He could easily force her to give whatever it is back to him. Standing half in shadow, the ruined side of Win's face glowed in the moonlight. Something is not right. I'd say presently, just about everything is not right. Win waved this off, his countenance fierce with concentration. It is Isley. He halted and pinned Poppy with the intensity of his gaze. He needed us to be together. I'm sorry. We weren't speaking. I gather Isley did not plan on that all those years ago. Do you not see? We took the wind from his sails. He had no idea how we might respond once he placed his cards on the table. Surely he would figure that we'd protect our child. No, he needed that extra incentive. Whatever Moira Darling stole must be something that requires both of us working together to find. Isley is a gambler, but not a foolish one. Let us drop this search, and go and kill the bastard. Win's mouth canted on a smile, but his voice grew soft yet resolute. No, sweet. First off, the bargain is still in play. Kill him, and he still gets our child. No, we are going to find this Moira Darling, because when we do, I'm going to discover just what it is he truly expects to get out of this game, and I'm going to beat him at it. By the time Winston and Poppy had returned, guests were wandering in to dinner. Thus they were forced to do so as well. Those around Winston appeared to be enjoying themselves, drinking wine, eating their food with appreciation. As for Win, he might as well have been eating mud. Food stuck to the roof of his mouth and clung at his throat when he tried to swallow. He could do little more than ignore his dinner companions and steal pain-inducing glances at his brother. Dear God, how could he have forgotten Oz? Certainly, the knowledge that he had a brother hadn't gone, but Win simply had forgotten to think about him. The very notion now shamed and saddened him. Though they were only 2 years apart in age, they'd never been close brothers. Oz had been forever at father's side, learning all things ducal, while Win had been his mother's pet, chafing under her clinging nature. Oz had chosen Cambridge, and Win Oxford. After that, there had been only Poppy, the CID, and his deuced bargain. Had Oz a wife? Was this a weekend fling? Had he, too, bargained away his soul like a fool? Somehow, Win thought not. Or perhaps he simply hoped. I've heard to expect the unconventional here, but that man is a sight to destroy one's appetite. The man across the way made no attempt to lower his voice. Winston wasn't surprised, not really. He had received enough remarks by now to expect it. His years as an inspector had taught him how deep the capacity for human cruelty could go. He told himself this as he placed his linen in his lap and accepted the second course brought in by the waiters in liveried white. However, it did not stop him from feeling multiple eyes upon him, or from biting back the urge to snarl at the people gaping at him. Perhaps if Poppy weren't visibly bristling on his behalf, or the fact that the boorish man's remark had caught Oz's attention as well, humiliation wouldn't be filling his throat this very moment. "So, Snow," said Colonel Alden next to him. "I suspect you worked on some interesting cases in your time." He deliberately raised his steel hand into the air to wave over the waiter pouring out the wine. "Any you are able to discuss?" As attempts to divert attention went, it wasn't all bad. It might have even been welcome if it wasn't so bloody obvious. Winston took a sip of wine, forcing it past the lump in his throat. "I cannot name names, Colonel. However, no detective is without a good anecdote to share." Again came the loud man's voice, more forceful this time. "Looks like a butcher's been at him. What did he say was his work?" Winston set his wineglass down with care. The ruined side of his face burned, which made his hands ache to curl into fists. Archer once said he'd made up songs and sung them in his head to get him past the fury. "Songs," Winston had repeated incredulous, "such as row your boat and the like." Archer had given him a tight smile that acknowledged Winston's goading for the easy shot that it had been. "More like, fuck you, and your miserable mother too." "I'm impressed," Winston had said. "It is at once utterly vulgar and completely puerile." Archer had flashed a rare grin then, "But quite effective." Winston glanced up at the man who'd done his best to annoy him, and Archer's song played in his head. Surprisingly, it did help, enough to allow the corners of his eyes to crinkle with evil glee. "I didn't." The man blinked, actually shocked to be addressed by Winston. "Didn't what?" "I did not give my profession, Mr." The man was a new arrival, and Wynne wondered offhand what the bastard would have made of the nude swim party. "Lord Botherwell," the man corrected with a sniff. At the word profession, Botherwell's long nose had wrinkled in disgust. Wynne returned his look with one of bland disinterest. He made it his business to know the names and station of London's tongue. Botherwell was a second-generation baron with little money and even less influence, exactly the sort insecure enough to throw stones at glass houses. "However, Botherwell, I am happy to assuage your rampant curiosity." He did not have a chance to, for Poppy suddenly leaned forward, her brown eyes promising bedlam beneath those slanted brows of hers. "He is an inspector first class with the Criminal Investigation Division of Scotland Yard. It is men like my husband who keep your soft hide protected from London's criminal element." A pinch of pain took him in the gut upon hearing his old title. He was finished as an inspector, but damned if he was going to rectify Poppy's error here and now. Not that it mattered. Botherwell's disgust grew into a sneer. "A tradesman in our midst," he said to the populace of the table, most of whom were looking on in avid interest. It wasn't every day a squabble broke out over dinner. "This is what so-called progress has brought us, being forced to share a meal with a man who—" he gave Poppy a condescending look— "consorts with London's criminal element." He turned to Winston and raised his voice as if he feared Winston had trouble hearing. "I say, oughtn't you be slumming in some back alley down in London?" Winston neatly sliced his roast. "Do I give the impression of being lost, sir?" Botherwell's grey moustache quivered with a snort. "You give the impression of a man who does not know his place." "Come now, my lord," tittered Mrs. Noble. "We are all friends here, are we not?" God, but Oz's gaze was a palpable weight on Wynne's neck. They shared the same blood, bluer than any person sitting at the table, or in the district for that matter. Even if he could admit the truth of his birth, Wynne would rather be hung by his balls than admit it to this lot. Tossing out pedigree was not the way he wanted to earn respect, nor did he need theirs. "My dear Mrs. Noble," said Botherwell, "I merely fear for your reputation. There are curiosities, and there are riffraff. It is best you know the difference." Wynne's hand clenched his knife. He did not look up. Should he do so, he'd be planting Botherwell a facer. Past the buzzing in his ears came Oz's deep voice. "I do not believe our hostess needs assistance in discerning the difference, Botherwell." Poppy's voice followed shortly after Oz's. A true gentleman does not feel the need to make his station known.
And a true lady does not voice her opinion in the presence of a man, snapped Botherwell. However, as you are not a lady, I shall forgive your blunder.
A tremor went through Winston's arm. Enough! The entire table hushed as Winston set his silver down and let his gaze lift to Botherwell.
I remind you that there are ladies present, including my wife.
Botherwell's complexion ran to florid. It became magenta now, and again his overlong moustache moved as he snapped.
I do not believe I understand your point, man.
Winston held his gaze and spoke in measured tones so as not to further confuse the buffoon. It is simple. I shall strive to keep that fact in mind in order to refrain from exercising my brute, working-class strength upon your flaccid gentleman's face. He let his lip curl enough to highlight the sneer of his scar. But it shall be a very near thing. Pray you remember likewise before you utter another word. There was a gasp, and Botherwell went pale. His nostrils flared, his hand holding the knife clenching. Winston stared back, waiting. It would take 2 seconds to disarm the man, 1 more to shove his face into the pudding. Beneath the table, a slim hand fell to his thigh and gave him a squeeze, not in warning, but in solidarity. Winston lifted one brow, and Botherwell's mouth snapped shut. The man promptly turned his attention to the waiter hovering just beyond the table.
The beef is dry. Take this back and bring me another. Bloody.
By Winston's side, Poppy leaned in a touch, and her clean scent tickled his nose. "Do you know," she murmured, low enough that no one else could hear, "I could make him disappear with 1 missive." His lips twitched, but he kept his eyes on his dinner. He could not face her. Not yet. It is a very good thing I'm no longer with CID, or I'd have to do something about that information. From the corner of his eye, he could see her wicked grin. It was that grin, conspiratorial in nature, and one of thousands that they'd exchanged over the years, that made him forget where he was, who he was, and grin right back. Thankfully, the dinner ended. Wynne was one of the first to rise. He needed fresh air, Poppy, a drink, and Poppy. Her dark gaze collided with his, and he wondered if he'd have to sell his soul again to bed her without regret. For right now, it felt essential that he get her alone and sink into her tight embrace. Perhaps he wouldn't feel as if he were flying apart if those endless, smooth legs of hers were wrapped around him and held him close. Shouldering past slower, carefree guests, he was following her out when a man stepped into his path. Deep-set eyes of near black bore into him, and Wynne's heart slammed against his ribs. That face, that blade of a nose that was almost aquiline, that slightly put-out expression, was so like his father's that Wynne could almost believe he faced a ghost instead of his brother. Oz's intense gaze eased first.
"Marchland,"
he said by way of introduction.
"Mr. Snow, was it?"
"Yes, Your Grace." Years of training held him back from brushing his brother aside and getting the hell out of there, but he was unable to say anything more. If he were lucky, Oz might think him overwhelmed by standing face to face with the Duke. One could hope. Oz nodded. He was too well-bred to mention Botherwell's remarks, but speaking to Winston showed a mark of his favour. Were Wynne simply an inspector, and not his brother, he might feel gratitude. As it was, however, an old tightness banded about his chest. This was the world he'd been desperate to get away from, where rank and title superseded character. Oz might keep a dozen mistresses, beat his children until their bones broke, destroy lives on a whim, and if he did, not one soul would lift a finger to stop him, much less utter a word of reproach. Wynne did not want to go back to that, and he most certainly needed to get away from Oz. Now. Unfortunately, Oz's study of him returned. This time, his brother's lips turned down at one corner. Yet another painfully familiar gesture. "Do I know you?" Shit. Oz's dark brows met in the centre. "I do not know why, but I cannot shake the feeling that we've met before." It was on the tip of Wynne's tongue to deny it and flee, save his brother was here and he could not believe it a coincidence. Perhaps at an earlier party. Are you old friends with Mrs. Noble? Mrs. Noble was a very dear friend to the former Duke. His expression tightened. She was a great comfort to him when my younger brother died unexpectedly. Oz's words slammed into Winston, hard and brutal, and it was all he could do not to react. Oz nodded to a man who passed by, before turning his attention back to Wynne. My father was a great lover of art, as is Mrs. Noble. Yes. He almost said it aloud, and cleared his throat to cover the gaffe. Did they perchance meet through a Lord Isley? You know him as well? He was going to be ill all over Oz's polished leather shoes. In passing. You? Thank Christ. Oz shook his head. Never met the man. Only know the story of how my father and Amy met. Father became one of her greatest financial backers, and Amy has always been grateful. Wynne forced a bland smile. Well then, sir, I am uncertain how or where we might have met. A face such as mine is hard to forget. Making mention of his maimed appearance had the reaction Wynne expected. Oz very deliberately did not look at his scars. Likely you are correct. Pardon my mistake. He began to ease back as most people did upon being forced to address his maiming. No pardon necessary, Your Grace. Wynne gave him a tight nod and then slipped away. He did not give a damn if it wasn't done, or if the room fell in a dead faint because he'd left before a duke. Isley had found consolation for his father, had he? Forget being ill. Wynne was going to punch something in a moment. Poppy caught up to him, her lemon linen scent soothing him even as she searched his eyes in gentle concern. He thought he knew me, he said, but he couldn't make the connection. With terse words, he told her the rest of the conversation. Jesus, Wynne. Her lips went pale, and she angled her body as if to block out the rest of the room. That she still sought to protect him made his chest go tight. He did not need it, but the better part of him wanted to be worthy of her devotion. I'm all right. He was, now that he could touch her and hear the steady cadence of her voice. Good. She leaned closer, her silken cheek near his. Shall we track down Mrs. Noble? She was headed toward the library when dinner let out. It was a strange destination, as most of her guests were going to either the smoking room or the grand parlour. Let us go, then. God help me if Oz shows up there as well. The pale arc of Poppy's neck gleamed in the candlelight as she looked back over her shoulder. He appears to be heading off to the smoking room with the other gentleman. I believe we are safe from that fiasco. He laughed without humour. Fiasco is an understatement. However, when they reached the library, they found it empty. Poppy's keen gaze caught his. Now where do you suppose Mrs. Noble has got off to?" The answer came by way of a footman, who headed toward them.
"Sir, Mrs. Noble has retired for the evening," he murmured. "She would like to receive you tomorrow for tea." He bowed neatly and left them standing in the hall.
"Botheration," Poppy muttered. "I do not want to be here for tea tomorrow. This place feels wrong to me."
Around them, ladies and gentlemen wandered to and fro, laughing and pairing off. A quartet softly played Beethoven in the parlour, and the golden light from hundreds of candles gave the house a muted glow. Music, beauty, laughter. It ought to be soothing, and yet Poppy was correct. There was something off about the whole thing this night. What once felt like true gaiety now shone false and brittle, as though Winston was watching a play. Poppy made a furtive gesture. "Blast it! I could almost believe that woman is toying with us." Wynne frowned in the direction of the stairs. As if she is aware that we are ruled by a time limit, perhaps.
Could she be under Isley's control?
Still watching the stairs, Wynne clasped Poppy's hand in his. "Come, let us see what we can see." Poppy's voluminous silk train rustled and swayed as they made their way to the second floor where Mrs. Noble's room lay. Flickering lamplight guided their path. Below, Moonlight Sonata began playing in steady, ponderous notes that spoke of amateur piano lessons. "Someone's been practicing," Poppy murmured as they plodded along to the tune. The notes followed them, rising and crashing. It was almost enough to drown out the rhythmic sound coming from the end of the upper hall. But not quite. Perched at the top of the stairs, Winston and Poppy exchanged looks. Colour crept over Poppy's high cheeks.
"You must be joking."
Wynne glanced toward the dim corridor where the unmistakable sounds of sexual congress rang out. "I rather wish it were a joke." Cautiously they moved closer, and the sound increased, both in tempo and in fervour. "Well," Poppy cleared her throat, her nose wrinkling in a charming manner. "Surely they cannot go on for long." Knowing that one of the participants was likely Mrs. Noble only served to irritate Wynne. He scowled at the door from which the sound emerged. "I do not know, sweet, but if Ode to Joy begins to play, I am going to be most thoroughly put out." With surprising speed, Poppy pressed her face into his neck and burst out laughing. Her warm breath seeped into him, and he wrapped his arms about her to keep her there. He smiled against her temple. He wanted to vent his frustration, but holding her as she laughed made his heart light just the same. A huff of irritation escaped her, and then Poppy's muffled voice rose up from the crook of his neck. "Bloody woman, going off to tub! I swear to God, Wynne, I could kill her!" His fingers toyed with the loose strand of silken hair at her nape. "That is one way to shut them up." When she choked out a weak laugh, he leaned back a little until she raised her head and faced him. As expected, she wore her warrior's expression, one that promised mayhem and retribution. But fear lived there too, so guarded that he might have missed it did he not know her so well. "I could force my way in there, but we won't get anything from her like that." Softly he brushed his thumb across her cheek. "I'm afraid we're done for the night, sweet Boadicea."
"Damn it, Wynne. What if she doesn't know Moira darling either? What if Isley's led us astray?"
His hand slid to her neck and clasped it. When he spoke, his voice was far calmer than he felt. "Hear me, wife. We will find Moira darling, and we will win. On my life, I swear it." Cold foreboding touched his spine at the vow, for he feared it might come to that.
Chapter 22. London, 1869. The Wedding Night. Wyn? Sweat-slicked and replete, Wyn had a hard time opening his eyes to focus on his new wife. Wife. Now there was a word he adored. Lying on the bed next to him, she wore nothing more than a gilding of candlelight and a soft, contented smile. He adored that, too. What is it, sweet? He threw an arm around her and pulled her closer, loving the feel of her sleek body against his. They'd known each other for such a short time, and it still felt as if he'd waited an eternity to hold her like this. Stop jostling and let a poor man sleep. You've exhausted me completely. Huh! Are you complaining? That stern gaze did things to his insides, made him feel illicit. Yes. He smoothed his hand over her pert bottom before smacking it. Exhaust me some more, will you? There's a good girl. Ach! Stop, you beast! She laughed as he rolled over onto her, but her brown eyes were serious. He knew already that Poppy, once on a subject, would never veer off of it until satisfied. Quite like him in that manner, actually. Not one to let him down, she put the question to him directly. Do you have a nightshirt? He settled more comfortably, sliding his cock along her slickness just to tease. Why, yes. God, she was wet again. And her neck, it smelled of lemons and sex. He nuzzled it. I don't want to put it on if that is what you are asking. Not now, not ever again. Though this was their wedding night, he planned to repeat their performance every night hereafter. She wriggled again, making his breath quicken. Her endless legs tangled with his. He was going to lick his way down them later, but first her breasts. Those sweet little plums that he'd yet to become thoroughly acquainted with. Can I wear it? When we sleep. Oh! Curiosity had always been his weakness. He released her nipple with a pop. Of course, but why? He'd hazy notions of sleeping skin to skin. Almost idly, she traced the line of his brow before touching his lower lip. I don't like sleeping undressed. I hate the way the skin of my arm sticks to my side. She kissed his neck and then his jaw. He blinked, nonplussed, and fairly distracted by the way she suckled his earlobe as she talked. You should probably know, I also like to sleep on the left-hand side of the bed and hate floppy pillows. Her scarlet hair, now loose and free, spread out in a starburst on the pillow and ran in silk ribbons over his forearms, where he braced himself on either side of her slim shoulders. Only he would see her like this. Only he would know her strange quirks. His heart clenched and his breath caught. Slowly he smiled. You're going to be difficult to manage, aren't you? Her grin unfurled like a cat in the sun. Extremely. Afraid, Wyn? He shifted, nudging her thighs farther apart with his own. Afraid? I can hardly wait. And with that he plunged home, making her gasp before he made her moan. Just before they finally fell asleep, she slipped out of bed and found the nightshirt. Chapter 23. In the quiet confines of the guest room, Poppy stared at the door, knowing that he would soon walk through it. He would lie with her and share their bed for the night, and she wanted him so badly that her teeth ached as she clenched them. The sounds she had heard coming from Mrs. Noble's bedroom haunted her. At the time, it was all she could do not to barge in on the woman and pull her out of the bed by the roots of her hair. Now, She could only think of being in bed with Wyn and losing herself in his arms. She wanted to forget this night, forget what they faced, and she wanted to forget with him. Only him. It did not matter that their last union had been a disaster. Her body remembered not his ultimate rejection, but the feel of him sliding home and the look in his eyes when he took her. Her fingers still shook with need for him. Were other women like this? Did they quiver with want? Did they grow tetchy and achy from imagining stripping their husbands down and servicing them with their mouths before begging to be mounted? Poppy blushed hotly, as though someone might hear her thoughts. No one but Wyn knew how illicit her desires ran, or that she, who was dominant in her work, liked to be dominated in bed because it made her feel feminine, wanted, needed. Oh, but Wyn knew. He could wind her up so tight that she all but snapped before he gave her release. Even when they were so very young and had no idea what they were doing, he'd made her want with a ferocity that blurred the lines between pleasure and pain. Just from touching him, from being touched by him. And he was going to enter the room at any moment. Well then, he was to share a room with Poppy. That was easy enough. They had shared one for the past 14 years. It was rote. Like old friends, they had a pattern, a way of moving in tandem when getting ready for bed. Poppy at the wash basin, brushing her teeth with quintessential vigour, him following suit as she drifted to the dressing table to apply her face cream, and then give her hair its 100 strokes. He'd put away his clothes and tell her an anecdote about the day. Simple. Easy. He would not think on the times he took the brush from her and stroked the glorious silk of her hair until her neck bent just so in relaxation, or how he'd quietly set the brush aside and let his hand slide along her cool skin, under her chemise, to cup those firm breasts, knead them until she bit her bottom lip and whimpered. Hell. Wyn stopped dithering in the corridor and slammed into their shared room with undue force, and found Poppy staring at him in question. He stared back. She'd already gotten ready for bed. A thick, lumpy dressing gown hugged her lithe frame, from just under her chin down to her white and narrow feet. Hardly tempting. He scowled all the same. I thought you'd be brushing your teeth or some such preparation. She flipped her long, demure braid over her shoulder. No, you gave me more than ample time. The bathing room is all yours. Fine. He was glad of it. Half the time she left tooth powder all over the sink, and he had to clean up after her. His ablutions were quick and thankfully peaceful, just as they'd been these past 3 months without her. He stopped and stared in the hanging mirror. Botherwell had been correct. The reflection was not pretty. Half a face belonged to a man with a stern countenance, the other half was a monster's. Two-faced. In every sense. You, sir, he muttered to his reflection, are a lying nodcock who wants to shag his wife senseless. He threw down his toothbrush, and it clattered around in the basin. Only you are not going to ask for that, are you? The reflection's scowl of discontent grew. No, you are not. You haven't yet sunk that low. They'd already gone down that path, and look how well that turned out. He raked his fingers through his hair, and keeping on his repressive yet extremely necessary smalls, went out to face Poppy. She looked him over in that cool way of hers, and he resisted the urge to shift his feet. Bloody woman always saw more than she ought to. Were you talking to yourself in the mirror? His lips pressed together.
If you have to ask, you must have heard me. Christ, please say she did not hear the specifics. So I'm going to assume the question is rhetorical. She rolled her eyes and began to unbutton her dressing gown. Fine. I won't ask what you were muttering about. You could. It might be interesting. Say, Pop, fancy a quick shag for old time's sake? I simply was trying to make conversation to ease this awkwardness, she said. Commendable, but futile. He fluffed a pillow, and then another. Punched it, actually. I don't think there is any good way to ease. His voice strangled to a halt as she shrugged out of the dressing gown. You must be jesting. Her head lifted. What? She tossed the gown upon a chair back and frowned at him from across the bed. Good Lord, Wyn, don't look at me like that. I'm perfectly respectable. Respectable, he repeated, as if every muscle in his body weren't quivering, as if right this moment his cock wasn't rising. Shit. He sat at the edge of the bed before he betrayed the proof of his interest. Damn her eyes, but she was wearing his nightshirt, the very one she'd stolen from him so many years before. For a moment, all he could see was Poppy, naked and wriggling against him in bed on their wedding night. Wyn took a bracing breath. That damned nightshirt. She'd worn it almost every night of their marriage, but he didn't think she'd be so heartless as to wear it now. It was his shirt. That thing is so old and worn it has holes in it, he said through his teeth. Inconvenient holes that showed glimpses of things he could not have. Her hands went to her hips. It's comfortable. It's a rag, a nearly transparent one at that. Sweet mother of... What was a negligee compared to seeing one's wife draped in one's own very thin and very revealing nightshirt? Hell's bells, it would almost be better if she were naked. He fisted the sheet. Maybe he ought to ask for a comparison just to be sure. You're being ridiculous. She tossed the covers back and flopped onto her side of the bed. And hurtful. Her slim arm whipped out from under the covers to lower the lamp, and the room plunged into darkness. He sighed and got under the covers, gritting his teeth at the stiffness in his lower extremity and the way his body hummed with awareness of her. But the tight way in which she huddled on the far side of the bed cut through his skin. Damn it! How was it that her pain affected him so much more than his own? It was like a hand pressing on his chest, making his flesh crawl with shame. Because he had caused it. He drew a deep breath through his nose as he lay like a lump of coal on his side of the bed. I did not mean to be hurtful. Silence greeted him. Then her small voice broke it. I love this shirt. Hell. Wyn squeezed his eyes closed, even though it was dark as pitch. I know. Her response was a decidedly feminine sniff that communicated both a grudging acknowledgement and made it clear that his effort wasn't enough. Well, he rather doubted she'd appreciate his other method of apology. Wyn closed his eyes and prayed for sleep, for his cock to go to sleep, rather. But no, it lay a heavy, nagging weight against his belly, pushing against the strings of his smalls in a valiant attempt to get free. Architecture. That was soothing. Sleep often took him when he made a mental tour of London's architectural wonders. Westminster Palace, the Clock Tower, Tower of London, Cleopatra's Needle. Christ! Stop thinking of erect monuments! Poppy made an abrupt, irritated move, disrupting his musings and unfortunately aggravating his current situation when her bottom hit his hip. Gritting his teeth, he risked a glance.
The hunched shape of her shoulders were outlined in the darkness. Her head lay significantly lower than his. Again, she shifted. A covert sort of move she employed when she did not want him to notice. Ridiculous, as he was always aware of her. He wondered how long she would go on pretending she wasn't vastly uncomfortable. Forever, it would seem. So very Poppy. Wanting to smile, and wanting even more to roll over and push himself into her until they were both exhausted, he gave in and did the safe, less pleasurable thing. He smiled and lifted the pillow from under his head. Here. He handed it to her. She stared at the thing as if it were a rat, and he sighed. Take it. I know you don't like the pillow you have. It's too flat, she said after a moment. Yes, I know. She preferred a plump pillow. Always had. His throat closed and he turned away, pounding the flatter pillow he took in exchange into a reasonable lump. Now, will you stop wiggling about and go to sleep? He felt her settle, and then heard a little sigh of relief. Well, good. At least one of them was comfortable. Body aching and head resting upon a woeful pillow, he chased sleep once more. St. Paul's, London Bridge, Buckingham Palace, Kensington Palace. Win? He cracked open one eye. Yes. A faint touch landed on the sheet at his back, and then it was gone. Her whisper drifted over him. Are you sorry you did it? Again came that tender ache within the region of his bruised and battered heart. He gripped the pillow as he willed himself not to turn. Sorry. But he knew what she meant, only it hurt too much to answer. The sheets moved as she shifted. Sorry that you gave up so much. For me. Oh, gods, he couldn't. White spots danced before his eyes. He squeezed his eyes shut. No. Winston cleared his throat. I am only sorry that I did not know the whole of you. The desire to let her secrets spill forth rushed through Poppy, but the familiar tug of repression caught her. Never speak. You lead a double life. Remember this always. She'd followed the instructions to the letter, even when it tore at her soul, even when her sisters suffered and her husband turned away from her. The SOS was her other half, sometimes the greater part of her. To what end? If she let it, the SOS would take her happiness away and leave her empty. I was 18 when I took over my mother's position. Win's voice came at her through the dark. The year we met. She sighed. Yes. The day we met, actually. He was silent, as if he too were remembering that day upon the platform. She wondered what the memory held for him. For her, it had been both the best and worst day of her life. Every step down the long, cold train platform had been a struggle to pull herself together, to remind herself who and what she was. And then he was there, as if forming from the mist. It had been such a shock to see the handsome young man walking beside her, looking at her as if she had just become his whole world. She'd thought she was dreaming. What were you doing at the station? He laughed shortly, as if disgusted with himself. Do you know, I never even thought to ask you. Another choppy laugh filled the air. I was too stunned with lust to think on anything more than keeping you with me. Her breath hitched, and she struggled to find another. And I thought you were the most handsome madman I'd ever seen. His voice rolled over her like fog. Mad for you. God, the things he could do to her. Just a few words, and it was all she could do not to fling herself at him. She cleared her throat. I'd just been appointed mother. Lena fulfilled the duty while I completed my training. Actually, I thought she might keep the position, but she's never liked the role. Lena had always been strange in that regard, preferring to be a guardian of the SOS rather than the leader of it. Poppy settled further into her pillow and continued her story. There is an SOS tunnel exit at the station, and I'd used it to leave the ceremony. You were 18 years old. The shock in his voice was strong.
And they appointed you head of an entire organization.
I'd been training for the position since I was 6. Pride prickled along her skin, and she fought to tamp it down. I am the 7th generation of first daughters to carry out the duty. My family, along with another, founded the SOS. Letting out her secrets filled her with utter weariness, but it felt easier to say them in the dark. In the early days, we were simply called the Regulators. It was actually when we began to work in conjunction with the King and the Prime Minister that we became more formally organized and called ourselves the Society for the Suppression of Supernaturals. She shifted a bit, sinking further into the plump pillow. That was in my great-grandmother's time, though I can honestly say I've no fondness for the newer name as it stirred up trouble with certain supernatural factions.
Because it made them sound like a problem to suppress, Wynne said with a decisive clip to his voice.
Yes. At any rate, she said, the SOS has always been my life. You do not understand the will of Mary Margaret Ellis. Every day was a new lesson, every day a reminder. Poppy adopted the implacable tone of her mother. Do not let the world know. Do not reveal your true purpose to anyone, not even to family, especially not to family. She had to suspect that your sisters had talents of their own. Oh, she knew, and she did not like it. Daisy was her little lamb, her sunshine, and Miranda was her rose, a delicate flower to be protected. She was adamant that neither of them be tainted by her dark world.
And you?
Wynne's voice was tight. A wobbly smile pulled at her lips as she blinked up at the dark ceiling. I was the competent one. I never cried, nor fussed.
Which meant that you should live a life in darkness? He made a noise of annoyance. I never thought I would say this, but I think I prefer your father.
Poppy could not help but smile a little. Even so, she needed him to understand. She believed in me. Poppy sighed. And yes, at times it hurt that she did not seek to protect me as she did my sisters. But Wynne? She licked her lips. Inside she trembled. I liked being useful. I liked what I was doing. I still do.
The bed creaked when he rolled onto his back, their shoulders touching as he did. He beat me. My father.
She grew still, enough to hear the roaring of her blood in her ears. How could it be? He never cowered, always stood so tall and proud, and yet shadows had always dwelled within his eyes at odd times. Wynne!
I never told you, he said over her, his voice strong yet brittle, as if he were forcing himself to speak. Because I was ashamed of the way— His arm brushed over hers as he shrugged. Well, you can guess. I was weak when I ought to have been strong.
She tried to swallow and failed. For how long, Wynne?
As long as I have memory.
In the dark, she could make out the lines of his profile as he stared up at the ceiling.
Too long.
She wanted to kill his father. Her hand shook as she rested it on his forearm. He did not shrug her off, nor did he turn to her.
That is why I made the bargain with Jones.
His smoky voice was a living thing between them, making her heart bleed for him. When I met you, I woke to life. You saw me for who I was, and in return, I wanted to live again. You gave my life flavor, color, texture, and I found myself willing to do anything to keep that. She moved to embrace him, and he sucked in a sharp breath. Don't. His body was rigid. Not now. Not because of what I said. But his voice grew emphatic, stern in that way of his that brooked no argument. When I take you to bed, Poppy Ann, it will not be under the auspices of sentimentality. He turned his head, and in the dark she could see his eyes looking at her with clear, direct heat. It will be because you're wound up so tight with need that you fear you will break if you don't have me. He moved an inch closer, and his warm breath gusted over her neck. And then we will be in perfect accord, sweeting. Chapter 24. Winston lay in the slumberous warmth of the bed he shared with his wife and contemplated her. Bright morning light gilded her sleeping form, highlighting the paleness of her arms and the dusting of copper freckles upon them. Those freckles had been one of many delights he'd uncovered when he'd first undressed her on their wedding night, for she hadn't a one on her face. Stardust, he'd called them, those glorious freckles that were sprinkled over her arms and shoulders. He'd made it his mission to kiss every one of them. It had taken him an hour, and she'd quivered beneath him, her voice husky with need as she pled for him to take her now. He'd meant what he'd said to her last night. He did not want her back from pity, and he knew she feared he wanted her solely because of the child, a ridiculous notion, but if he could acknowledge his fears, he'd acknowledge hers too. It seemed such an easy solution to simply call Pax, to say, I am sorry, now let's be done with this. Yet when Win tried to do just that, a wall reared up within, holding him back. He suspected the same wall rose within Poppy too, for shadows inevitably crept into her eyes when they shared unguarded moments. The ugly truth was that, deep down, they still distrusted each other, and he could not figure out how to fix this. It wasn't as if he did not want his wife. Sweet Christ, he did. Lying next to her now, with the scent of her sleep-warmed body filling the air and the sight of her long lengths spilled out before him, was the veriest of tortures. Every nerve ending along his body thrummed with an impatient need to thrust into that snug, wet cove whose embrace he knew so well. He shifted slightly, his hips rocking his cock a little farther into the mattress. A sweet pain bolted through his lower gut at the action. Poppy was a deep sleeper, which went directly against the alert way in which she conducted her waking hours. Right now, he didn't know if that was a blessing or a curse, because he could look his fill without her noticing. She appeared younger in sleep, lying on her side with one arm tucked beneath her pillow and the other resting before her, her hand curled into a loose fist. Her pink lips parted just enough to let a soft breath out. Red rivers of her hair streamed over her shoulders and ran along the small slopes of her breasts. Breasts that moved with the steady cadence of her breath. Up. Down. And his blasted nightshirt she insisted on wearing hid nothing. The shabby shirt was gossamer thin now. Holes grew along the seam where it buttoned down the front. Those holes held his attention, for each breath she took revealed a tantalizing glimpse of the curve of her breast. His body grew hard and heavy, a languid sort of ache that had him both wanting to move and to remain utterly still. She moved on a sigh, the sheets rustling as her body canted back just a touch. His breath stilled. The wretched nightshirt had moved too, one of those damnable holes slipping just over the tip of her nipple. For one tight, hot moment, the pink nub was revealed, then a thick lock of copper hair slid over it and clung, hiding his prize. Wynne gritted his teeth. His fists curled into his pillow as he willed that tendril of hair to slip away. But it was stubborn, clinging lovingly to the pert tip. In, out, she breathed, her breast moving beneath the thin gown. A strand of hair fell, revealing just a touch of pink. He was going to lose his mind. His cock throbbed against the mattress, and the sunlight burned hot against his bare back. But he remained transfixed. Like a randy schoolboy, he stared. It became essential that the nipple be revealed to him. Another few strands drifted down. A quarter moon of rosy areola winked at him. He licked his lips, his breath growing ragged. From a nipple. He might have laughed if he wasn't fighting a groan. Bloody hell, it was only a nipple. He'd seen it 1,000 times before. He knew its taste, how it would stiffen against his tongue, which was the entirely wrong thing to think. His blood thrummed through his veins. He could not stand it any longer. Heart pounding in his ears and his body wound like a coil. He reached out. His fingers shook. Just one more inch. Her breath remained even, the coy little nipple still hiding from him. The tip of his finger grazed the tenacious tresses, careful not to get too close to his target, lest he be tempted to touch. The red locks slithered away. Triumph surged through him, base yet undeniably glorious. The sweet pink bud, perfectly framed by the hole in the nightshirt, was his at last. The thought coalesced, then froze like slush in his veins as he realized she'd gone still. Every muscle in his body tensed. Caught. Her gaze was a living thing that burned his skin. Slowly he lifted his eyes. Their gazes collided, hers so very dark and wondering, and waiting. They stared at each other. Never before had he been so aware of his body, of the tense quiver of his muscles, of the tendons in his outstretched hand, holding him there, just above her warm breast. Something flickered in her eyes. A dare. One that sent rivers of heat through him with each sharp breath he took. Christ! She infuriated him, making him want, making him regret and yearn. The ropey network of muscles along his arms were iron hard. Then he moved, slowly, deliberately, not looking away from her. Her lips parted, her breath growing uneven. Her soft pink nipple pointed upward, straining to meet him, yet she did not move. He felt the heat of her skin before he touched her. So close. His cods pulled tight and sore, his cock an aching thing pressed against the bed. The tip of his forefinger brushed over her budding nipple, and his gut clenched. Her breath caught, her mouth opening further. He held her dark gaze, swimming in it, even as he watched his own finger skim across that sweet little nipple. It stiffened, rising up to his touch, and he made a sound close to pain. The areola was darker now, almost raspberry in colour. Larger, too. He traced the circumference. Was it because she was expecting? His throat closed. His child. In her. So still she was as he stroked her, only the gentle pants of her breath giving witness to her agitation. Feeling fiendish, he lightly flicked the tip, A whimper sounded deep within her throat, and her lashes fluttered as if she were fighting not to close her eyes. It sent a wash of want through him, so dark and hot that it was all he could do not to fall on her and suck that succulent breast until she screamed his name. His hand began to shake as he fondled her, revelling in that one small point of contact. A flush worked over her ivory skin as she fought to keep still, and his breath soared in and out. His cock pulsed, and his heart slammed against his ribs. Jesus, but he was on the verge of spilling like a lad who'd just discovered his pizzle and what it could do. He had to move, do something. He could no longer stand it. He held her gaze, and then very deliberately, yet very gently, pinched her nipple. A helpless cry tore from her lips, and she arched her back, thrusting into his touch. And then he was moving over her, his mouth latching onto the poor, tormented bud. "Shh," he whispered around her flesh. "I'll make it better. I'll make it better." Words were lost to the luscious nipple filling his mouth, the ragged edges of the nightshirt growing wet against the lave of his tongue. Her cool palms framed his face, holding him there as he sucked her in deep and pressed against her soft body. They moved against each other, her murmuring words of encouragement, please. He would give it to her, anything she needed. Her thigh was endless, so smooth and strong. His fingers traversed its length as his mouth travelled down her body, lost in the billowing softness of her gown and the subtle flesh hiding beneath. The linen whispered against her skin as he slid it high. Sweet honey greeted him, glistening in the morning light. He nipped her hip, loving the way she squirmed, how her legs glided apart for his touch. "That's it, sweet." His mouth wandered along the hot crease of her upper thigh. "Let me give it a kiss." The sweet taste of poppy writhing against the flat of his tongue. Heaven. Another kiss. I'll make it better. He would make it better. It was his last thought before a terrorized scream from somewhere down the hall rent through the air. Lost in the fevered mists of need, Wyn had almost missed the scream. Whoever the lady was with her inconvenient fit of vapours, she could go to the devil. Only his core maintained a policeman's soul. It did not matter if he no longer carried a badge. He could not ignore a cry for help. And so he'd untangled himself from his luscious wife, grabbed some clothes as she struggled to find hers, and was now striding down the hall, which was rapidly filling with other guests, most of whom wore dressing gowns and frightened expressions. "Pardon?" He slipped through the crowd. Oddly, people stepped aside as they always had, never once questioning his right to take charge. Christ, what was he to do without the CID? The commotion stemmed from a guest room at the end of the hall. Wyn's blood chilled when he caught a familiar scent in the air. Death. It was going to be bad. A gaggle of lords clogged the doorway, but they too parted ranks as he edged closer. He caught the eye of Osmond, who stood guard next to the door. Bloody perfect. "Your Grace, what has happened?" His brother nodded grimly. "Chambermaid found the body. Looks like strangulation. I've called for the local magistrate. However, the butler tells me the man is away on holiday." Yes, and where was the lovely Amy Noble now that her house had fallen into disorder and a guest murdered? One thing at a time. Wyn eyed the door again. He itched to get inside. "As my wife said last night, I am an inspector. Let me have a look." Oz frowned. He obviously did not like superseding his ducal authority to a mere tradesman, inspector or not. It was all Wyn could do not to say,
Get your knickers out of a twist, Oz, and shove off.
It might have worked when they were 12 and 14 and still brothers, but he rather thought it'd earn him a punch to the nose now.
We need a guard for the door, Winston added.
Nothing mucked up a crime scene better than well-intentioned helpers, be they houseguests or the bobbies who often found the corpses in London.
Mrs. Noble's guests ought not to see this.
He tossed a worried look over his shoulder at the crowd, a look that invited camaraderie between conspirators. I think they would be more inclined to listen to you, sir. Thankfully, Oz took Wyn's bait. He straightened in a move that reminded Wyn of their father.
I will take care of them.
Oz's ensuing orders to go back to bed and the shuffle in the hall faded to the background as Wyn fully entered the room and took in the scene. A man lay in a slump on the floor by the foot of the bed. Colonel Alden. A bluish tinge coloured his broad face, growing darker about the eyes and his mouth, from which his tongue hung out blue and thick. His fine linen nightshirt had a rent along the collar and was ruched up about his waist as if he'd been kicking about in a struggle. Wyn glanced away from his pale, spindly legs and the flaccid fall of his penis. Damned undignified, death was. He stepped around the drying puddle of urine and offal that had spread about the colonel. He was used to the stench of death, but suddenly that smell and the strange, almost sweet odour of a dying body hit him hard. His pulse raced, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out over his skin. Blackness dotted before his eyes. He saw not the room, but that alleyway, with that scent. The thing coming for him, and the sharp bite of pain on his face. He couldn't breathe. Run! Run away! Shaking, he lifted an ice-cold hand to his brow. No, not now. Do not fall into it. He forced himself to stare at the body and drew in a lungful of the foul smell. He was here, in a manor house, not there, in hell. Was he strangled? Wyn jumped at the sound of Poppy's voice. She stood just inside, no longer his panting, blushing temptress, but covered up by sensible brown worsted, respectable attire, unlike his dinner trousers and mismatched day shirt he'd snatched from the chair arm. Her gaze fell on the body with clinical detachment. How many bodies had she seen? He swallowed several times, trying to find his voice. He didn't want her to see this, didn't want her to see him like this. She drifted closer and, not really looking at him, handed over a thin flask. Wyn didn't ask what was in it, but took a deep drink. Fine, warm Scotch smoothed down his throat. I don't think I'll ever become used to you Ellis sisters' penchant for whiskey. She waved an idle hand as she surveyed the room. We're half Scottish. I think there might be a law against us not liking it. He laughed shortly, and the pain in his chest eased enough for him to move again. Strangulation appears to be the cause. He didn't ask how she'd got past Oz. A duke was no match for her, but knelt down to inspect the body. The fingers were soft. Rigor mortis has passed. Death most likely occurred last night. After dinner? I'd say a few hours later. Decay hasn't set in very far. I ought to have... Unable to say more, he met Poppy's eyes and saw the worry in them. And the anger. This is not your fault, Wyn. It felt very much like it was. Poppy stood a bit closer to him, as though she was somehow shielding him. Isley's doing. Wyn wasn't ready to formulate a theory. He bent closer to the swollen neck. 5 puncture wounds were evenly spaced in the shape of a hand. Poppy inspected them too, and sucked in a sharp breath. Colonel Alden's false arm is missing. A quick search found the steel limb on the floor beneath the tangle of sheets. Squatting by the bed, Wynne studied the artificial limb. It was a solid, cold weight in Wynne's palm. A small smear of blood marred the index finger. "Well, he couldn't very well have been strangled by his own arm now, could he?" Poppy said. Wynne glanced up, and her brows snapped together. "I do not mean he choked himself to death. I mean the thing cannot be manipulated in such a manner as to strangulate a grown and fighting male." Wynne stroked the scar at the corner of his mouth. It was no moustache, but it helped him settle. Perhaps it could. He turned the hand over, and gravity pulled the loose fingers back a fraction, making it appear as if the hand was opening up to him. If the Colonel was another victim of Isley, perhaps the bloody thing possessed a will of its own. Given the things he'd seen lately, what was one murderous arm in the scheme of things? Perhaps Alden too had signed a contract, and his time was up. If this is part of Isley's machinations, why kill Alden with his own arm? Such a thing is bound to raise questions. He sighed and rose to his feet. "I don't know." Needing to think more clearly, he paced, tapping the artificial arm against his thigh as he walked. Poppy noted the movement and lifted a brow. With a noise of irritation, Winston passed her the arm and kept pacing. "Damn, but you are correct. Why kill him now? Isley clearly lured him here." He stopped before the bed to glare out of the window, and something crinkled beneath his toe. Wynne stepped back. Just under the bed lay a crumpled piece of vellum. "What do we have here?" Wynne frowned as he smoothed the paper out and read its contents. "It's a note from Colonel Alden to me." His frown grew. "He says he remembered something about Moira Darling, something I might find enlightening." Whatever that means. Frustration pulled Poppy's voice taut. The script cuts off in a violent slash of ink." Wynne glanced down at the sad spectre of the Colonel. "I gather he was interrupted and killed for his efforts." Typical of Isley. His puppet cut himself free of his strings, and so Isley destroys him. Her brown eyes darkened. "That is what he does, Wynne. He makes promises, makes you believe that he is a gentleman, but he is a killer through and through, and I fear—" Her jaw trembled for one moment before tensing. "I fear that regardless of whether we find this Moira Darling or not, he will do the same to you." "We've no proof that it was Isley." Wynne's gut reaction was that it did not fit with his behaviour. "Regardless, we cannot become emotional. Stay on task, sweet. That is all we can do now." "How can you be so calm?" "How can I not? Our child's life is at stake. I will not muck it up by falling victim to rash behaviour. No matter how badly he wanted to pound on Jones's face until his hands gave out." Poppy looked at him for one agonizing moment, then nodded sharply before lowering her gaze. Her brow furrowed as she peered closely at the scroll-work upon the limb. All at once, she flinched as if slapped, and he moved to take it from her, fearful for one moment that it had come alive or hurt her in some manner. But she held up a staying hand. "Bloody hell!" she murmured, glaring at the inner wrist. "What is it?" Cold anger rested in her eyes. "I found the maker's mark." She pointed to a tiny crescent moon with a star nestled in its curve. "I gather you recognize it." "I do." Her long fingers curled around the steel wrist, hard enough to whiten her knuckles. The Evernight family has worked with the SOS for generations.
Isley is the one who provided Alden with his arm,
which means that... Poppy's lips flattened. We may have a double agent on our hands. Chapter 25. Mary hurried down the hall that led from her small room. Mrs. Lane had alerted her about the murder. "Find Mr. Talent," she'd snapped in that brusque manner of hers. "Then both of you scout the house. If Isley is not here, one of his minions likely is." And then she'd strode off to join the inspector. Like hers, Talent's room was below stairs, in a small corridor cordoned off for guest servants. As much as she'd like to turn around and not speak to Talent altogether, Mary's steps did not slow as she went to him. She had not seen much of Mr. Talent since being on board the Ignitus. He had chosen to ride a horse alongside their servant's carriage on the trip to Farley. Upon arrival, he'd kept mostly to his room, and she was glad for it. Drawing herself up, she knocked on the door, ignoring the way her heart clicked away beneath her ribs and the coldness in her fingers. A noise from within told her he was coming. She willed herself to be civil. The door opened, and Jack Talent surveyed her. Hair mussed and shirt gaping at the collar, he'd evidently just risen and hadn't the decency to fully dress before receiving her. She pressed her lips together. "Mr. Talent." "Miss Chase." His voice rumbled along her skin, followed shortly by a hot gaze that had her pausing. She cocked her head and glared at him when the gaze lingered on her breasts. "There's been a murder, Mr. Talent. Mrs. Lane requests that you search the grounds." Slowly his head lifted. "Is that so?" Smiling faintly, he leaned a shoulder against the doorframe. "Are you certain this isn't simply a way to pay me a visit?" "Do not be absurd. What game was the bastard playing now? Stop acting the idiot and get dressed." She moved to go when he was suddenly in front of her. He smiled again, not his usual one, but a stretched and strange smile. "Not so fast." His voice lowered to a whisper. "Why don't we take our time? Perhaps start our search in here?" She gaped at him. Jack Talent propositioning her. Hot fingertips brushed her jaw, and she stilled. His eyes were glazed over with heat and dark promises. She searched that lusty gaze and found nothing more. No anger, no resentment. No Jack. Her mouth went dry as dirt, but she made herself cup his hand to her cheek. Such a hot hand. "Say my name again," she said. "I want to hear it fall from your lips." Again he smiled, but he did not light up. "Mary, the lovely Mary Chase." His voice was flat, wrong. She forced a smile. "Right you are." She patted his hand. "Now, behave yourself and get dressed." She glided away, keeping a sedate pace as if all was right with the world, when she knew it bloody well wasn't. Taking Poppy's hand, Wynne went directly to Tully, the butler of Farley. Like most butlers, the man was impeccably dressed, groomed, and mannered. He gave them a small bow as they approached. "Mr. Snow, I understand you are acting as investigator in this bit of unpleasantness. Is there anything I can do to assist you?" "You can take us to your mistress directly." Wynne was prepared to hunt her down if Tully proved uncooperative. However, the man simply gave another small bow.
"Your timing is exemplary, sir. Mrs. Noble has asked that you meet her in her private parlour."
Wynne did not know exactly why the information that Mrs. Noble had sent for them bothered him, only that he grew weary of being battered around like a mouse trapped between a lazy cat's paws. When they reached the hall leading to Mrs. Noble's personal parlour, Poppy halted him. "I think you ought to go in alone, Wynne." He glanced at the panelled walnut door a few feet off, then back to her.
"Why? She is expecting both of us."
"Yes, but she wants you to tell the story, not me. And there is the matter of questioning her in regard to Colonel Alden."
He did not know if he liked the sound of that, nor the way she was offering him up like a shank of beef, but as Poppy never proposed anything without good reason, he did not outright protest. "Not yet. You think she will be more amiable in speaking directly with me, do you?"
The way her lips flattened in distaste gratified him somewhat. "I do. Never mind that I can then skulk about while you two talk."
"Skulk, eh?" He grinned. "How unapologetically blunt of you."
She looked at him askance. "I thought you would approve."
She nudged him with her elbow.
"Go on, then."
"Very well." He gave her a short nod before muttering, "The things I do."
He had almost got to the door when she grabbed his arm and yanked him back. Her face scrunched up in a manner he knew to mean that she was struggling with some internal conflict. When she finally found her words, they came out clipped and efficient. "Mrs. Noble might have certain expectations should you go in there alone." Winston bit back his laugh, but he could tell by the way her lips compressed again that his effort to hide his amusement failed. So he let it show as he leaned in close enough to feel her soft breath against his cheek. "Yet into the lion's den you send me." When her scowl formed, he grinned, suddenly enjoying himself. "Do you know, Poppy Ann," he said against her smooth cheek, "I do believe you are worried." Her straight, strong teeth closed over his earlobe, and the muscles along his abdomen tightened in response. "And I believe that you like me worrying over you." Her warm breath against his ear sent shivers along his skin. She nipped him then, hard enough to make him jump. "Behave, Winston Lane." His hand found its way to her neck, holding her there. His mouth touched her ear. "Then it would be wise not to give me a cockstand while I am working, wife." Chapter 26. As Wynne entered Mrs. Noble's parlour and closed the door, Poppy cursed roundly. What had she done? She shook her head lightly as if to clear it. She trusted Wynne in this. Of course she did. He wanted her. The evidence was clearly outlined in the quite impressive bulge of his trousers and the heated gleam in his eyes. It was the same look he'd worn earlier when he'd touched her nipple to be exact, before he'd done other things. Her cheeks warmed. She'd thought she'd been dreaming at first, and then that look in his eyes, so very hot and needy. She'd wanted to scream herself when they'd heard the chambermaid cry out. Thwarted desire was an emotion Poppy was ill-equipped to deal with. She preferred simple feelings, anger, sadness, joy. They could run their course through her system. She could shout, cry, laugh, and it'd be done. She'd been spoiled. Desire, the want of a man, had come hand in hand with meeting Wynne, and Wynne had never denied her. The want of him still burned inside her, swirling and pushing against flesh until it became a physical irritant. Bloody man! He thought their former life an illusion. Wasn't everything? She knew what she felt for Wynne right now. Did it matter what happened before, or what would happen next? Now was what mattered. Of course, now she was walking away, after leaving him in an aroused state, before tossing him over to another woman. Buggering! She bit her lip, stopped because the action was too telling, then bit it again. Striding away from the parlour, she concentrated on the task at hand, not on Win and that cow having a quiet tete-a-tete. I'll freeze her bloody fingers off if she touches him. Poppy took a deep breath. She was muttering when she ought to be quiet. Mrs. Noble's bedroom was near. Poppy simply needed to find it. Creeping along now, she put an ear to a door a few feet down from the parlour. Nothing stirred from within, but that did not mean a maid couldn't be lurking inside. From out of her pocket, Poppy pulled a small mirror attached to the end of a length of thin steel. Kneeling, Poppy slowly slipped the mirror beneath the door and rotated it. The mirror sat on an angle so that, when Poppy adjusted her grip, the room within came into view. Keeping half her attention on the corridor and the other half on the mirror, she moved the mirror about and searched the room. Nobody there. It was an easy thing to slip inside. Despite the flash attire Mrs. Noble favoured, her inner sanctum was rather plain. Cosy, even. A light maple wood panelled the walls, and cornflower blue drapes of sensible cotton graced the windows. A matched pair of well-worn armchairs flanked the hearth. Poppy's fingers trailed over the back of one chair. On the floor lay a knitting basket, with half a stocking still attached to the needles. The room was well dusted, but something about the way the knitting had settled into the basket led Poppy to believe that Mrs. Noble had not picked up the needles for quite some time. Poppy tried to imagine the woman knitting, and failed. A wrought-iron bed, painted a pleasing shade of creamy white, sat on the far side of the room. Given the furnishing, Poppy expected fine linen bedding, but instead found expensive and rather gaudy silk sheets of a deep and rather incongruous shade of black. Lena furnished some rooms within her club hell with such things. Frowning down at the rumpled and glossy sheets, for the maid had yet to make the bed, Poppy fingered the fabric. It slid over her skin and sent a ripple of disquiet along her spine. The Mrs. Noble she was familiar with would certainly admire sheets such as these, but not this room. One did not fit. Mrs. Noble was said to have lived here for many years. A woman who selected silk sheets would not decorate her room in such a quaint style. Poppy slid a hand into one of her pockets and found the gun resting there. She preferred a knife for most situations, but this gun had the happy feature of being both a gun and a switchblade, one that hid alongside the steel barrel until needed. As Poppy did not know what she might encounter, it seemed a fitting choice. The grip was a comfort in her hands as she made her way on cat feet to the dressing room. Here dwelled the Mrs. Noble she knew. Thick crimson carpet covered the floor, and matching drapes of fine velvet hung from the windows. Silk and satin gowns in bold colours hung like butterflies against the deep mahogany walls. A copper tub, big enough for two, sat in the centre of the room. The thought of Win alone with the woman who enjoyed this room had Poppy's teeth gnashing. She lets just one finger stray. Focus, Pop. Focus. Muscles tight with the thrill of the hunt, Poppy surveyed the room. The cloying scent of bath salts clogged the air. Too much. It stabbed at her nostrils and pierced her skull. Horrid smell, violets. She'd always hated it. A quick look at the glass shelves lining one wall confirmed that there were not enough salts to cause such a stench. Poppy held her gun secure as she crept toward the wall, the perfume of violets growing headier. Carefully, she ran her fingers along the edges of the wood panelling. It appeared solid. Look for the wear. Finger oils will eventually wear down a varnish. Wynne had taught her that, a lesson gleaned from listening to him wax on about his work. At the time, she felt guilty about learning tricks of the trade from him without telling her own, but now, as her eye caught the slight fading of varnish along the second panel, gratitude filled her instead. Whipping her knife open, Poppy held it at the ready. Now that she knew what to look for, the hidden thumb notch in the panel gave easily under her hand. With a small clink and a smooth glide, the panel slid open. Poppy braced herself against the cloud of perfume that assaulted her nose. Vile as the scent was, the large, rough wooden box resting within the shadows of the small closet had her complete attention. Quickly, quietly, she exchanged her knife for a small stake tucked along the back ribbing of her bodice. True to her word, Miss Chase had outfitted all of Poppy's clothes with the essentials. Blessed girl. Every sense snapped to full alert as she approached the box. She had the upper hand, for whatever might lurk within would have to spring up, while Poppy need only strike down. Even so, sweat trickled along her neck, and her breath grew short. There was always fear on the job. One simply had to respect it and keep going. The lid gave easily. She paused, not yet lifting, adjusted her grip on the lid and the stake, and then wrenched it open. Nothing moved. Past the eye-watering smell of the bath salts that partially covered the body, Poppy made out the shape of the former Mrs. Noble, her eyes open and her mouth wide in supplication. Her soul had departed, but there was still enough blood in her to sustain a host demon. Fucking hell! The lid banged shut as Poppy turned and raced from the room, toward Wynne, and whatever demon was cozying up to him. Wynne stepped into Mrs. Noble's parlour and found the room was inordinately dark. Heavy brocade curtains barred the morning sun, leaving only the light from the fire snapping in the hearth and one silver candelabra for illumination. Mrs. Noble sat in repose along the length of a scarlet satin fainting couch. No longer attired in men's clothing, she now wore a provocative black silk dress that was not at all proper day wear. Cinched tight and thrusting her breasts up high, the bodice did not have sleeves, but was held up by a webbing of sparkling strands composed of diamonds. Mr. Snow! She undulated in a forward move, and a coil of black hair fell over her shoulder. But where's Mrs. Snow? I thought I was to be entertained by both of you this morning. Innocently put words that managed to sound illicit. He walked into the room. She has developed a migraine, I'm afraid. Wives are known to do so. We simply shall have to forge on without her. She curled her legs under her. Sit, Mr. Snow, and let us get better acquainted. She patted the space next to her, and basic manners demanded that he comply. As an inspector, he'd had his fair share of dealing with forward women. Most of his colleagues did as well. Lonely widows, bored wives, the guilty, the curious. There were many reasons to find an inspector fair game. Some men took advantage. Wynne found those situations to be a lit fuse of danger. Pull away too quickly, and the insulted lady wouldn't tell you a thing. Let it go too far, and you had an unwanted tongue down your throat, and the lady wouldn't tell you a thing either. On reluctant limbs he moved to sit, inwardly cursing Poppy as he did. Despite their discussion, He had no intention of seducing answers out of Mrs. Noble. Satisfied, Mrs. Noble smiled prettily as her fingers danced along the wood filigree just behind his neck. "Now then, Mr. Snow, you promised me a story." The tip of her finger touched his collar. "How did you acquire such magnificent scars?" He eased away. "First, we must discuss the murder that has occurred under your roof, madam." She appeared remarkably unconcerned about the fact, but composed herself accordingly, lacing her hands in her lap and looking at him with wide, almost solemn eyes. A facade that might have worked had he not spied the mockery beneath it all. "Tell me what you know of Colonel Alden," he said. "Ah, Charles." With a sigh, she rested against the couch, arching her back just so. "The poor dear. I shall miss him, though he'd always been a bit of a disappointment to me." The diamond webbing on her shoulders glittered as she shrugged. "He was a bit of a bore." She traced the scar closest to his jaw, and he managed not to flinch. "Such lovely wounds. They intrigue me." "If the Colonel was a disappointment, why invite him here?" Her finger moved to his neck. "I did not invite him. He showed up unexpectedly." Gods, but he itched to smack that finger away. "I was under the impression that you had invited him." Someone was lying, and he did not think it had been the Colonel. She laughed, but the sound came off as affronted. "Really, Mr. Snow, you were beginning to sound accusatory." "Merely curious." He turned toward her, sliding his thigh a bit onto the couch. Her eyes went to the movement. Damn him. He should have sent Poppy to question this viper. "The magistrate will likely ask you the same questions." Her lids lifted slowly. "You know, Mr. Snow, I really cannot recall the specific reason why I invited Colonel Alden. It was a simple, sudden urge." She eased over an inch closer. "You know urges, Mr. Snow. They cannot be denied." He refrained from snorting. Subtlety was not her forte. "Have you met a woman named Moira Darling?" As he hoped, the question threw her off balance. It was a moment before she answered. "I am beginning to suspect that your only interest in me is to ask questions." "The asking of questions implies interest, does it not, Mrs. Noble?" "Do not think that fetching smile will deter me, Mr. Snow." Unfailingly, she found the one white coil of her hair and toyed with it. "Now then, by your logic, you would not object to a question or two yourself." Wynne objected to many things about this interview, and this place, but he kept his benign social smile in place. "I can hardly do so." Her teeth flashed in the candlelight, not white, but an unnerving grey colour, as if she was decaying from the inside. "Excellent." Her bosom swelled as she leaned close. "Do you regret the choices you've made in your life, Mr. Snow?" He sat back against the settee, away from her. "Pardon?" Round and round the white coil twisted, her finger nearly swallowed up by the act. "Do you regret having not lived a fuller life?" Ebony eyes held his, bedded more women, taken more risks. "Moira Darling," he snapped back. "Do you know her?" "Yes. A sad woman who never lived life to the fullest, and all she was left with were pain and loneliness." He nearly jumped in his excitement, but she slid closer, placing a pale hand upon his arm. Blood rubies glittered on her fingers. "The risks, Mr. Snow."
Where is she? He wasn't going to play this game. He'd already given up his soul. He would not give anything more. She ignored his question as neatly as he'd ignored hers. Her fingers tiptoed along his sleeve. "I've quite a number of most excellent talents, Mr. Snow, and one of them is reading a man." The tip of her finger touched the thick scar on his cheek. He steeled himself not to retreat, and she smiled, as if she knew exactly what he was thinking. "You, sir, have played your hand entirely too safe." Had he? Had he wasted his opportunity to live a larger life? The edge of the armrest bit into his side with each breath he took. Lord Winston Hayman Bellenus Lane might have had numerous women lined up to bed him, simply because he was a duke's son. He might have lived in utter opulence, travelled the world over, gone to a different party every night. Inspector Winston Lane had bedded only one woman, put numerous criminals in jail, and been slashed within an inch of his life for his efforts. The smile upon Mrs. Noble's face grew, stretching and coiling at the ends. He looked back at her, and what she so blatantly offered. But in her place another woman sprang up in his mind. Her vermilion hair spread out like a satin banner upon his pillow, and her brown eyes alight with keen intelligence. Mrs. Noble's simpering voice brought him back. "You see it now, don't you? How you might have lived in glory." Wynne detached Mrs. Noble's creeping hand from his arm. "Risk doesn't signify a life well lived. It is what you risk your life for." In the wavering light, her eyes appeared to go pure black, but she blinked, and the illusion was gone. "Then let us risk some more." Before he could question, she moved on to him, her arm sliding around his neck. His hand shot to her shoulder, staying her progress. "I believe you have misunderstood the situation, Mrs. Noble. I am not interested in bed sport." Her breath gusted over his cheek, bringing forth a strange scent of smoke and iron. "Come now, Lane, all men are interested." "That depends on the partner." He leaned in, giving her a smile with bite. "I prefer my wife." A mistake to get closer. Her palm cupped him warmly. "That is because you haven't yet tasted the meal I offer." He locked his hand about her wrist, wrenched her hand away, and pushed her against the arm of the settee. "You called me Lane, which means you know why I am here." The simpering look did not leave her face. "Did you enjoy meeting your brother?" Her hips lifted against his. "I'm desperate to see how you two compare." He growled low and shoved back hard. "Did you kill the Colonel?" Her grey teeth glinted in the lamplight, the points of her canines appearing sharp. "That canary was not invited to the party. I'm afraid he had to go." Bloody hell, but he hated coyness. Past all patience, he pressed his forearm across her chest. "Who is Moira Darling? Where is she?" Like a snake, she coiled her leg around his. "Closer than you think." He gave her a rough shake. "Where?" She laughed then, laughed and laughed. "I would not try to find her, Winston Lane. The knowledge will only bring you misery." The whites of her eyes disappeared with a wash of inky black, and then she disintegrated. Winston blinked, his mind not catching up with his eyes as she literally fell to pieces before him, her body crumpling, turning to black lumps. Lumps that moved. Spiders. With a shout, he jumped up.
Hundreds of spiders swarmed, crawling over his arm, up his boot. The door slammed open with a bang. Poppy stood in the doorway, her gaze fierce as she took in the scene. "Get back!" He ripped off his coat and flung it. Spiders scurried and surged as he stamped at them. She did not heed. A shiver lit over the room, a swirl of air. The Arctic blast of cold hit hard and fast, sucking the air from his lungs, biting into his skin. More forceful than what he'd felt on the ship, this air tore through the room with the strength of a gale, tossing spiders about, freezing them where they lay. He trudged toward Poppy, his teeth chattering, his body hurting from the cold. When he got to her side, she cut the power loose. "Cold!" His teeth rattled. "I know," she said, grimacing. "I'm sorry." Cold-blooded." He glanced at the piles of little black spiders littering the room. "Spiders are—" Chapter 27. Horrid little beasts. Poppy fought a violent shiver as wind shoveled the last pile of frozen spiders into the roaring hearth to assure that they were destroyed. The spiders popped and crackled in the flames, and she swore she could hear tiny screams. She shuddered again, her stomach turning sickly. Wynne caught her eye, and though a touch of humour lit his gaze, he spoke with solemnity. "You were very brave to face them." He knew how much she detested spiders. She'd rather face a horde of undead than those little creatures. They'd been all over him, swarming and scurrying. She rubbed her arms. "Are you injured? Did one of them bite you?" Wynne set the coal scuttle back on its stand. "No." Shadows rippled along his face as he stared into the fire. "That wasn't Mrs. Noble, I gather." "No." Now that the spiders were gone, Poppy dared to come farther into the room. The gilded little sitting room appeared too lovely, too proper to have witnessed such horrors. In fact, it was almost peaceful now, cosy and quiet. She stopped beside Wynne and let the heat of the flames seep into her freezing skin. Cold did not bother her, but this cold was in her bones. "Mrs. Noble's body is currently stuffed in a vat of bath salts." Jesus! The demon you were tangling with used her blood to take on her form, although from the condition I found Mrs. Noble in, the demon got a bit carried away. Most demons have better control when stealing blood. Poppy glanced at Wynne, noting that despite the casual way he stood, his muscles bunched with tension. His look of fierce concentration worked away the coldness better than the fire had. Frowning, Wynne massaged the back of his neck with one hand. She killed the Colonel. His fingers tightened on his neck until his knuckles stood out white, the skin around them too red. The Colonel said he was invited here, but Mrs. Noble, or whatever that was, claimed he was an unwanted visitor who needed to be silenced. He flung his arm down. "I think Jones brought the Colonel here because he wants us to find Moira Darling, but someone else does not. Mrs. Noble was most unhelpful before she turned into a mountain of spiders." He ran a hand over his face. "Hell, I can barely bring myself to say that aloud." Yes, that had been most— She gave his arm a light nudge, lest she think too hard about spiders and be tempted to faint. "I gather the lady found you intriguing, Mr. Lane." Cool blue eyes pinned her with a glare. "You knew perfectly well what she would be about, did you not?" When she pursed her lips, he leaned in, and his breath caressed her cheek. "You never truly answered me before, sweeting. Were you curious to see if I'd rise to the occasion?" He moved closer, his hard chest pushing against her shoulder,
his lips tickling her ear. Or did you simply long to see my cock manhandled? Futile and hot jealous anger surged. The bloody woman had touched Wyn. Wyn read her emotions well, for his eyes lit with satisfaction. He pressed into her, and the length of him was hot at her hip. It was all she could do not to grind back or beg for release like a wanton thing. His lids lowered a fraction, hiding his thoughts from her. Let me assure you, wife, I've only one master. Yes, I know. You. She rolled her eyes and pushed away from him, her skirts sliding about her legs as she strode to the door. You've made your point. Now may we return to London before I expire from another lecture? We've a false limb to investigate. He caught up to her easily with his long legs and determined gait. His hand closed over her upper arm, halting her retreat. If that is what you think the answer was, Boadicea, then you've missed the point of this morning entirely. His grip grew possessive. It is you. No matter how much both of us wish to ignore the fact, I have always been entirely yours. Winston and Poppy kept a brisk pace as they headed for their rooms. "Mary," Poppy called as they entered, "start packing. We are to leave post-haste." She turned to Winston, who was busy gathering his own things. "What of your brother?" His back tensed. "What of him?" A shirt landed in an open portmanteau, and he just kept himself from rubbing at the hollow spot that formed in his chest. He was lost to me long ago. Her efforts stilled. "I am sorry, Wyn." He did not turn, but lifted his shoulders. "What is done is done. It was my doing in any event. No use crying over it now." Mary glided into the room, and Poppy turned to her. "We've found the demon, posing as Mrs. Noble, I'm afraid. What of you and Talent?" "Mum." Mary Chase lowered her voice as she approached. "About Mr. Talent." Poppy tossed a pair of throwing knives into her valise. "If you are about to tell me that you do not trust him, Miss Chase, that has already been duly noted." Mary's small nose wrinkled. "I trust him well enough, Mum. At least, in the capacity not to betray you or the inspector. It is he who does not trust me." Her rosebud mouth twitched. "I simply do not like him." The scent of cinnamon and ambergris drifted up as she leaned forward. "In point, Mum, I am worried." Winston paused in the act of unloading the revolver Poppy handed him. "Why?" Mary's expression did not lose its serenity. "I do not think it is Talent in that body." That got Poppy's attention. Her brows snapped together. "Explain." "I believe he is either hosting, or that is not him at all." "You base all of this on what, precisely?" Winston wasn't about to confront Talent on something so flimsy. Mary straightened with the offended dignity of a duchess. "He is not himself, sir. He is being kind to me." Winston had to laugh. "And this is cause for alarm?" Her brown eyes turned a shimmering gold. "Mr. Talent is nothing if not consistent in his behavior. Then, overnight he is, well, let us simply say solicitous toward me. His voice is off as well." He sounded right enough to me. Wyn knew he was being argumentative, but one must consider all possibilities before making a judgment. However, Mary Chase did not appear offended. She simply considered him with the same implacable expression. Humans never give proper appreciation to the voice. If the eyes are the windows to the soul, the voice is its song.
You can tell a great deal about a man by listening to him. Her mouth pursed. A demon may mimic another's voice, but the shade and tone of a voice is coloured by one's life experience. Talent's is hard like flint, and dark grey with a core anger. It now lacks that driving force of inner rage.
He'd underestimated this woman entirely. Wyn vowed not to do so again.
Mary appeared to see the acknowledgment in his eyes, for some of the stiffness in her shoulders eased. She turned to Poppy. And there is his body temperature to consider. He touched me just a moment ago.
Poppy's fierce scowl remained. Hot?
Feverishly so, confirmed Mary.
Anger brightened Poppy's eyes. Given that poor Mrs. Noble was drained of her blood to host a demon, I'd say it's highly likely they have done so to Talent as well.
Damn it!
Wyn paced. Talent was with me when I questioned the Colonel. If it is a demon, then it knew the Colonel, or suspected he might eventually help us with the case. It rather made Wyn's skin crawl to think of a demon being that close to Poppy all of this time, and that he'd exposed the Colonel to the devil. Poppy's fingers drummed on her skirt.
Where is Talent now? I do not know, Mary said. He was in his room about 20 minutes ago.
Well then, Winston said, let us have a word with Mr. Talent. He moved to go when Poppy's hand touched his elbow.
Take him to the lake. I shall meet him there.
We shall both talk to him, he countered.
Her touch stilled. You must leave him to me.
He frowned and her grip tightened.
Wyn, if this is a demon, he is guilty of breaking the laws set down by the SOS, which makes it my duty to destroy him. This is what I do.
When he stared into her eyes, he saw not just his wife, but the warrior goddess that so beguiled him from the start. Be that as it may, Boadicea, but from now on, this is what I do too. He smiled with just enough teeth to show his determination. Consider me your new partner. Poppy waited by the lake. As much as it was her duty to dispatch any rogue demons, she did not want to do so in the middle of a house filled with innocent bystanders. She knew in her heart Wyn would not fail her. He'd claimed himself her partner, growling the words as if she might protest. In truth, he'd unknowingly granted her deepest wish. A breeze slid over the wide lawn, rippling the grass before it toyed with the edges of her skirt. She hadn't dared to waste time changing, and instead gathered her weapons, but now she regretted it. The chocolate wool day gown, while elegant and slender, was also cumbersome. Damned if she could figure out why she stuck with wearing women's clothes, when she could just as well be done with all society and don lighter and more practical men's clothing as the demon Mrs. Noble had done. She kept her eyes on the distant house terrace and cleared her mind. In her hand, the crossbow was a comfortable weight, smooth and cool against her skin. She did not have to wait long. 2 silhouettes appeared on the horizon, their shapes outlined in the morning sun. It struck her how similar Winston and Talent's forms appeared, both broad of shoulder and lean of waist. The similarity ended there, however. Wyn's walk was even, sedate, as if no one or nothing would rush him. Talent's stride held impatience. It always had, so she could not be sure if it was truly him or an impostor. Besides, any proper demon would mimic Talent's movements with precision. They came abreast of each other, and their heights aligned. A few months ago, Talent had been perhaps an inch shorter than Wyn. Now he was the same height. A year from now, she knew Talent would be taller. He was entering his prime,
and as a shifter, he'd bulk up and grow a few inches more, most likely ending up on par with her brute of a brother-in-law, Archer. Sadness filled her breast at the thought. If this was not Talent coming toward her, then he might truly be lost, never to become the man nature had planned to make him. Her grip tightened on the crossbow. With her other hand, she slipped the gold throwing knife from her pocket and held it close. "Poppy," Wynne said as they walked up to her, "you have news?" "Yes." She flew into motion. The knife hissed through the air just as she raised the crossbow and shot. Talent barely had time to blink before both projectiles slammed into his shoulders, taking him down to the grass and pinning him there. Wynne's start of surprise was lost as Talent roared, not at all the roar of a shifter. "Poppy!" Wynne shouted. "You haven't given him a chance to defend himself." She did not take her eyes off the thing writhing on the grass, trying to free itself from the gold weapons holding it down. "It won't do permanent damage," she said to Wynne before addressing the demon. "Rise then, Jack Talent, if you can." A shifter could be held fast by iron, but not gold. A demon, on the other hand, detested gold. What she did not know was whether this was Talent's body or an illusion of it. Talent's eyes flashed with an inner fire before turning deep yellow. Demon eyes. She advanced on him, snapping another golden arrow into place. It whizzed and thumped into his thigh, and he screamed. Wynne stepped closer, horror etched on his face. Talent's body arched, straining against the shafts. Poppy stood over him. "Who are you, and where is Jack Talent?" Caught, the demon let his glamour go. Human in appearance except for his pale grey skin, he glared up at her with his yellow eyes. "Fetch my metal, you bunter bitch!" Wynne snarled at the foul words, and his foot slammed into the demon's side. "Address the lady properly, or I'll have your tongue." The demon sneered as blood streamed down his lip. The gold was affecting his system now, turning the network of veins a deep black against his grey skin. "Get me out of these bonds, and I'll make a capon out of you. Stuff your lobcock down your gullet, I will." Wynne moved to strike him again, and Poppy placed a staying hand upon his arm. "Do not bother. He's merely a weak and pathetic raptor demon. They feed off the pain and misery of others, and are notoriously foul-mouthed." She glanced down at the demon. "And quite stupid." The demon on the ground showed his sharp teeth. "Go bugger yourself, you bleeding threepenny upright." Wynne looked capable of murder. Poppy tightened her grip on him, and giving the demon a pleasant smile, aimed her last arrow at its crotch. "If anyone is in danger of being a capon, it is you. Now talk before you spend the rest of your short, miserable life as a eunuch." A bloody grin worked over the demon's face. "Can't." He craned his neck to reveal the image of a chain tattooed upon his skin. "Am bound by master." "Which means he is physically incapable of divulging any information," Poppy explained to Winston. "No matter what we do to him. That tattoo will literally choke the life out of him if he says anything against his master's wishes." "Aye," said the demon with a gurgling laugh. "But can tell you Mr. Jack is having good fun with my mates." His dark tongue ran over his teeth. "Tasty is Mr. Jack. Been having fun with him since the boat." At that, the demon shifted his appearance to the murdered ship's officer, then to Mary Chase, before going back to his ugly demonic self. Something cold and dark passed over Winston's eyes as he looked down at the demon. "If you have nothing to tell us, then you are of little use." Tight-lipped, Wynne turned his attention back to Poppy. "Decapitation works with this one, yes?" Below them, The demon began to writhe against his bonds, snarling and spitting like an enraged dog.
"Shanker-covered whorepipe, pig-fucking—"
"Are you sure you want to do the deed?" Poppy asked. SOS law gave her the right to execute any demon guilty of body theft and torture, which this demon clearly had done to poor Jack Talent. However foul the criminal may be, executing one still ate at the soul. She felt the weight of every life she took, and did not like to think of Winston carrying that same burden. But Win's expression was set as he pulled his sword free from his walking stick. Quite. Dispassion etched his expression in harsh lines as he stared down at the demon, who still cursed a blue streak. Win raised his sword. For Jack. He struck true and clean. Chapter 28. They searched the noble house from the dank cellars to the roof rafters, but found no sign of Jack Talent. And so they headed for London, and Ranulph House to let Mary off there. She would alert Ian Ranulph to the problem, and the Lycans would begin the search for Talent. "It will soothe the Ranulph to search," Mary said, "but they will not find him before I do." Though she and Talent had never got along, fierce determination heated her voice and shone in her eyes, but her fervour quickly died. Mary's lids lowered as she grimaced. "I ought to have realized that one stole my blood aboard the Ignitus." Poppy rested a hand upon Mary's. "None of this is your fault." No, it was his. Winston ought to have at least noticed Talent was not himself. He clutched the handle of his walking stick harder so that he would not smash something. "What is to say that Talent is still alive? Do you not suppose that he might have been dispatched when we discovered the demon, or perhaps drained dry like poor Mrs. Noble?" "Mr. Talent is a shifter." Poppy glared out the window as if she too were overcome with distaste. "His blood is extremely valuable, as it allows a demon to change appearance with the ease of a shifter. As Mr. Talent is one of only 5 known shifters in Europe, he is very rare." "God, I had no idea. I simply assumed he was one of many." Poppy's eyes went cold with anger. Talent took risks flaunting his nature. There are always those who would hunt down a shifter and use them, which is why there are so few left alive. "No one deserves to be used against their will," said Mary with sudden anger. She ducked her head, and the brim of her bonnet hid her expression, but her gloves stretched tight against the knuckles of her clenched fist. "There are no better trackers than a Gim, Inspector Lane. I will not fail." After leaving Mary and their baggage at Ranulph House, Poppy gave the coachman directions to Fleet Street Market of all places. "One of the entrances to the SOS headquarters is there," she explained to Winston. "There are others close by, but this one will garner less attention." The coach let them off at the market. A light breeze caught the pervasive stench of mouldering water, garbage and cooking and carried it off. People crowded the sidewalks, creating a general din of laughter and conversation. St. Paul's dome shone against the grey sky. He hefted the satchel they'd brought along more securely over his shoulder, and then offered Poppy his arm. Daylight dimmed as they turned a corner and came alongside the Fleet River Canal Bridge. There the River Fleet slipped beneath London on its subterranean course. Poppy stopped by a service door and, blocking the door with her body, quickly pushed a series of numbers into the punch lock. Despite the worn and rusted appearance of the door, the lock clicked with well-oiled ease. She glanced over her shoulder as she pushed the door open. "This way." The scent of mildew and fetid air washed over them as they stepped inside the dark space. Winston blinked, waiting for his sight to adjust to the dimness, since the only light came from behind them and the small pinholes from the sewer grates. Foul didn't begin to describe the smell. The rumble of street traffic and the dripping of water echoed in the underground tunnel. Without further ado, Poppy nudged him inside. It isn't the most pleasant of entrances, I'll grant you. She pulled a slim cylinder from one of her many hidden pockets, and with the flick of a knob, yellow light shot from its end. It was an electric torch. He'd heard of them. Hell, he'd even seen a rendering of one, but nothing as elegant as the model she held. Hold a moment. He took the torch from her and studied it. The thing was heavy, an effective weapon if need be. The light it exuded was strong enough, certainly better than nothing. It's brilliant. Poppy allowed a quick smile. The SOS is privy to technological advancement that the public doesn't see. We have a team of inventors who are quite clever. Our top inventor built several prototypes this year. I've been testing this one. She moved them forward, and Wynne duly pointed the torch toward the ground before them to light the way. It doesn't last long, unfortunately, so we'll have to be quick. She guided them along a narrow walkway that hugged the underground section of the river. Now that they had a bit of light, he could see that the tunnel was about 20 feet in diameter and lined with bricks. It extended in both directions, allowing the river to flow beneath London proper. A small craft was moored at a bend in the tunnel. We are going on that, I presume? Yes. Her steps were quicker now, her countenance an eerie green in the weak light. This tunnel leads directly to our headquarters. They were silent as she stepped into the craft and lit the lantern hanging off the prow, and he untied the mooring rope. The boat rocked precipitously as he stepped in, and she pushed off using the long pole provided. Wynne widened his stance and, taking the pole from her, acted the part of gondolier. Something about that encounter with the demon bothered you. What was it? He had questions on top of questions, but he knew peppering her with them now wouldn't get him answers. Tension held rein over her slim shoulders and long neck. Her fists gleamed white among the dark folds of her skirt. Beneath the straight slash of her brows, her eyes were pained and withdrawn. It is nonsensical, really. Emotions often are, but tell me anyway. They were silent for a moment, with only the trickle of water and the distant clatter of the life above making noise. Knowing that a demon hid among us, seeing you slay it, her fists clenched tighter. I don't know, Wynne. Dark eyes lifted to find his. I am used to danger following me. I am not used to it following us. Do you think it different for me? He put his back into the next push, and they surged forward. The lot I usually deal with might not be undead or, Christ, turn into spiders. That still had his nerves dancing. But the danger of being gutted is still there. Her gaze steadied on his scars and went darker still. Wynne did not let her comment, but continued. I rather liked that danger, if we are telling truths, but it is another thing entirely to see you in the thick of it, especially now. Ducking her head, Poppy's voice grew unusually soft. We've already lost too much in talent. Wynne's fingers tightened on the pole. You believe Miss Chase will succeed? She smiled thinly. Do you know it took Daisy 1 day of being a Gim to weed out the fact that I was mother? The little brat followed me to work, and not once did I notice. Gims find what others cannot. They are the best spies we have, which is why goodwill between them and the SOS is so important. Her good humour faded, and the air grew chillier still as she glared pure murder into the dark, foul waters. Regardless of whether or not we find Talent, the ones who took him will pay. Apprehension tightened Wynne's gut. "Poppy Ann," he said, "do not even consider herring off on your own," which he was certain she was. The eloquent lift of her red brow confirmed it. "I'm not going to sit in a bunker and twiddle my thumbs while you and our child are in danger." Wynne gritted his teeth as he shoved the boat farther along. "I swear to all that is holy, if you do not stop mollycoddling me, Poppy, I shall take you over my knee." Her brow rose higher. "I should like to see you try." "Shall we have a go later?" The notion inflamed him in more ways than one. "I'd freeze your ass before you got started." "Play dirty, do you?" "Always." True anger rose to the surface. It ought to be bloody degrading to know his wife could take him down without mussing her hair. But what really bothered him were the risks she took. How close had death been to her over the years? And he hadn't even known to comfort her. Chapter 29. Mary settled herself upon the worn armchair in Jack Tallant's bedroom. The door was locked. Even so, Ian Ranulph had given orders that this section of the house not be disturbed while she was here, which was good, as a Gimm's method of tracking a soul was one of their closest-kept secrets. Relaxing, she stared up at the dark, coffered ceiling. All was in order here, quiet, still, waiting. It smelled of him, that faint, almost elusive combination of sandalwood soap, fine linen, and the earthy scent of shifter. Talent liked quality, that was clear. His was a small room, a little jewel box tucked away in a quiet corridor of Ranulph House. Everything in his room was expensive, yet understated, as if he did not want to acknowledge his lust for luxury. But it was obvious in the soft leather chairs, the thick nap of the velvet throw lying upon the ottoman, and the smooth indigo silk counterpane covering the bed. Plump, down-filled pillows were piled high against the impressive mahogany headboard, and practically invited a person to lie down. The man lived like a pasha behind closed doors, and a monk in the public eye. Which was the real him? The rosewood volume clock on the mantel ticked away, no doubt keeping perfect time. She stirred with the unnerving need to look over her shoulder. As a professional voyeur, she was accustomed to invading the private places of others. It never truly affected her, and yet distinct edginess plucked at her skin here in Tallant's inner sanctum, as if he would barge in at any moment, blast off and shouting about her shady ways. The thought almost had her rising up and walking out of the room. She resisted the urge. Whatever he was to her, he deserved to be found. The others were fond of him, though Lord knew why. The man was a braggart and a hypocrite. Even so, she settled back and let her fingers stroke the smooth leather. Such a comfortable chair. One could drift off to sleep in its arms without even realizing. His essence lingered here, a dark, complex mix, like aged Scotch, smoky and rich yet with a sharp bite. It disturbed, pulling one down into a confused mire. Mary took a quick breath and willed herself to sink deep, deeper into the unwelcoming feel of Jack Tallant. "You will owe me," she muttered, not liking the task one bit. But it was working. Some essential part of Jack Tallant grabbed hold of her neck as if he'd like to shake it. Most certainly this was Tallant. She let it pull her along, and on the next breath she was drifting. The heavy shroud of her body fell away, and she was lightness and air, a spirit, free to go where she pleased. Only at the moment, talent had a hold of her. The connection was thin, no more than a thread of light. She concentrated on it. Talent's light was a base mix of blue and grey, a survivor of life yet conflicted and one of dark thoughts. What concerned her more was the muddy mustard fog that coated his light. It spoke of pain, great pain if one considered how very weak his light glowed. Up she went, over the smoking chimneys, pitched roofs and sharp spires of London, skimming over crowded avenues and the heads of strolling pedestrians. Life teemed, swelled, and extinguished before her. It was, as always, beautiful, mesmerizing, and haunting. She focused on Jack Talent. She thought of his voice, always hard and unforgiving, thought of his eyes, bottle green and full of distrust. Gods, but it was an exercise in tolerance and a test of her will to keep going. When she reached Victoria Docks, the thread of light flickered, then failed. Below her, a large iron boat was docked. Iron to keep a shifter contained. Iron to keep a spirit out. Jack Talent was there. The tunnel opened up into a massive underground cistern. Wynne counted at least 40 columns, lined with yellow bricks and topped with Egyptian-style lotus blossom carvings, laid out in a grid pattern and holding up the vaulted ceiling. Torches flickered on either side of each column, providing enough light to turn the dank, fetid water into a golden sea. The place appeared empty, but when they reached the end of the stone dock, Wynne spied a man sitting upon an ebony chair beside a large door. The bloke appeared to be reading. The reader did not look up, nor move, as they docked their craft. Poppy's heels echoed in the hollow place as she led them toward the man, a brute whose burly hands dwarfed the thick book he read. "Mum," he said as he turned a page. Wynne glanced down at the book. "Candide. Well then." "Clive." Poppy nodded just as the massive door unlocked with apparently no help from anyone. Gears and levers along the front of the door groaned as they released, and the door slowly swung open. "Who was the fellow reading Voltaire?" Wynne asked as they went through the door, and it creaked shut behind them. "Clive is our guard." He did not so much as look up. He doesn't need to. He can read your thoughts from about 50 yards off. He knew we were approaching and who we were long before he saw us. We would not have reached the cistern were we unwanted. The outer doors would have closed on us. A little warning in that regard would not have been remiss, Poppy. He tried to remember what he'd been thinking of 50 yards off. None of it was anything he wanted old Clive to know about. Poppy's lips curled. "You sound quite guilty, you realize. My thoughts are the purest snow." As neither of them could quite swallow that, they remained silent as they walked down a white-tiled corridor. "It looks like the London Underground," he said after a moment. "Yes." She turned a corner. They did not encounter a soul as they went. "We've our own train system as well. There are stops beneath a few palaces and Westminster." She paused before a pair of massive coffered doors. Each panel featured a frieze depicting the burning of a witch. "To remember," Poppy said, "what happens when the people start to believe in the supernatural." It wasn't a comforting memory to have. Were any of those women truly witches? Some. Most were simply women caught up in the tide of fear. Fear of the unknown is a deadly thing. The dark, burled wood of the door highlighted the clean lines of her pale profile and the red flame of her hair. His voice was jagged as he spoke. "This is what you truly do, isn't it? Keep things like this from happening again." "It is what we try to do." "Where is everyone?" Her long finger punched in another code. Around. Most regulators are out in the field, and this sector is fairly high level. Beyond the door, a series of rooms opened up. Unlike the sterile feel of the halls, this new place had a domestic look about it. Each room led into the other. One was rather formal, the other looked more like a gentleman's retreat, and another a small library. Here and there, men and women sat in chairs, reading, smoking, or paired off in small groups for conversation. None of them looked up as Wyn and Poppy passed, and he rather thought that it was an unwritten rule in regards to privacy. But they were all aware of Wyn's presence. Never before had he felt more of an interloper. While not outright watched, Winston felt their surreptitious looks with every step he took. This was Poppy's world. Poppy read his expression well. Her voice dropped to a murmur. Here, I am known as the director of this sector. 7 sectors, 7 directors, mother and father overseeing all. And who is this father? Augustus. Lamplight flashed in her eyes as they walked along. The man who saved you. The, man with wings? He refused to say angel, but he had his suspicions. The corners of her mouth curled. He is a demon, a special sort. I would introduce you, but he went away on personal business. A faint frown marred her brow, but she let it go and descended a long spiral staircase with steady proficiency. There are certain activities for which we require above-ground rooms. We've taken over a few warehouses as cover. Poppy led him into a large, light-filled room, walled on one side with a grid of floor-to-ceiling windows. An ebony lake of marble spread out before them, and her reflection rippled along its surface as she strode forward between one of the rows of black-topped work tables that held various mechanical devices in stages of completion. Young men and women stood before many of them. The workers gave them an idle glance as they passed, but it was clear Poppy was a regular visitor. Above their heads, the ceiling soared 20 feet up and crested in the centre with opaque glass window panels. Poppy's red hair shone like a beacon among the drab colour and the pale-faced workers. When she reached the centre of the room, she turned and headed toward one of the 2 massive fireplaces at the side of the room. Neither was lit at the moment, for it was summer. A tall, shining steel work table had been placed a few feet in front of the fireplace on the left. There, a woman stood, her head bent as she fiddled with some apparatus too small for Wyn to discern its function. "Miss Evernight!" Poppy's crisp voice caught the lady's attention, and she set down her tools. A small jolt hit Wyn. She was young. Very. Perhaps 18 or 19. She still had a touch of childhood roundness in her cheeks, but her dark eyes snapped with quick intelligence. "Mrs. Eamon." She gave a small curtsy. "If you've come about the gun, I am to commence testing this afternoon." Eamon, Belinus, Lane, Poppy, Mother. The woman had more names than the Queen. Wyn could only guess at what insane name she'd call him now. Wyn stepped closer, and Poppy acknowledged him. "This is Mr. Eamon." He tried not to let his surprise show. Miss Evernight was less successful. Her eyes widened, and her winged brows disappeared beneath the shining black fringe that she wore. "Mr. Eamon." She made an awkward attempt to extend her hand, but noticing that her fingertips were covered with oil, lowered it and nodded instead. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, sir." It was clear that she hadn't expected Poppy to actually possess a husband. Perhaps they all had aliases. "Mr. Eamon," Poppy said, "may I present Miss Holly Evernight, our chief firearms master?" Miss Evernight flushed with pleasure, but she did not try to downplay her title. Instead, she stood tall and at the ready as if to answer any question he might have. "Miss." He turned his gaze to the table beside her, and was finally able to see what she worked on. "Is that what I think it is?" With a delicate touch, Miss Evernight handed the ring to him. "A pistol ring, sir." The thing was exquisite. About an inch wide, the steel ring held on its top a tiny 6-chamber wheel. Miss Evernight took the ring from him and slipped it on. It hung loosely on her slim finger. She turned it so that the chamber fell toward her palm. Intricate scrollwork adorned the sides, aiding in concealing the true purpose of the ring. "It relies on the element of surprise." "I should say so." Wynne smiled as she handed it back to him and urged him to try. The fit was snug on his finger. "Fires a 5mm shot, close range for true efficiency. A flip of the wrist to aim it." She pointed to the ornately carved metal panel resting at the side of the firing chamber. "Push the panel to shoot." Poppy took the ring next and held it up to study it. "Marvellous, Evernight." She peered into the empty chambers. "A 5mm shot does not pack much of a punch. I assume you have taken that into account." Miss Evernight's cheeks dimpled, and she appeared a schoolgirl. "Each silver bullet contains a small dose of oil of vitriol." "Which will do quite a bit of damage to many a beast's insides," Wynne said with admiration. Poppy's severe brow quirked, and he repressed the urge to tweak her ear. "I'm not entirely ignorant, you know," he said instead. "I would never presume to call you ignorant, Mr. Eamon." Lips pursed, she handed the gun back to Miss Evernight. "Excellent work. When will it be ready for the field?" "If testing goes well, next week." Poppy dug into the parcel bag she had slung over her shoulder and pulled out Colonel Alden's artificial arm. The reaction in Miss Evernight was immediate and stunning. The young woman held her hand out for it with a look of near reverence. "I remember this." Her fingers skimmed over the steel hand before pausing on the tiny star mark. "The Evernight mark, yes?" Poppy said. Miss Evernight's dark eyes lifted. "My grandfather's." "Mr. Eamon Evernight," Poppy said. "He passed away 2 summers ago." "Yes." Miss Evernight's slim fingers did not stop their exploration of the piece, even as she gave her attention to them. "I was a girl at the time, but I remember him working on it. He was quite proud of this hand." "Do you know anything more about it?" Wynne asked. "It was a special commission. It had made his name within the SOS." Wynne exchanged a glance with Poppy. "Do you know who placed the order?" Poppy asked. Miss Evernight finally took her hand from the steel limb. "They were regulators, a man and a woman." "How can you be sure?" "The pin upon the woman's cloak." A small grimace twisted her mouth. "I wasn't supposed to watch." "But children will be children," Wynne said, drawing her in. "Did you see their faces?" "The man I saw, he was about your height, Mr. Eamon, dark hair, strangely pale eyes." "And the woman?" he prompted. "Never got a good look at her, I'm afraid. She wore a hooded cloak that covered her hair. However, I remember thinking that they were more than simply partners, for the man called her darling." Poppy's mouth thinned. "Moira, darling?" Miss Evernight's dark eyes lit up. "Yes, that's it." They had moved to go when Mary Chase burst into the room. Her footsteps were oddly soundless as she hurried past the workbenches to get to them. "I found Mr. Talent," she said without preamble. "I'll need your help." Chapter 30. Deep in the bowels of the ship, Mary Chase searched. Sound echoed here. The Thames slapped against the outside of the iron hull and made the air a damp blanket. The stench of rot and dank water grew stronger, a sick fug that clogged her nostrils. The inspector and Mrs. Lane had fanned off in other directions, each of them taking a section of the ship. Now she was alone, and she did not like it. So many places she'd been, so many things she'd seen, and still her heart whirred and clicked with quick fear. She yearned to break free of her heavier body and drift away, but an iron door loomed before her, calling her forth. Whatever lay behind it was wrong. So wrong. She felt it to her very core. Even so, she kept going, her feet nothing more than a whisper over the floor. The lock proved intricate and advanced, but she dealt with worse. She crouched before it, her knees aching. The puff of her breath obscured her view, and she willed herself calm, willed her numb fingers to work. The tiny snick of the lock turning sent her whirring heart into high speed. Slowly she rose and lifted the hatch lever. Damp, hot air escaped the door in an audible gasp, and the fetid scent of iron, blood, and human waste assaulted her. Opening all of her senses, she slid the spiked baton out of its hiding place within her sleeve and grasped the handle tight. And then she crept into the dark maw of the room. Steam curled her hair and filled her lungs. All was quiet. She eased into the room, keeping her back to the wall, and glanced about as her blood pounded in her ears. It was dark, but that was all right. She could see well enough. A table, iron and crusted over with dried blood, sat dead center. Blood coated the floor, creating sticky pools that pulled at her boots and released them with a sick squelching sound as she moved on. Despite the unbearable heat of the room, her hands turned to ice. An orange glow came from the far corner, the source of the heat. The small furnace burned at full power, hissing and cackling as it ate up its fuel. Her mouth went dry. Another step, and she was almost next to the furnace, and the whole of her left side burned, her skin going tight and too hot. Her body shook as she scanned the rest of the room, and stopped. A scream surged up her throat and came out in a helpless gasp. She stumbled forward, her gaze darting around. She was alone. Save for him. And then she let herself really look, and bile burned her throat. She'd found him. Jack Talent hung on the wall, naked and crucified. Thick iron spikes drove through his hands, shoulders, thighs, feet, and heart, iron to keep him from shifting. His blood ran in thick rivulets to be collected in iron pails beneath him. Hair shorn off, his head hung forward, resting against one pike. "Jack," she whispered, shaking so hard it came out as a sob. Whatever she felt for him, he did not deserve this. No one did. He did not move. The scent of death was too thick for her to determine if it was his or another's. Oh, but he was pale. So pale. Her baton clattered to the floor as she reached him. His skin was clammy yet hot, and covered with symbols carved directly into his skin. A grunt, so low and weak she might have missed it, broke from his cracked lips. "Help!" She hadn't realized she'd shouted the words until footsteps pounded along the iron floor. She glanced back and saw the familiar outlines of Mr. and Mrs. Lane. Mary pressed her palm against Talent's quivering side, and his pain screamed in her ears. "Help him!" The inspector swore as he rushed forward, his strong arms lifting Talent's weight off the spikes as he began to wrench them out. But it was Mum's face that captured Mary's attention, for it promised vengeance and death. Jack lay within the womb of his bedding. If he kept perfectly still, barely drawing a breath, he could almost remain numb and think of nothing more than how good the weight of the quilt felt on top of him and the softness of the mattress beneath him. But it was impossible to keep himself in that state of nothingness forever. A sound would break out from somewhere in the house, a laugh, or the creak of a floorboard, or perhaps the rattle of a passing conveyance outside, and he'd flinch, his entire body seizing with terror and pain, and then the panic would claw at him. He was safe. Safe in Ranulph House, his true home. The thought held as much weight as smoke. It drifted away too soon, leaving him with the memories. Pain, degradation, the sick slide of it that had him shivering like a babe and burrowing down further into the bed. When the terror had him, those once soft and secure blankets meant nothing. They could not protect him, not from the memory of those hands on him, pinning him down, holding him tight as the knife scored through his flesh, or worse, when they'd stroked him, gently manipulating a response that rose his gorge, and then the horrid, churning humiliation as they pinned him in a different manner, and their laughter as they enjoyed him. Jack curled in on himself, gagging, even as he held himself as tightly coiled as he could manage, his arms wrapped about his drawn-up knees. The position hurt and tore into his wounds, but he'd fly into pieces if he didn't hold on. The door opened, and he tensed. He was safe. Safe. It wasn't them. Couldn't be. He shivered hard and held on. Jack. Ian's voice. Ian's scent, as familiar as his own. He swallowed convulsively. He'd never admit it to anyone, but Ian's scent struck a chord deep within him, at the childlike part of him that immediately thought, father. His own father meant nothing compared to this man. Humiliation writhed inside of him that Ian should see him like this, that he should know what had happened, for Jack was certain he did. He could not bear it. Get out. His voice was no more than a dry whisper. Footsteps sounded, bringing Ian closer, not away. Jack tucked his chin into his chest. Ian stopped next to the bed. Jack could feel him there, hovering. Lad, Ian sighed, and Jack shivered until his teeth rattled. His eyes burned, a hot, wet pressure building behind them. Oh, hell, just leave. Did not see this too. But the edge of the bed dipped as Ian sat. In the periphery of his vision, Jack saw Ian's broad hand and his golden wolf-head ring wink in the light. Jack squeezed his eyes shut. Ian's voice came just the same, blunt and unemotional. That's a bollocks shite thing that happened to you. Jack stilled, his heart in his throat and his stomach twisting. Ian made a sound of anger. I do not know what to say to you, Milwaukee, other than that if you think yourself unmanned because of what they did, then I'll personally rape your cods off and feed them to you. Irritation made Jack snort. It wasn't bloody Ian's body being tortured in that bloody room. Bastard lichen. Brassed you off, did I? Ian retorted. Good. You deserve your rage. He moved, and the edge of his thigh came close enough to touch. Or punch. It was tempting, but the shaking had started again. You'll heal, Ian said. You're too strong to do anything less. The shaking grew until Jack couldn't control it, and his world grew watery, a blur as the rage and pain tore out of him in a sob. He wasn't aware of moving. Perhaps he hadn't. But in a blink, his face was crushed against Ian's chest, his fist slamming into Ian's sides as if he could pound him to dust. But the man who'd called him his son, the man he called father in his heart, simply held him fast and took the punishment as Jack raged against the irrevocable tear in his soul. Chapter 31. London, 1869. Love Requited. Well, I think you are wrong. Winston stopped and gently turned Poppy away from the foot traffic that flowed along the busy sidewalk on Oxford Street, tucking her between his body and the large glass window of an empty storefront to let. Most couples took their strolls around Hyde Park or some such landscaped area. Not Poppy. She preferred to roam the city proper. And as Winston would follow her anywhere, he simply let her take them wherever her whim demanded. Explain. Her stubborn chin rose a touch. Ophelia absolutely did not go mad because of Hamlet's defection. It is utterly absurd to presume that unrequited love can drive a person to madness. Clearly, that poor woman contained a fractured mind well before Hamlet waltzed onto her stage. His cheeks ached in an effort not to grin. He braced an arm on the window frame, which gave him an excellent excuse to lean in close and lose himself in her lemony scent and feel the subtle warmth of her body. The ever-present ache in his gut, one that she'd put there, tightened a bit more. They had been married a week. A strange time, for whenever Winston thought of events before their marriage, his mind went a bit fuzzy. They'd fought. She'd been afraid to marry, and that was when his memory became muddled. He'd gone to Paris, drunk too much absinthe, a beverage he resolved never to touch again, and he'd come home, only to be cut off by his father. Wynne hardly remembered the words they'd exchanged, but Poppy had married him. That joy he knew to be true. Now, however, he needed to find work, preferably with the Metropolitan Police. Needed to find a home for them, for they were staying with her father, and still his want of her stayed foremost in his mind. You do not think it romantic that her love for Hamlet was so great that she fell into unending despair when he left? He asked. Sharp red brows snapped together, and he wanted to kiss the little furrow between them. His hand curled into a fist as she, oblivious of his lust, proceeded to lecture him. Romantic? Bah! Such is a man's idea of how a woman ought to love. By all means, let us poor, emotionally weak females fall into utter helplessness for the want of a man, especially a man who couldn't be bothered to treat her with any sort of— He kissed her, because he couldn't stop himself, and didn't have to. Her lips were soft, her tongue tart and slick. He slid an arm about her slim waist and suckled her lower lip before breaking away. You'll soon have me in despair, he whispered, smiling against her mouth, if you don't believe in all-consuming love. Her arms snaked around his neck, her cool fingers slipping into his hair to toy with it. Had he the ability to purr, he would. That isn't love, she said. No. No. He nuzzled closer, brushing his mouth against hers. Kiss me again. We are in public. But she sipped at his upper lip as though she liked the taste of it. Winston chuckled and reluctantly stepped back a pace. His gaze landed again on the storefront window beside them, and he looked back at a wonderfully flushed and mussed Poppy. Do you realize you take us past this empty shop with every walk we take? Her cheeks darkened more. Do I? She moved to go, but he blocked her way with his shoulder.
Yes.
He nudged her chin with his knuckle.
And you won't get me to believe it's by chance, either. Confess, Boadicea. Why this shop?
Standing straight and smoothing her hair back into place, she attempted to look past him, her sweet lips pressed into an annoyed line. But then a noise of defeat sounded in her throat, and she glanced at the shop before meeting his eyes.
I want to let it.
When his brows rose in surprise, she pushed on. It is a bookshop, or was. Her nose wrinkled as she made herself speak. I would like to see it reopened. I have always wanted. It is a silly dream, I know. Her words cut into him. He hadn't expected her to have dreams. Why? Why hadn't he thought of her once? It shamed him that he'd been so oblivious. Putting a staying hand around her waist when she squirmed to get away, he looked over her shoulder and studied the shop.
Have you any experience in running a bookshop?
Poppy's expression closed. Tension tightened the muscles along her back, but she did not drop her gaze from his. No. He looked into her dark eyes, his hand firm upon her.
Then you shall learn.
She flinched. What? He smiled then, tucking a stray lock of fire-bright hair behind her ear.
We have need of funds and a place to live. There is a flat attached to the shop, I see. You want this shop? So you will have it.
Her breath left in a gust. When? How can you? She drew herself up. What if I fail? Slowly he shook his head.
My love, I have no doubt that if running a bookstore is what you want to do, then you will do it, and do it well. You are too strong-willed to fail at anything.
She gaped at him, and he cupped her cheek.
I believe in you, Pop. I always will.
A startled cry broke from her before she flung herself at him, the force of it making him stumble back a pace. Laughing, he caught her up and held her tight. Then she was kissing him, tender yet fierce, and all was right in his world. I love you. I love you so much, Win. It was the first time she'd ever said the words. Chapter 32. Usually, the SOS library brought Poppy a good measure of peace. A cavernous space, 2 stories high and the length of 2 city blocks, rows and rows of golden wood shelves flanked the walls and ran down the sides like soldiers in formation. The second story was open to the first and mirrored it with perfect symmetry, cresting with a Moorish arch ceiling, tiled in golden glass. The library was always cool and quiet, a refuge. Today, however, Poppy restlessly toyed with her quill pen and ended up getting ink on the tips of her fingers for her efforts. They were at a dead end. Miss Evernight could not direct them to anyone else who might know Moira Darling, and Jack Talent was in a bad way, unable to divulge who or what took him. Poppy swallowed thickly. Talent's torture had shaken them all. Ranulph House was in an uproar, with Ian demanding blood. But whose? Isley's? Winston doggedly maintained that they were missing the whole picture. His solution? Investigative research. Poppy could not fault his methods, but while Wynne was a man of planning and precision, she was a woman of action. Like 2 parts of the same weapon, she thought bemusedly. He was the cutting edge of the blade, and she the thrust behind it. Suppressing a sigh, she shifted in her chair, easing the tension in her lower back. Research was all very well and good, but after going through about 200 old newspapers, she had nothing to show for her efforts. Not one bloody mention of Moira Darling, or Isley for that matter. Tossing her pen aside, Poppy watched Winston while he read. Really, she ought to be reading as well, only he did the job so much more thoroughly. The whole of his concentration went into the task of discovery, and he sat, spine straight yet shoulders hunched over the desk, his gaze firmly upon the book in his hands. With his attention diverted, she could study the clean lines of his profile and the way his lashes swept down in a thick gold-tipped fan. It wasn't fair, really, that a man should have thick, curling lashes, while she was cursed with ones that were straight and red. Indeed, his lashes ought to make him appear feminine. Yet paired with the square arc of his jaw and the determined slash of his mouth, those thick lashes tempered him somehow, giving him a bit of vulnerability among all that masculine hardness. He smelled of wool, books, and man, an intoxicating concoction that made her want to lean closer and inhale. Warmth radiated from his lean body, delicious warmth that she, who always ran slightly cold, craved with every breath. His lips parted a touch as he read on, and a flush of heat rose up her breast. How many times had they sat just so, with him reading as she'd torment him, bringing her body against his, knowing he would feel the press of her breasts on his upper arm. He'd remain unmoved, a smile working about his lips as if daring her to try harder. And she would. First, by threading her fingers through his hair the way he liked, gentle touches that made him relax. And then, when that smile grew, she'd lean in, lick that sensitive corner of his mouth, and wait for his breath to catch. There were days when he'd be stronger, when he'd keep himself utterly still until she had mounted his lap and tossed his papers aside. Then she would shriek when he'd catch her up and— "Find anything?" She sucked in a breath at his sudden query and glanced down at the papers in front of her. No." He was too silent, the heat of his body too unnerving. She risked a look. Blue-grey eyes stared back with steady focus. There was a question in them, as well as recognition. He'd noticed her attention, and remembered. The warmth in her skin flared white-hot. Surely her face was scarlet. His gaze flicked to her cheeks, and his colour grew as well. Yes, she was assuredly red. His lids lowered a fraction, his attention settling on her lips, and his own lips quirked. On a breath, he was closer, or perhaps she was. The hard swell of his biceps pushed against her breast, and she tensed. Damn it! But she was tired of this separation. She wanted him, so much she couldn't breathe. When? The silk of his hair slid over her fingers. When had she moved? His nostrils flared as his attention intensified. Boadicea. Carefully she cupped the rough terrain of his ravaged cheek. He swallowed audibly, yet offered no resistance as she turned him toward her, closer, and her back arched with the almost decadent need to press her breasts harder against him. His pulse thrummed where she held him. The sound of crumpling paper filled the air, and vaguely she realized it was Win's hand clutching at pages. His breath brushed over her lips, and everything within her went tight. A helpless sound escaped her as her lips parted. She could almost feel him there. Almost. Her lids grew heavy, yet she could not close her eyes. She needed to watch, needed to see that mouth of his part for her, come to her. The first brush was so soft it almost didn't register. Yet every nerve along her skin leapt to life, and she trembled. Her fingers twined in his hair as he pulled back a fraction. An unsteady breath left him, and his mouth returned. Another brush, a bit deeper. An exploration. the warm, wet glide of his tongue into her mouth. His fingers touched her cheek. She trembled and leaned closer, ready to crawl onto his lap and slip her hand into his trousers to grasp that cock she knew would be so very hot. Ahem! The voice was loud enough to make them freeze. Anger and frustration stabbed her breast as Wyn pulled away, but she blinked in surprise as a puff of frosty air left his mouth. Had she done that? She stayed where she was as Wyn looked up at whoever stood behind her. Yes? Wyn sounded far less irritated than she. The man, it was a man, made a sound of reproach. Poppy did not turn around. The voice belonged to Grevis, the old fusspot librarian who always gave her the gimlet eye, and though she was in fact his superior, she did not favour the idea of having him catch her in the act of kissing. Likely the man had an idea who she was, her red hair being unique. However, as long as she did not turn, they both could maintain the illusion of anonymity. Grevis's sonorous tones rippled over her. "The reading room is for study and reflection, sir, not for loose behaviour with one's—" "Wife," Winston supplied softly. The mere word had Poppy's heart skipping a beat. It had been so long since he'd openly used that tone, as if he did so to not only protect her honour, but to lay a claim. A pulse beat at his neck, and then a warning flashed in his eyes. His hand still cradled her cheek, not letting go. "Yes, well, kindly finish what you are doing here and attend to your wife." Grevis paused, and Poppy felt his censorious stare upon her shoulders. "Elsewhere." Wyn held Grevis's gaze for a beat, and then he eased. "We are nearly finished here." With that, he turned his attention back to the papers, dismissing the man with nothing more than a shift in posture, and Poppy could see the son of a duke shine through. Did he even realize it? Winston glared down at the papers in his hands, but could not focus. And to think, I used to like librarians. Everything in him shouted to finish what he and Poppy had started, to take her now. Had the librarian not caught him, he just might have done so. Bloody busybodies. Poppy laughed, but her voice held a huskiness that danced along his spine. "You're merely sore because he had impeccably bad timing." "Sore is an appalling understatement," he muttered, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. He cut her a quelling glance, and her grin widened. "Why, Winston Lane," she said, "I do believe you are in a snit because you got your fingers caught in the biscuit bin." Lovely metaphor. His lips pinched as he tried to read. Really, the words ought to make sense now, but they merely swam before him. "Are you going to crow or concentrate upon the task at hand?" "I thought I'd crow a bit more. After all, it's always a bit of a triumph to see even the smallest of cracks occur in the great Winston Lane's polished veneer." He set his papers down then. "Oh, Poppy love, all you have to do is touch me, and you'd feel the cracks in my veneer well enough." His reward was her deep blush, and the way she nibbled her lip. "Cheeky," she said, and then met his gaze. "Kiss me again." His breath left him in a rush. Need. Want. Take. Primitive lust had his hands shaking and his heart slamming against his ribs. Her soft lips were so close, plumped up from his earlier ministrations. He could lose himself in her mouth, kiss her until he no longer thought about failure or what he'd done to put them in this predicament. And if what he'd just sussed out about this case was correct, things were going to get a lot uglier before they got any better. With shaking hands he gathered his papers. It is not a good idea. His eyes stayed on his movements as he further ordered his things, then left the neat stack on the desk for the librarian to shelve. Not waiting for her, he stood and walked away. Damn it, Win! Her footsteps clattered behind him. He did not even know where he was headed, but he didn't want to face her, not when the feel of her lips was still upon him. I know what we said before about choices, but blast it, will you stop? He kept going, down the bloody endless rows of bookshelves. I did not love you when we married. Win halted, the soles of his boots scuffing along the marble. Her confession robbed him of air and sent a spasm of pain through his chest. Slowly, he turned on his heel to face her, his heart going in slow, aching thuds. What? Her expression was almost serene, as if she hadn't just made him bleed internally. I did not love you. Her slim shoulders lifted. I lusted after you, to be sure, cared for you very much, but it wasn't love. Cold comfort, that. He swallowed and tried to think of a reply that did not involve shouting or cursing the world to bloody hell. Did she ever love him? No. He could not ask it. He knew he wouldn't recover from that blow. Perhaps, aware of his turmoil, she looked about and then tugged him down a shadowed aisle between the shelves. Her voice, smooth as cream, surrounded him. Do you remember that day when I told you about the bookstore? For a moment he couldn't think, but merely searched her face and wondered if pregnancy left her slightly touched in the head. But she was watching him earnestly, so he managed to nod. Her eyes turned to the colour of fine cherry wood. You believed in me, she whispered, taking a step closer to him. Without proof of my ability, without question of my motives. He swallowed hard, his hand fisting at his side in an effort to keep still, for he needed to see this conversation through, not tug her into his arms. I will always believe in you. It was the truth. She was the strongest person he knew. Her sweet mouth trembled as she smiled, a small, secretive smile. I fell in love with you in that moment, Win. Utterly. Irrevocably. Understanding washed over him, and it had his heart flipping over in his chest. It had nothing to do with my bargain. No, it never did. I hadn't wanted to fall in love with you. It was too dangerous, but I fell despite myself. He reached out for her. The soft press of her breasts against his chest was the sweetest sort of pain. Her smooth cheeks were cool under his palms. Poppy. He leaned his forehead against hers and gave a helpless laugh. Why do you tell me this now? When we are here. When he couldn't pull her to the floor and touch her the way he needed to. I've always had bad timing. Her lower lip pouted, and he gave in, suckling it between his lips for one gorgeous moment before letting go. Yes, I know. Her breath turned unsteady. But I wanted you to know. Searching his face, she wrapped her hands around his wrists, holding him steady just as he held her. I needed you to know. Isley is not responsible for our life. To hell with it. He was done resisting. He kissed her then, a gentle sip that shaped her lips against his like warm wax. He lapped at her wide bottom lip, nipped her shapely upper lip, and his body swayed, and only her hand upon his heart could keep him steady. He brushed his lips over her cheek, and she sighed. The smooth column of her neck was cool against his mouth, cool and fragrant. The scent and feel of her blindsided him, and he found himself simply holding her as he pressed his lips against her skin and inhaled. God, she smelled good, like no perfume man could devise. It was simply her, unique and irreplaceable. She trembled and he gathered her closer, only to realize that it was he who shook. How could he have let her go? Win. She placed a soft kiss upon the scar near his eye. Give me more. I need more. The desperation in her touch, so similar to his own, had him hauling her closer. They fell back against the shelves. Her hands were at his jaw, holding him still as she went at him with hot, luscious little bites that had him groaning. He fisted the coiled mass of her glorious hair and kissed her back, all lust and need, no finesse. God, I've missed you, he said against her lips. Missed this. She tasted of poppy, dark spice and cool water. It was a taste that haunted his dreams, so utterly familiar and so long denied that he drank her in like a man stumbling out of a desert. His body seared with need, and his hold upon her turned greedy. He wound his fingers further into her silky hair, and opened her mouth with his, thrusting his tongue into her warm recesses. It was nearly anger, this feeling that coursed through him and made his movements too rough, too clumsy. His hands fisted her skirts as he stepped between her thighs. Desperate, he grabbed onto the bookshelf for leverage, ready to haul her up and take her there. Poppy! A book slammed to the floor beside them, and they both jumped. Jesus! But Winston had forgotten where he was. For a moment they both panted, then Poppy's arms slid from his neck. He leaned in, wanting to snatch up that maddening mouth of hers once more, but she held him fast and he blinked, trying to pull himself out of the haze of lust. He laughed, but it came out as a choking sound. Right. Not here. Her smile was wry yet wobbly. Not unless we really want to scandalize old Grevis. Wynne took her hand in his and held fast. Come along, then. I think I've figured out the last piece to the puzzle. She was half smiling, half irate. And you didn't say so. Laughing a bit despite it all, he nipped her bottom lip. A certain glorious redhead distracted me. Chapter 33. I am assuming you have a weapons room, Wynne asked Poppy as they left the library. Of course. She found herself grinning widely, a ridiculously large one. His chest rumbled against her side as he chuckled. Bloodthirsty girl. The weapons room was in another sector, so they returned to the Fleet Rivercraft. Wynne took over punting once again. Tell me we are going demon hunting, she said as they glided down the dank tunnel. Shadows slid over his features and along his trim length. I fear we are, sweeting. You need not sound so dour. She leaned back a bit in the seat so that she could look up at him properly. I, for one, am itching to lay into that bastard. Her jaw ached where she clenched it, after what he did to Talent. Aware that he wasn't truly listening to her, Poppy raised her voice. Darling, you are aware that your can drive a person to distraction. He grinned, and here I thought it was part of my charm. He plunged the pole into the murky waters and stared off into the distance, where the tunnel disappeared into a wall of black. I was reading about demons, how there are different types. Yes. Impatience coloured her tone. He ignored it. Let us go back to the beginning. He guided the craft around a bend. The first demon I saw aboard the ship was in the process of procuring blood from the ship's officer. Yes. Poppy knew better than to hurry Wynne once he was on an exposition, but she wanted to. The corner of his mouth quirked as if he knew her thinking as well, and then it used Mary's blood to assume her appearance and get close to Talent, not to mention that Mrs. Noble was drained of her blood as well, and yet Isley does not need blood to assume a new appearance. All correct. So he had help. We know this. Unease tickled along her spine. Wynne had a theory, one he was reluctant to share. She could tell by his even gaze and the way he made her think the process out. Isley's eyes are white or crimson when he reveals them, Wynne went on. The eyes of the demon I beheaded turned yellow, and Archer's eyes, when he was changed, went silver. I remember thinking how remarkably different his eyes were back then. He smiled a little, only I hadn't any idea the extent of it. What is your point, Wynne? I assume that the colour of a demon's eyes gives away what type of demon it is. Yes. Her voice was cautious now, the heavy dread increasing within. He ran a finger along the edge of the pole. Mrs. Noble's eyes flickered to unnatural black. Poppy plunked her chin into her palm. The ugly sensation within her grew, but she could not quite acknowledge what was knocking about in her mind. Not yet. There is a sort of demon whose eyes go black, she said with reluctance. The sort who feeds off of sexual congress and blood. The pole stilled in his hand. Do not say it. Do not. Her smile was grim. You might have heard of them referred to as vampires, or Nosferatu. You said it. He sighed, leaning slightly on the pole. Despite herself, she laughed. It is simply a name, you know. They are pure demon, only they favour blood for nourishment. It is because they yearn for human contact, usually in the form of sexual contact, that the human world has developed stories and myths about them. Too much interaction has led to leaks in information. Slowly he nodded, but his focus was on the oily water beneath them. Here is what bothers me. He softened his tone, which made Poppy's skin tighten and her fingers grow cold. Your lieutenant, Lena, has such eyes. She knew we were on board the igniters, did she not? And she knew we'd interviewed the Comtesse as well. The temperature dropped so quickly that Wynne's next breath came out in a puff of white steam. Cold pervaded Poppy's insides. No, it could not be. But it was there, dangling before her like a signpost. Is Lena a demon? But he knew the answer. It was written in his sad eyes. Yes. Her voice lowered. She was the one who brought me Isley's threat. The undead followed us to the Comtesse's house, and she knew we were going to Farley. Her fist struck the side of the boat. I should have seen it. Why? You trusted her. A sharp laugh rang out. Hell, Wynne! You know as well as I that trust is merely an illusion. An awkward silence fell over them, but he broke it with a softly spoken, I know, sweet. Queasy in the rocking craft, Poppy drew in a breath of dank river air. Lena was more than a lieutenant. She was her mentor, a surrogate mother, albeit a rather cold one. But why? Poppy hated that the question came out in a pathetic warble. Wynne's scarred countenance hardened like mortar, and Poppy shivered at the sight of him standing tall and glowering. Yet she felt at once protected and glad to have him on her side. That, sweeting, is what we shall find out. Poppy frowned at the smouldering wreckage that used to be the gaming club and brothel known as Heaven and Hell on dilapidated West Street. Thick smoke billowed up into a pale grey sky, and the facade of the burnt-out building appeared like a leering blackened skull. The street was abandoned, thieves having long since scavenged anything of value. It felt odd, though, to stand in the middle of London's East End and not see a soul. A timber groaned as she and Wynne made their way down the blackened steps to the entrance of Lena's hell. Water dripped from above, landing in hard plops upon Poppy's shoulders. A trickle of it ran down her neck and under her collar. The smell of smoke was so pervasive that it coated her tongue with its acrid flavour. The heavy iron gate that served as the doors to the underground nightclub was jammed shut, and she stepped aside to let Wynne wrench it open. He did so with surprising ease, and a little base feminine thrill shot through her. "You're certain about this?" he asked, his hand on the knob of the inner door. "Lena started this fire." Poppy lifted her skirt away from the diamond-bright shards of window glass that had fallen from above. Sanguis demons might be known for their feeding habits, but they also have the ability to manipulate fire, much like Miranda does. Sanguis demons? Wynne's mouth turned down at a corner. "Is that what you call vampires?" "I told you. They are not vampires. That would imply that they are reanimated human corpses, when they have never been human, or dead for that matter." "Of course," he murmured dryly. From one of the deep pockets sewn into her skirt, she pulled the foot-long stake made of Christ's thornwood she had procured from the weapons room. "For you." Wynne held the thing loosely in his hand. A slight frown marred his features as he studied it. "Not vampire, eh?" She ignored the irony in his voice and focused on practical matters. "Gold will cut through a demon's skin quite well," Poppy explained, "and it will adversely affect them. But each type of demon has a particular weakness that will kill them instantly. The trick is to know it beforehand and be prepared. The Sanguis demon's weakness is Christ's thornwood. Hit straight under the chin and into the brain or through the heart. If all demons have weaknesses, what is Isley's? How can we kill him?" "I don't know. He is pure Primus and older than any other I've encountered. Perhaps he has evolved into a true immortal state." Poppy looked at the stake in Wynne's hand. The unpolished point was as sharp as a blade. "Now, as to method of attack, I prefer the chin. The torso is too well fortified with ribs and cartilage, and one might miss with the first hit." Heat and humour lit Wynne's stormy eyes. "Would now be the wrong time to tell you that I get as hard as this stake when you talk shop?" Warmth suffused her cheeks, but she refused to look down. "Your timing is worse than mine, Mr. Lane." Grinning, he tucked the stake into his inner coat pocket. "Tit for tat, Mrs. Lane." His expression slid back to seriousness. "You do not think that she has left town, given that she torched her own home?" "Lena would not run. She knows I am coming. She must have known the moment Mrs. Noble scattered into tiny spiders. Masters can mentally communicate with their acolytes." She brushed an errant flake of soot off of Wynne's shoulder. "Now, may we proceed? I can feel her down there, waiting for me." That did not appear to please him, for his shoulders tensed, and he held his walking stick more securely. However, he opened the door without argument. "So you know," he said, as he took her hand and guided her through the threshold. "I will not hesitate to destroy this woman should she try to hurt you." Poppy thought of Jack Talent hanging from iron spikes, and her blood heated. "I am tempted to do so even without any outward threat, but let us speak to her first." The door opened, releasing dank air and the scent of smoke. The air grew cooler as they descended. Water damage stained the crimson silk walls with dark patches, and the rug underfoot was rumpled, as if kicked up by a stampede of feet. The emptiness of the place was pervasive, a living thing that had Poppy's senses heightening. Gaslights hissed and threw off shadows that seemed to move as she went by. Side by side, She and Wyn walked along the abandoned corridor, passing quiet rooms where expensive furniture lay tipped on its side or knocked askew. Down another flight of stairs they went, the acrid tang of smoke giving way to a headier perfume of incense and blood. Wyn visibly tensed, his hand staying close to his coat where he'd tucked the stake. "Her parlour is there," Poppy said in a low voice as she gestured toward the red lacquered door at the end of the corridor. A white slipper lay abandoned and forlorn in the hallway. She stepped over it, her gaze set upon the door. Wyn's hand touched her elbow. "I enter first." The look in his eye gave little room for argument. She didn't. She knew Lena would not hurt them. Not yet. Poppy's hands clenched her skirts as she strode forward. Just as she remembered it, the little parlour where Lena held court was cosy, the furniture comfortable and worn, and a fire crackled in the grate. Lena sat in her favoured place by the hearth. Her pale hands rested upon the arms of a black leather chair, and her legs were tucked up upon the seat. The position was almost feline, and like a cat, she affected a lazy but alert repose. So very alert. "Mother," Lena inclined her head. "Inspector." Poppy took a seat in the armchair facing Lena. "Was it necessary to burn your place down?" "I do not expect to be here much longer," Lena answered as Winston moved to stand next to Poppy. As she stared at Lena, Poppy's anger swelled within her breast. "Bloody hell! You sent the undead after us!" "Having trained you," said Lena smoothly, "I knew you could dispatch them. The intent was to slow you down and hopefully take Lane out of the game." Her dark gaze flicked to Winston. "Apologies, Lane, but you have been a bit of a bastard to Poppy these past months, which rather dampened any feelings of sentimentality towards you." Wyn's expression was bland as he stared her down. "I'd say your current actions outshine any of mine." Lena glared at him, then gave a dismissive shrug. Poppy, however, was not about to be shrugged off. "Why?" Lena's dark hair swung forward as she reached for the silver cup resting on the table at her side. She took a deep drink. "You were not to know about Moira Darling." Poppy's back teeth met. "Who is she?" Lena's pale finger ran along the rim of her cup. "I have sworn not to tell you." "Even though it threatens Poppy's child," Wyn snapped. Shadows danced over his features, and his eyes flashed with bright anger. The corners of Lena's eyes tightened, a flinch for her. "It is an uncomfortable situation." Poppy leaned in, the chair creaking beneath her. "And was it worth it," she hissed, "to torture Jack Talent?" Bitterness coated her tongue, and she swallowed against it. Lena looked away into the fire. "I was most displeased with my acolytes." The delicate curve of her jaw bunched as she lifted her eyes to Poppy. "They were to use his blood, not get carried away." Wyn's hand curled into a fist. "Carried away? That is what you would call it!" He sneered. "Your control over your staff is severely lacking, madam." "They have been destroyed," she said. "Painfully." "Not good enough," Poppy said. "He would not have been under their control had you not ordered it." Obsidian eyes bore into her. "I know, which is why I have waited for you to mete out a punishment." Poppy shot to her feet. "I don't want to mete out a bloody punishment. I want you to tell me who the hell Moira Darling is, and why you feel the need to protect her." Lena's head tilted back. "I made a vow. You know all about those, Poppy Ann." Poppy's body jerked as if struck. "You would have Isley take my child!" She leaned over Lena then. "My child, Lena!" Neither of them spoke as they held each other's gaze. Lena's red mouth quivered once, but then went still. "I will tell you, if you promise not to give Isley what he wants from her." A red haze washed over Poppy's sight. Behind her, she could almost feel Wynne quivering with rage as well. Poppy looked down at her lieutenant. "I could make you talk. You know we have ways that would leave you begging." Lena merely blinked. "You would not get your answers, and you know it." She sighed then, and her voice grew uncharacteristically soft. "You will want to agree, Poppy. Trust me on this one last thing." Poppy's throat worked as she looked at her old friend. Lena had to be at least 100 years old, and though she could have done anything she wanted with her life, she'd chosen to stay with the SOS, training others and keeping their secrets safe. A sense of dull foreboding crept up Poppy's back. Lena was loyal. To a fault. Why had she betrayed Poppy? Poppy's heart pounded against her ribs. The unease grew until it was all she could do not to turn and run from the room. But the heaviness within her womb and the feel of Wynne at her back made her stay. "Fine," she said. "I will not give it to him." "Poppy!" She turned at Wynne's protest. "She's right. We won't know any other way." Wynne appeared mutinous. His lean body vibrated with fury, but he did not protest. Poppy stepped back a pace, not wanting to be close to Lena. "Tell me," she said, "who is Moira Darling?" As if gathering herself, Lena sat straighter. "She was Isley's lover. It was doomed from the beginning." Poppy sank back into her seat. "She was SOS?" "Yes," said Lena. "Isley was... You only know to hate him. You have no idea how charismatic he could be, how passionate." Her gaze turned inward, and she stared off into the fire. She loved him, you see. Without meaning to, she did. "How long did it go on?" Poppy asked softly, not wanting to break the spell. "Years." Poppy's breath caught, and Lena looked back with a wry smile. "Many years. I think he loved her too." She leaned her head back against the chair. "But he detested that immortals hid from weak humans as if they ought to be ashamed. It was he who started the necks, you know." Poppy gave a short nod. She knew that much. Lena continued. "She pled with Isley to understand that for humans to know the truth would bring about pain and chaos. It was a long-standing argument." Lena's chest lifted and fell on a soft sigh. He kept playing his tricks, and she kept ignoring them, because she could not let him go. He was like a disease within her. And then the inevitable happened. Lena sat up and rested an elbow on her crossed leg. She ended it. For you see, she finally realized that passion without trust, without compromise, was a useless thing that only served to burn her out. "Isley did not take it well?" Wynne asked, his voice as soft and rough as Poppy's had been. "No. There were complications." Lena's black gaze flicked to Poppy. "She was with child." The air in the room vanished. On stiff limbs, Poppy rose and paced away. A child! Her tone was brittle, disbelieving. But she did believe, and it made her ill. His child for hers. She braced a hand upon the back of the chair she'd vacated. Lena did not move. "He promised not to interfere with her children," she whispered, "but he wanted this one. Because this one turned out to be male, he believed the boy would inherit his legacy, be made into what he was." Children! An ocean roared in Poppy's ears. Somehow she made her numb lips move. "I thought—" Lena rose with subtle grace. "No, not me." Poppy swallowed hard. Dimly she felt Win's hand slipping into her ice-cold one. "Moira, darling." "A nickname for Mary," Lena said. "His Mary Margaret darling." Poppy broke free from Win's grasp. "Oh, Jesus!" Win looked wildly between the two of them. "Mary? As in Mary Margaret Ellis?" He paled. "Yes," said Lena, "as in Poppy's mother." Poppy sucked in a breath and then another. Is he my father?" The distaste and regret in Lena's expression spoke before she did. "Yes." My sisters! Fear for their safety had her surging toward the door. "He cannot get to them, nor the boy." Lena's fists pressed against her thighs as she looked up at Poppy. "It was a bargain Isley and Mary Margaret made from the beginning, a safeguard laid down by your mother. Isley cannot know his children unless someone presents them to him." "What do you mean, cannot know?" "Just that. He literally cannot see his own children, even if they are right in front of him. The agreement won't allow it. Unless another person presents his children to him, they are invisible to his eyes. She did so with you." Lena's gaze slid away. "He lost interest after that, until he knew he was to have a son. They fought over it, and he killed her. I think it was an accident, for his rage knew no bounds afterward." Poppy paced again, ending up at the wall and slumping against it. "A brother?" Lena did not blink. "When the baby was born, Margaret told everyone that he had died. I took a blood oath to hide the babe away where Isley could not get him, and to do everything in my power to keep the babe's existence secret." Poppy uttered a vicious inward curse. To a sanguis demon, nothing was as sacred as a blood vow. Its bond was stronger than friendship or kin. To break it would fracture a sanguis's soul. And Poppy's mother knew this well. As if reading Poppy's mind, Lena gave a slow nod. "When I heard of the bargain Isley had made with the inspector, I knew I would ultimately fail. But I had to try." Lena had made her vow, but Poppy could not condone the action she took to keep it. "Where is my brother?" Lena's lips flattened. "Where, Lena?" She pushed off the wall and stalked closer. "He is my brother. My sister's brother, too." "He is more his father's child than his mother's. If you expose him to Isley, he may turn for ill. You cannot taint him with this life." "Do not. I will not keep another one of my mother's secrets in the name of protection. No more." Then I will not tell you where he is." Poppy did not think. The back of her hand met Lena's cheek with a blow that made her bones burn and sent Lena's head snapping to the side. Momentum still carried her arm forward when Lena reared, her fangs out, her nails extended. She could take Poppy's head with one swipe, but a blur of movement and a looming dark form came between them. A loud thud sounded on the wall as Wynne slammed Lena into it, setting the crystals in the sconces tinkling. In a blink, he had her pinned, the long stake in his hand jammed up under her chin with enough force to tilt Lena's head back. Freezing, she eyed the stake, and then Wynne. His face, twisted with rage, was an inch from Lena's white fangs. "Tell me, have I the way of it?" He tightened his grip on the stake, and Lena sucked in a breath. A trickle of garnet blood ran down her cheek. "I wouldn't want to get it wrong now." "That should do," she said through her teeth. Her dark gaze slid to Poppy. "You owed me that hit. I should not have tried to strike back. Now, call your dog to heel." Wynne bared his teeth. "You do not give orders to her." Slashed of face and murder in his eyes, he appeared the monster in the room. But it was simply his strength unfettered by civilization. He'd been torn apart and reformed into something more. Strange as it was, Poppy could not shake the feeling that part of him had been found rather than lost, that Winston Lane had finally become wholly what he was meant to be. Beyond the crackle of fire in the grate, and the sound of the mantel clock ticking, came an unmistakable cry, a long, almost mournful sound that ended on a sharp rising note that spoke of rage. Wynne paled, but his concentration did not ebb. Lena too paled. As if answering the first howl, another and another cry rang out, the call of wolves. "They call for you, Lena." Poppy took a step toward her, speaking as if her heart was not broken. "Jack Talent is Ian Ranulph's kin. He thinks of him as a son. He calls for blood." Lena's eyes narrowed. "I do not fear the Ranulph." Poppy glanced at Wynne. "Let her go." When Wynne tensed, she said, "Ian has the greater claim. Let him have it." Another howl broke out, stronger. It was the Ranulph's call. "For what we were," Poppy said, "I will delay them, give you a head start." Sadness filled her breast and made it throb. It would enrage Ian, but despite what Lena had done, she would do this small thing for her. Wynne stepped back, a swift move that gave him space to defend himself should Lena retaliate. But she did not. With dignity, she straightened her gown and smoothed her hair. "I will not run from him." "Go then," Poppy said to Lena. "Face your fate, and maybe you shall come out alive." Cool and implacable as always, Lena nodded sharply. Standing next to Wynne, she appeared little more than a girl just out of the schoolroom, an illusion if ever there was one. "I trust you to make the proper decision, Poppy Ann Ellis Lane." Her dark eyes drifted over Poppy's face and her tone softened. "You are a better leader than your mother was, stronger of heart." Later, Poppy would feel this. Later. She held her breath as she nodded back. Lena blinked once. "He's with Cornelius Evernight in County Clare, being raised as an Evernight. Margaret named him St. John." Poppy's throat convulsed. She could not speak. "Be careful, child." Her black eyes stared, unblinking. "The Necks infiltrated my brood and turned them against me. Even now, most of the owners are converting to their side, lured by promises of greater power and free rein to prey on humans. Dark times lie ahead, I fear. In the next breath, Lena was gone, moving from the room with such speed that it made a mockery of their efforts to threaten her earlier. Had Lena wanted to kill either of them, she would have done so. Beyond the room, the howls came again, and then snarls and the gnashing of teeth. When her mother had died, it was Lena who had filled that role, Lena that she placed her trust in. Hearing her die cut through Poppy's soul. Poppy cried out and turned toward Win. His arms came around her tight and strong. He was shaking, his flesh cold where she pressed her face against his neck, but he held her, leaning heavily against the wall. The sounds of wolves fighting grew louder. It was his nightmare, she knew, just as she knew that he fought now to govern that terror. Win! She clung more tightly. They clutched each other, cheeks pressed together, breathing the same deep breaths as the sounds of violence ran their course. Win's hand upon her head was a grounding weight. His smoky voice whispered at her ear. I would take your pain into me if I could. Her lips brushed the lobe of his ear as she answered, I know. The pain would only grow worse, for she now had to decide if she would give up her innocent brother to save her child, and she would have to tell her sisters everything. Chapter 34. Poppy and Winston stayed inside of Hell until the sounds of fighting had died down and Ian walked into the room. Bathed in sweat and blood, he'd wrapped a kilt about his lean frame, but wore nothing else. Proof that he'd fully turned to face Lena. He was the only Lycan with the skill, and it gave him a tremendous advantage. Is it done? Win asked for Poppy. Ian's chest lifted and fell in a light rhythm. No, he cursed roundly. She got away. Poppy stiffened in Win's arms and turned around to fully face Ian. What do you mean? She pulled some bloody spider trick and fell apart on me just before the killing blow. He wrenched a hand through his hair, turned into spiders and scattered to the four bloody winds. He scowled as if still picturing the act. Haven't seen her do that before. We are familiar with the trick, said Win. Poppy's heart raced. Lena alive. She did not know how to feel about it. Ian's blue gaze burned into her. I should be after her soon, but I wanted to know what she said. Anything that might help Jack. Poppy sighed. She hadn't meant for things to go that way with Talent. She held up a staying hand. It does not condone it, nor did she try to. Only that what happened to Talent wasn't her intention. The Nex had the greater hand in this. Ian said a few harsh words in Gaelic before giving Poppy a terse nod. Regardless, I'll be hunting her down soon enough. I'll have my own answers from the wee bitch. I will not stop you, Ian, Poppy said. I only ask that you wait until later. There are things I must discuss with my sisters. She leaned against Win, unable to stop from doing so. Daisy will need you. Ian grunted. Aye, well, let's get on with it. He hesitated and looked at Win. The rest of the clan is gone. Win laughed shortly. Lovely of you to worry about my tender feelings, but I live in your bloody house, Ian. His expression darkened. And there are far worse things to haunt me than wolves. Winston sat quietly in Poppy's office at the SOS. Ian had gone to collect the family, and Poppy was off readying herself to confront her sisters with the truth. Before she had gone, she had shown him this little section of her life. Even though his initial reaction had been one of hurt, the same hurt that invaded him whenever he thought of the other life she'd hidden away from him. Her tidy yet comfortable office carried her scent and was imbued with the feel of her in a way that had him growing still and thoughtful. She'd asked him before if he'd ever forgive her. Sitting in her chair, he touched her files, stroked the smooth polish of her desk, and followed the path of a crack along the ceiling plaster with his eyes. She was more like him than he'd ever imagined. Before, he'd felt a connection to her on a level that was instinctual and had appreciated her quick mind and strong opinions. Now he knew with every fibre of his being that she was his. Not as a possession, but his in a way that made him who he was. Take Poppy out of the equation, and he was all wrong, an uncompleted work. He'd thought he'd known his wife all these years. Now he understood his wife. Needing to see her, he rose from the chair, but the door opened. Mr. Smythe, Poppy's secretary, which might have been one of Wynne's biggest shocks, walked in. The older man was stiff, pale, and proper. "Mr. Smythe," Wynne said as the man simply stood in the entrance, his collar sharp and his suit unwrinkled. "How may I be of service?" Mr. Smythe closed the door behind him before leaning against it in a lazy manner. A smile eased over his sharp features, and Wynne's blood ran cold. "You," Wynne said. "Me? Mr. Lane?" Smythe came away from the door with elegant grace. "You do sound rather accusatory." Wynne's hands curled into fists. "Good. I am accusing. What the bloody hell do you want now, Jones?" Jones chuckled, and then sat in the chair placed in front of Poppy's desk. "I suppose there is no fooling you." "I do not believe you've really tried." Wynne did not want to sit, nor did he want to stand like a ninny while Jones stared up at him through the eyes of Mr. Smythe. So he sat, planting his feet and keeping his arms loose at his sides so that he might move quickly should the need arise. What now? Jones ignored the question and looked about Poppy's office with idle ease. It made Wynne's skin prickle. Jones did not belong here. Unfortunately, Wynne did not have a way to get him the hell out. When Jones had finished his perusal, he turned back to Winston. "Did you kill my colonel?" "Your colonel?" Wynne's pulse thudded dully against his neck. "His soul was mine, thus he was mine." The look in Jones's eyes was telling. By logic, Winston was also his. Wynne swallowed down his nausea. "I rather thought that you killed the colonel." Of course, they now knew it had been Lena's doing. Wynne had to be careful, and so he glared at Jones with hard accusation. A little deflection could not hurt his cause. "Kill him?" Jones scoffed. "He was a gift for you, a nice little breadcrumb to help you along the trail." Wynne leaned forward and laced his fingers together. "You know, you could simply tell me what you want. It is an easy thing, really." Jones snorted, then went back to glancing about Poppy's office. "Do you know, I am one of the SOS's top criminals, so to speak. They've been trying to be rid of me since their inception." His smile grew tighter, "which is really rather tedious. They ought to revere me. Gods have tried to destroy me and failed, and yet this ragtag band of do-gooders thinks they can do better. Is that what bothers you about Poppy?" Wynne settled further into his chair, as if he wasn't twitching with the need to strike Jones down at that moment. "That she managed to imprison you?" Poppy was the key to this. The thought both gave Wyn a chill of terror and left him with a small window of hope. A small flame appeared to flare in each of Jones's irises. "You know, that is precisely what bothers me about Poppy Ann Ellis Lane." Winston ran his thumb along the edge of his chair arm before looking up. "You give her too much power by seeking this revenge." In an instant, the room grew several degrees hotter as Jones growled low in his chest. Wyn watched him, as one watches a mad dog, waiting for the inevitable strike. "Who are you? Really? Nothing your small human mind could comprehend." Pale, veiny hands slammed onto the desktop and trembled. "When did you plan to tell me you found Moira Darling?" Bugger. Wyn's pocket watch ticked over loud as they stared each other down. "But you don't want Moira Darling," he said finally. "You want what she stole." "Come now, Lane. You asked for directness. You know very well that he is my son." Winston paused and studied the demon. "You've been watching us this whole time." He didn't know how Jones managed to be everywhere, but it left Wyn with a foul taste in his mouth. "Some things I'd rather not witness," Jones said with a noise of disgust. "You are a fool to believe that by satisfying your wife's needs you will make her compliant." His nostrils flared, and another burst of hot air filled the room. "Elemental witches fuck because they enjoy it, not out of loyalty." Wyn's hands stayed heavy upon the cold arms of his chair. "Poppy is not Mary Margaret." "No," said Jones. "She's not." Without warning, he shot forward and got into Wyn's face. "Now tell me, where is my son?" Wyn wouldn't tell him even if Jones were to conjure up a werewolf here and now. "If you've been watching, then you ought to know where the boy is." Jones bared his teeth in a snarl. His reply was halting and forced. "And you should know that I cannot comprehend his location until a human being willingly presents him to me." "How unfortunate," Wyn murmured. Like a snake, Jones struck, catching Winston by the neck. Wyn scrambled for purchase, his throat locked tight in an agonizing grip. Crimson flooded Jones's irises. "It appears that you do not take my threat seriously." Though Wyn's vision had gone spotty, and his brain screamed for air, he refused to cower. He glared back at the demon. Jones hauled Wyn close enough to feel the heat of his breath and smell the sulphur in it. "I gave you a way out, and now you throw it in my face. For that, I am taking your soul with me as well as your child's." "Bullshit!" Winston ground out. "You cannot—" "Cannot what? I never said your soul was yours to keep." He laughed lightly. "Now did I?" No. He hadn't. Wyn had just assumed. His guts rolled as the realization sank in. Jones's eyes gleamed, obviously seeing the horror dawn over Winston's features. "You think to play with the devil and win. Be assured, you are mine, whether you give me my child or not. Taking your soul is child's play to me. Would you like to see?" The tip of Jones's finger burned against his forehead, and everything went dark. Ice-cold, then raging heat flared through him in an instant. Every fibre of his being screamed at once, yet he knew he hadn't made a sound. Jones's finger seemed to burrow into his skull, and sharp, blinding pain shot down in his centre. The touch tugged at his soul, pulling it out of his body and into Jones's finger. Wynne lost himself, lost all sense of what he was. Screams and the sharp tang of pure, unending terror surrounded him, growing larger and more violent, until he feared he might shatter. He sobbed, but he had no body, no way of escape. Utter hopelessness filled him. Please, please. And then it was gone, and he found himself huddled on the ground, shaking and covered in sweat. He looked up at the demon standing over him, still wearing the appearance of Mr. Smythe. "Have I made myself clear?" the demon said. Wynne's teeth chattered, and his heart threatened to beat out of his chest. "Fuck you, Jones." Jones grinned, revealing a row of brown and jagged teeth. "If you ask again nicely when I take you to hell, you just might get your wish." There was a pause in which the air in the room grew thin. Jones's expression turned almost serene, his voice soft. "You and I both know Poppy will never agree to give me what I want. I need an heir. If I cannot have the boy, then give me Poppy. Do it, and you can keep your child once it's born, and your life. I'll allow you that much." His child. Wynne hadn't expected to have a child, not after years of Poppy being barren. Her disappointment was his, but he'd been resigned to the notion. Now that he knew that a child grew within her womb, he loved the unknown babe with a fierceness that almost frightened him. He forced his mouth to work. "Why, Poppy?" "Come now, Lane, you are no fool." Jones paused, looking for once distinctly uncomfortable. "'Tis a fair trade, after all. She does not even want the child." "Shut up!" Wynne wouldn't believe that of Poppy, wouldn't let Jones drive a wedge between them. But Jones merely shook his head as if pitying him. "I am her blood. When she is away from me, I can see through her eyes, know her fears. She doubts her ability to rear this child. But you don't, do you, Lane? Take it, and leave my firstborn to me." And all this time, Wynne had thought Jones followed him. The bloody bastard. Wynne struggled to rise, but whatever Jones had done to him had left him weak as a babe. "Get out!" With a shrug, Jones stepped away from the desk and headed again for the door. "You have one more day. The choice is yours, Lane." "I will never give her up. Never." He said it with all the conviction in his heart, but bloody, bloody hell, Jones had him by the cods and they both knew it. Jones's smile was tired, but the gleam in his eyes spoke of victory. "Then you are, as you say, buggered, mate." Chapter 35. Someone made a sound. Ian, perhaps. He had the least patience. Poppy stirred, realizing she'd simply been sitting there as her family sat around the SOS conference table waiting for her to speak. Best to get it over with quickly. Her voice was modulated and smooth in the quiet. "What I must tell you cannot go further than this room." "We rather thought that a given, dearest," said Daisy, with a small smile. She was trying, Poppy knew, to ease the way. Poppy appreciated it, especially given that Miranda would be the angriest. She still had not forgiven Poppy for withholding information about her own powers. Poppy did not blame her one whit. Miranda would truly hate her now. Daisy, too. All those expectant gazes, all of them knowing they wouldn't like what they were going to hear, but waiting for it anyway. For one horrid moment, Poppy feared she might jump up and flee. Then her gaze collided with Wynne's. He'd entered quietly and stayed in the back of the room, reclining against the corner wall, his hands thrust deep in his pockets. The pose might have been construed as relaxed. He was anything but. Tension tightened the line of his shoulders and flattened his mouth, but his eyes softened, and she could all but read the message there. "Out with it, old girl. It won't get better with the waiting." In this they were together. She spoke again. "There is a demon that is after Wynne and me. If we do not give him what he wants, he will take our child's soul." "What?" Miranda slammed forward. "You are expecting?" Poppy managed a small smile. "I'm afraid so." Archer and Ian exchanged a look that made Poppy think they'd already figured as much. "It isn't a prison sentence, you know," said Daisy, rather heatedly, and Poppy winced. As a Gim, Daisy would never have a child of her own. "I only meant—" Poppy couldn't say more without breaking down, so she looked away. "Well then," said Archer, "we shall give him what he wants." "We." The simple word warmed her heart, and broke it all the same. "As much as I'd love to," she said, "I cannot." Poppy touched her brow, and then let her hand drop. Christ, she needed to get the words out. "He wants his son." Archer's dark brows rose. "Why is it that you refuse to give this demon his son?" "For God's sake, Poppy," Daisy said. "If you know where the spawn is, give it to this thing and be done with it." "She cannot do it." Wynne's smoky voice held surprising strength as he bit out the truth. "Why?" "That from all of them." "Because," said Poppy, "the demon's son is our brother." And with that, chaos descended. It was all Winston could do to be heard. Miranda's chair had gone up in flames, which Poppy almost absently doused with a blast of ice. The room shook with Daisy's deep tremors, and Winston rather feared for the foundations. And all of them shouted at once. Wynne took a long look at the chaos, and at his wife, who sat stiffly in her seat. "Enough!" He slammed his walking stick down on the scorched wood table. The resounding bang made them all flinch, but it shut them up as well. He levelled a gaze around the room. "Sit." On the inside, Wynne felt sick, but he simply looked around to see if they were all settled before glancing back at Poppy. "Explain it to them." Poppy's white hands fell to her lap, and her dark gaze turned inward as she stared at the tabletop before her. The red fan of her lashes blocked her eyes as she recounted what Lena had told them about Margaret and Jones's affair. When she finished, Miranda blanched. "Bloody hell! Are we his as well?" Poppy flinched. "Yes." "I did not know until today," she snapped, before her sisters could protest again. "Hell!" Miranda pinched the bridge of her nose. "You all remember Mother as this benevolent protector," Poppy said. "You have no idea what she really was, the lies she could tell, or how iron her will could be." "I'm beginning to get an idea," Daisy muttered. Poppy's face flushed red, but she forged onward. "He killed our mother over this." "Mother died due to childbirth," Miranda said woodenly. "No. It was—" Poppy nibbled her bottom lip. "It was a lie." "God damn it, Pop!" Daisy banged a fist on the table. "Of all the low, disgusting— I cannot make amends." Poppy rested a hand on the table. "We need to discuss our brother. His name is St. John. He's being raised in Ireland by the Evernights, one of the oldest SOS families. He ought to be around 16, murmured Daisy. She smiled a little. My God, a brother. Hell. Miranda plopped her head into her hands and groaned. We can't give him up. She lifted her head. But I'll be damned if we give up your child. Winston had to smile at that. My sentiments exactly. Archer leaned back in his chair and regarded them all. What do you propose to do? Is there a way to get out of the bargain? Kill the demon, perhaps? From the gleam in Ian's eye, Wynne gathered he thought this was a perfect idea. Poppy, however, braced her arms upon the table, her mouth set in a grim line. I have not been able to destroy him, only to send him back to hell. How did you do it? Wynne asked. He'd never gotten the specifics, and he needed them now more than ever. With one of these. She pulled a small object from her skirt pocket and set it on the table. A scarab? Archer sounded as dubious as Wynne felt. The basalt carving of the Egyptian dung beetle was flat and roughly the size of his palm. It might look innocuous, but this little fellow becomes quite active when in the presence of demons. It is a tool of Amit, the eater of souls. Archer shifted uncomfortably. When he'd married Miranda, Archer had been turning into a soul-eater, one of Amit's children. He eyed the scarab askance. What does it do? Rest it on the heart of a demon of Egyptian origin, and the scarab will judge it. If the demon is unworthy, the scarab will deliver the demon's soul to Duat, the underworld, and then on to a place we'd call hell. I wish we'd had use of one of those before, Miranda muttered, and Poppy gave her a tired smile. Had I known what Archer was becoming, she said, I would have given you one. However, it isn't as easy as it looks. One has to get near enough to the demon to place it against the demon's chest. Her expression grew hard and remote. One is more likely to lose one's head than succeed. But Poppy had done so before. Cold blew through Wynne's gut at the thought. His wife rested her thin hand upon her belly, low, where no one would likely notice, but he did, and his heart twisted. She would not face Isley again, but he could not face the idea of her being hurt, nor their child. It was all he could do to keep himself together. He would not see his child born or grow. Would it be a boy, as Isley thought, or a girl, with shining red hair like her mother's? Clenching his jaw, he looked away from Poppy rather than risk falling to his knees and burrowing his head into her lap. It works on Isley, she was saying. Trial and error have taught me that. However, while he might be dragged back to hell, he does not die. Her long finger touched the back of the scarab. Archer's brow drew into a scowl as he looked down at the scarab. The Egyptians believe that to know a person's name is to have dominion over them. Were Isley's true name inscribed on the scarab, it might have the power to hold Isley in hell forever. It is a good thought, Poppy said wanly. Only we've just one more day, and I've no idea where to begin to search. With a sigh, she leaned back in her seat. The real problem is that regardless of whether we kill him, all bargains in play would stand. Any souls belonging to Isley would be his to take with him to hell. Perfect. Wynne ran a hand over the back of his neck and paced. In short, we are buggered. They gaped at him, and he scowled. I am capable of uttering the word bugger, you know. Ian laughed, shortly, but without much vigour. Do not break my illusions, old boy. Wynne tried to smile, but failed. Look, Poppy and I will have to find a way. Bollocks to that, Archer said with heat. Let us help you. You can. Wyn moved to the table and braced his fists on top of it. "You take care of Talent," he said to Ian and Daisy, before looking at Miranda and Archer. "We need to protect the boy." "Of course," said Miranda. Poppy's gaze turned to her youngest sister. "Lena said he was more his father's son. Isley, aside from trickery and bargains, shares a similar talent with you, dearest. Fire." Miranda blanched. "Hell!" She slipped her hand into Archer's. "We'll go to the boy. I don't know what we'll say." She shook her head. "But we'll go." "Simply tell him the truth," Poppy said. The transformation of Miranda's features was chilling. "The truth," she said faintly. "By all means." She took a breath and rose. "I'm sorry, Pop. I know this predicament is hard for you, that you've had a rough go of it. But to lie to us about Mother, even after she was gone, I just can't. I need to be away from you for a while." Poppy nodded shortly. "Yes." It was a ghost of sound. Daisy rose as well. "You would never have stood for such treatment, sister mine." Golden curls trembled as she shook her head. "And yet you did so to us. Badly done." Daisy left the room with Miranda and Archer. Ian hesitated for a moment, looking pained, but he gave Poppy a short nod and followed his wife. Winston moved to call her sisters back and got all the way to the door when he stopped. He had no right to interfere. When he turned back to give Poppy some bit of consolation, she was gone. Chapter 36. Winston walked through the house he had shared with Poppy for the past 14 years. Standing within its walls flooded him with both comfort and pain. He did not know what made him search up rather than down. He'd never gone onto his roof before. Really, why would one? Even so, his steps took him there, steady and sure as he climbed the risers to the attic. The temperature did not rise as he expected, but grew distinctly cooler, prickling his skin. His breath came out in frosty puffs as he reached the top. An icy breeze, unnatural in the late summer evening, blew through the open window at the top of the landing. He crouched down and glanced through it, only to shiver when soft snowfall landed upon his neck. White billows of snow covered the wide ledge that ran along the front of the house and melted just as quickly as it competed against the surrounding summer heat. Cursing beneath his breath, he eased out of the window and picked his way along. She sat in a small, flat space between windows. Poppy was a tall, strong woman, but seeing her huddled down, she appeared diminished, almost fragile, and it made his heart hurt. Big, feathery flakes of snow fell, covering her bright hair and slim shoulders in a mantle of pure white. He glanced up, fascinated to see where it began, but the murky sky held its secrets. Obviously sensing him, her shoulders hunched in closer, and her head bent down as if, by avoiding eye contact, he'd somehow not see her. He eased his coat off and sat next to her, ignoring the ice that seeped into his trousers. She did not move as he gently brushed the snow from her shoulders and then put his coat over her. "You'll freeze out here." Poppy shrugged. "I don't really feel it." She glanced in his direction, not meeting his eyes. "You ought to take this back before you catch a cold." "My gentleman's sense of honour insists that you wear it, even if I am the one freezing my arse off." A small smile played about the corners of her mouth, as he had hoped, but it did not remain. "I don't know why I can't control it any more." She scowled down at her hands. "It is irksome in the extreme.
Perhaps the baby affects you, he offered with due caution. Women, he'd heard, were notoriously sensitive about such matters. But her scowl waned in favour of a short nod.
Perhaps so.
She sighed, and then took a deep breath, and with it, the snowfall stopped. Better? She asked as she gathered the ends of the coat sleeves into her lap. He drew his knees up and let his forearms dangle over them. I don't know. Are you better? The elegant column of her neck moved on a swallow as she glared at sights unseen.
I deserve this, she said at last. Every bit of their censure. Of yours. Her lip wobbled, but she bit down on it. Even so. It wears on me, Win.
He drew her against his chest where it was warmer, where she could rest against his heart. He held her tightly as she started to cry, silently at first, and then in choking sobs. His Poppy crying. He'd never seen her do it, and it made him angry, made him want to slay dragons for her. Only he'd been one of the fiends who had made her cry. Let it out, sweet. He pressed a fierce kiss to her temple. Let it out. I've got you. She wrapped herself around him as a child might. Gently he rocked her, stroking the smooth crown of her head. A sound from the windows had him stiffening. Miranda and Daisy stood at the edge of the roof. Twin looks of disbelief held their expressions as they watched their sister sob. A part of him wanted to snarl at her sisters and drive them away. He wouldn't see Poppy hurt further. But it was not his place, and they deserved to have their say. Seeing his tension, Poppy stilled and lifted her head. Tears gleamed on her reddened cheeks. She flinched, her hands tightening on his shoulders. Win leaned in close. I will send them away if you want me to.
No, thank you. I should talk to them.
As you wish. Miranda and Daisy waited for him to approach. They were beautiful women. Stunning, really. Yet he remembered them as girls. Miranda started when he reached out, but she let his hand rest on her cheek. We ought to have insisted on bringing you into our house when we left, he said. I've always regretted that. Her green eyes widened.
No, brother. My life had to be as it was, or I would never have found Archer.
He found himself smiling. I still view you as the little girl who taught me to poker, and yet you are far wiser than me. When her hand clasped his, he leaned closer. You know, I do not think I'd change a thing either. As you said, one change and the whole story alters. Miranda's shrewd eyes lit with amusement. Well played, Winston. I've no idea what you mean. Daisy peered at him, her blue eyes glittering in the way of the Gims. Don't you? He leaned over and kissed her cheek. None whatsoever. Her sisters were here. Horribly, she could not stop sobbing. Her emotions were out of the gate now, stampeding with impunity. Now she clung to Daisy like a child. I'm so sorry, she whispered against the plump smoothness of Daisy's cheek. I did not mean to hurt you two. We know that. You've always tried to balance the world's troubles on your shoulders. You are so strong, sister mine. Daisy's blonde curls trembled as she took her head. Rock of Gibraltar and all that. I have always been in awe of your strength. Poppy made a noise of irritation. It isn't strength, it's tenacity. It simply isn't in me to let go of an endeavour once I start. A lump formed in her throat and made her words thick. But it is not strength. Each day I feel weaker.
so very weary." She clenched her fist, and snow began to fall again, landing in icy flakes upon her skin. "I'd like nothing more than to lay my head down and forget the world, truth be told." Miranda's voice was soft. "And yet, how can a person keep holding on without strength?" Her green eyes assessed Poppy from beneath dark lashes. "You simply have to learn how to lean on one of us now and then." Poppy stared down at her work-worn hand with its short, clipped nails. Her wedding ring gleamed on her finger. It was a glorious ring, a delicate gold band that held a fiery orange cabochon carnelian surrounded by diamonds. She'd been speechless when Wyn had slipped it on her finger, for it spoke of beauty, grace, and strength. His eyes had been dark when he looked at her, and in that moment she felt as though she was his whole world, that no one existed for him but her, just as he was the only thing right and perfect in her life. "It is only a ring," he whispered, his fingers warm upon hers. "Not nearly enough to encompass my love for you. But wear it, and know that I am yours, always." She'd lost that because she hadn't opened herself up fully. Was it as simple as saying what one felt? Her lips twisted in distaste, but she had to try. "We always end up bickering," she said to her sisters as she stared at her hand. "But She gathered herself and met her sisters' wary gazes. "I have always wished I could be more like the two of you, able to find light in the darkness." Daisy's eyes widened, and Poppy forged on. "If I pushed you to, it was because I never wanted anything to snuff out your light. I wanted you to be strong and be more than I ever could, and, well, now you both are." Daisy's lips parted, shock apparently rendering her silent for once. Poppy's face heated, and then Daisy smiled. "Good Lord, but you'll have me watering like a pot in a moment." Miranda's hand stroked her hair. "Oh, hell, Pop. It isn't as if I've a right to cast stones. I burned down Father's warehouse and ruined the family. And you never once shamed me for it." And then she was sobbing too. Poppy turned into her embrace, trying to quiet her even though she couldn't quiet herself. Beside them, Daisy began to sniffle. "That's old news. If you really want a confession, I must admit, I was the one who ate those cream caramels Winston sent you when you were courting." With a pathetic pout, she held her arms out for a hug. Miranda and Poppy glared at her, and then Miranda snorted, "And you talk of old news. You had a caramel smudge on your chin when you denied your sins, and did not even notice," Poppy added in disgust. Daisy scowled. "I felt terribly guilty. For hours." "Ugh," Miranda said, as Poppy wiped at her face. "You merely had a sour stomach to lament." There was a small silence in which someone sniffled, and then they were laughing. Chapter 37. London, 1869. At home. Winston awoke in the dead of night, knowing immediately that something was wrong. Lying on the big bed he and Poppy had recently purchased for their new home, he focused on the plaster and wood-beamed ceiling above him before taking stock of his surroundings. All was quiet, the room warm from the late spring weather. Why then did his heart race? And then it hit him. Poppy was not beside him. He lurched up and looked around for her. The ghostly blue light of the moon reduced the bedroom to an array of sharp angles and shapeless lumps. Still no Poppy. Finding his smalls, he slid them on and left the room. Years of avoiding his father's notice gave him the ability to negotiate the narrow stairs that led from the bedroom down to the main flat without a sound. His skin was too tight, twitchy with anxiety that he could not name, and as he descended, so did the temperature. The slight chill that first greeted his feet, then his bare torso, gave him pause, but he supposed it was to be expected. The bedroom was always warmer than the rest of the house. Even so, the cool air rushing through his lungs as he breathed felt odd. Ahead of him, past the dark hall, toward the kitchen, a soft light glowed. For reasons he couldn't name, Win held his tongue, and did not call out for Poppy. His heartbeat was a hard rhythm against his throat as he crept toward the door and moved into the kitchen. There, hunched over the table, was Poppy, her vibrant hair gleaming copper in the light of a single taper. The air here was cooler still, and sharp with silence and tension. She hadn't heard him, and he couldn't make himself speak. Inexplicably, he felt as if he were trespassing on her privacy. She appeared to be fiddling with something, the line of her shoulders drawn tight even as she moved. But then she stopped, and her shoulders began to shake. The movement snapped Win out of whatever spell that had hold of him, and he stepped farther into the room. Poppy? She whipped around, her eyes wide in her pale face. Win! He smiled. Were you expecting someone else? He teased. His smile faltered when she merely gaped at him, and again came the odd feeling that danger lurked. What are you doing up, love? She said nothing more, but he'd stopped listening at any rate, for he spied the blood-covered rag that lay in her lap. You're hurt. His bare feet slapped over the icy floor, and he was kneeling before her in the next breath. Win. Her voice was a rasp, and her hands were so very cold when he closed his own over hers. She winced, and he looked down. A deep gash marred her inner forearm. Cursing softly, he picked up the rag and pressed it back over the wound. What happened? He whispered as gently as he could, for the sight of her bleeding left him inexplicably angry. And why didn't you wake me? Poppy was silent for a moment, then she leaned into him, fell into him rather, which alarmed him more than anything. Instantly he wrapped his arms around her and held on tight. Poppy, he said against her hair, tell me what makes you tremble. Her broken voice was half lost against his skin. She took a breath and calmed a bit. I had a nightmare. Sweeting, he stroked her hair. About what? Her slender throat moved with a swallow. A monster was hunting me. So quietly she spoke that he had to strain to hear her. He almost had me, but then I defeated him, Win. She shook violently, and her good arms slung around his neck. I defeated him. I did it. The relief and joy in her voice was so strong that it almost sounded as though she thought the dream real. He knew of such dreams. They lingered in the flesh and shook one's soul. Of course you did, my brave love, he said. I never doubted you for a moment. She made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a sob, and squeezed him tighter. Cooing under his breath, he rose and then, with a bit of shifting, settled on the kitchen bench and settled her upon his lap. Gently he brushed a long lock of scarlet hair away from her face. Why did you not wake me? Her lids lowered as if she couldn't quite face him. I did not want to bother you. Win cupped her cheek and made her look at him. You will never be a bother to me, Boadicea. His thumb stroked her skin. You can tell me anything. You know that, don't you? She grimaced, and he understood. His Poppy had always been self-sufficient, to the point of stubbornness. Letting her have a moment, he lifted her wounded arm and tended to it. "How did you hurt yourself?" She tensed again and cleared her throat. "I came down for some tea and grew hungry." A small sound of derision left her. "I suppose the dream still had me, for in my clumsiness I let the bread knife get the upper hand." "Poor girl," he murmured, and they shared a smile. Poppy was grace in motion, yet oddly clumsy. From time to time she'd appear with the worst bruises, the result of walking into table corners or some similar accident. Winston held her close and cleaned her up, quietly talking nonsense until she settled. Then he took her up to bed and tucked her in. It wasn't until much later that he realized there hadn't been any food on the table, nor a bread knife. Chapter 38. Poppy wanted to sleep. She wanted it so badly her eyelids drooped. Yet in the same breath, she wanted to act. Crying things out with her sisters had drained her, but it had also strengthened her resolve to see this thing with Isley finished. A bath had not helped her relax. Only one thing would, and Wyn had not returned to their rooms, so she stood alone before the rain-streaked window and stared out at the desolate street. The night was thin, and even the most exuberant of revellers were now in bed. All in bed, save her and Wyn. While Poppy might have stayed at her own home, she'd returned to Ranulph House. Call it stubbornness, call it pride, but she couldn't return home with Wyn until things were settled between them. Besides, Wyn's things were still here at Ranulph House, so here she would wait. Perhaps he wouldn't return at all. He'd comforted her well, but some small, childish part of her feared that he'd done so out of pity. A humorless snort left her as she rested an arm on the window sash. Why shouldn't he pity her? She'd cocked up her life by hurting everyone she'd ever cared for. A small click of the door handle had her stiffening. A sliver of light travelled over her shoulders and made the window shine as the door opened. In the reflection of the glass, Wyn was a tall shadow against a patch of yellow. He stood for a moment, watching her watch him in the window. Then he closed the door behind him with a muted thud. She lost sight of him as the room grew dim once more. His steps were almost undetectable as he moved farther into the room. "Are you well?" "As I can be." Still she did not turn. Everything in her screamed for her to go to him, beg him to hold her until she felt whole once more. But she couldn't. She was too raw, an open wound, and he was her salt. The rustling sounds of him removing his coat and hat filled the void. Domestic sounds. She knew them well. Poppy swallowed convulsively. The moment was almost normal, a peaceful close to the end of a long day, save nothing would ever be normal again. Sacrifices had to be made. Someone had to die. She could feel Wyn getting closer, as if he were a magnetic force and she a length of steel. He stopped behind her, close enough for her to feel his energy and smell his scent. He did not touch her. Not yet, but it was coming, and her whole body tensed with anticipation. "Why aren't you asleep?" he asked in the quiet. Poppy blinked down at her hands, so white and clenched upon the sash. When her voice came, it was a whisper. "Because you weren't here." His breath caught on the inhale, then slowly left him. Wyn shifted his weight, and the spectre of his face appeared at the window, hovering over her shoulder. Poppy closed her eyes against the pain in his expression. "When you were gone, I never slept," she said. Not really. Win's voice cracked between them. Every night I ached for you. He stepped closer, his heat and his strength bracketing her. Soft lips touched the outer shell of her ear. Every night I counted myself a fool for leaving. Slowly, so very slowly she might have imagined it, his hand skimmed her arms, setting off little tremors of want in their wake. You asked me once for forgiveness. He leaned in, his lips just touching the tender point of her neck. Will you grant it to me? Wide palms traced her waist, barely touching, just enough to make her tremble with the need to press against him. She stayed her course, her fists pushing against the cold window glass. Gently, he swept her hair away from her neck, then pressed a lingering kiss there. Poppy's knees went weak. I'm tired of pretending, he said, of spending another agonizing night lying next to you and trying to think of anything else but shagging you until my cock gives out. Win. Her voice croaked. She wanted to turn around, to tell him how much she needed him, and yet she was frozen. No more, Poppy. His tongue traced a heated path along her neck, back to that spot just below her ear that made her shiver and flush. She did not move, barely breathed. Win's attention was a fragile thing, a dream that she might wake from and find herself alone again. As if sensing her thoughts, his touch grew stronger as he ran his palm up to her throat. His smoky voice was at her ear. No more acting as though I am not so utterly in love with my wife that it tears my heart out not to hold her. Not another night, Poppy. It makes a mockery of what I feel for you. With agonizing deliberation, his fingers went to the buttons of her dressing gown. Her breath caught just as he slipped the first button free. From the very first moment I saw you, you were all I thought about. Cool air crept beneath the widening gap in her dressing gown. She stood before the open window, facing the night, her pulse racing and her breath unsteady. All I wanted. He paused, and then his hand slipped underneath her open gown. His palm met with her bare breast, and he groaned low and deep. All I want. Gently he played with her, brushing over her areola, lightly cupping the small swell of her breast until it grew heavy and tender, her nipple aching to be pinched. Poppy gritted her teeth. Lust had her lower belly coiling tight and hot. Win. Her breath caught as he worried the very tip of her nipple with his finger. Don't play. A low, seductive chuckle rumbled in his chest. His mouth closed over her earlobe, and she gasped when he bit it. You like it when I play. Oh, but she did. Her lids fluttered closed when, as if opening a delicate tome, he parted her gown. Her fists unfurled, and her palms pressed against the glass, foggy now from the heat of her breath. Win. Their room was dark, but not as dark as the street. Anyone passing by might see her, see them. The knowledge sent fire and ice through her sensitized flesh. Her breath grew to panting. He was exposing her, and he knew it. He knew what it did to her, how it made her heart race and her sex grow white-hot with need. Win stood quiet, his warm breath stealing over her neck and down her bare skin. Just look at you, he whispered. So lovely and strong. The dark street opened up before them. The sight of her own breasts jutting out, her nipples hard and dark, sent a thrill of base excitement through her. Every breath she took sent a shiver over her skin. Decadent heat licked over her as she arched, thrusting her breasts toward the window. Win's hard weight pressed into her back. He grunted as his thick erection nudged between her buttocks. What you do to me, Poppy?" He touched her hair, tilting her head just slightly to get at her neck, and his words vibrated through her as he murmured against her skin. "Through the dancing poppies stole a breeze, most softly lulling to my soul." His teeth grazed her. "You are the spark that lights my soul, Boadicea." Then his hands, those big, rough hands, glided along her tender skin, touching her aching nipples, in brief acknowledgement before sliding down. An inarticulate sound left her as his fingers delved between her thighs. Her legs trembled as she parted them further. For him. The feel of him teasing, and the window like a big eye upon her, not letting her hide. His broad chest rocked against her shoulder blades with each breath he took as he explored her with slow, gentle strokes. "Softly," he whispered, "always so softly until the moment I take you hard." Gods, but she wanted it. Fast and hard, from behind until she couldn't stand, couldn't think of anything other than him, and how she felt when she was under his control. He set her free. Undone, her forehead thunked against the glass, her eyes tightly shut. But his arms snaked around her, his free hand coming up to cup just beneath her chin. He forced her head up, made her pay attention. His reflection was a blur in the glass, all but his eyes that gleamed in the dark. "Do you want me, Poppy?" The long length of his cock ground into her. "Here." Her knees buckled. Only his arm about her kept her from falling. "Yes," she managed. "Yes." He pushed a finger into her, a brief invasion to make her quake. His hand slipped away, leaving her wanting. His lips touched her cheek. "Show me." He stepped back, far enough so that she might turn. Her legs wobbled, and the dressing gown slithered to the floor as she faced him. He stood before her, tall and proud, his scars white in the shadows of his face. She traced the one that led to his mouth. Back and forth, she rubbed the small knot of scar tissue that bisected his upper lip. Wynne's deep-set gaze was a living thing, burning her skin. His lips parted for her, and her thumbs slipped inside him, heat and wetness. He sucked her with firm pulls, and she swayed. Her thumb slipped free when he spoke. "Undress me, wife." He'd taken off his waistcoat, but still remained in shirt-sleeves and trousers. His braces emphasized the width of his shoulders and the length of his lean torso. No words were spoken as her hands slipped beneath the suspenders and slid one, then the other, off. Crisp linen met her palm, and beneath it his heart pounded. Poppy rested there and shivered, not from cold, but for the want of him. Poppy cupped his cheeks, one smooth cheek, the other bumpy with scars. Slowly she kissed his ravaged cheek, and his eyes fluttered closed. His lips hovered near hers, close enough to touch, but he did not let her kiss him. "Finish what you started." His voice was low, nearly stern, but a glint of tender amusement lit his eyes. A dare. Holding his gaze, she went to work on his shirt. His body canted the slightest bit as she tugged his buttons free. Countless times she had undressed him, and still it felt new, slightly forbidden. The heat in his gaze and the sound of his unsteady breath, ratcheting up with each button she eased free, sent her own need rising, and all the time she was conscious of the window at her back and the humid air kissing her hot skin. With efficiency born of experience, she pulled his shirt over his head and then simply looked at him. He'd called her lovely. He had no idea what he was to her. His strength, the hatchwork of his scars, the dark, golden chest hair that gilded a path down to the bulge beneath his low-lying trousers. All of it made her dizzy with need. Her mouth found the thick slash along his neck. He swallowed hard as she licked it. She placed a kiss on the hollow of his throat, loving the way his flesh jumped and his breath hitched. "I forget about them when I am with you." "Don't," she whispered. "They are testament that you lived." Her soft kisses followed the lines of his scars. He was utterly edible, and so she bit him, her teeth sinking into his hard muscle. Wynne grunted, his hips thrusting against hers as if he'd been jerked. "Cheeky girl," he murmured. Grinning, Poppy nuzzled the spot. Wynne's heavy hand grasped her nape. His serious eyes bore into her as, exacting gentle but firm pressure, he guided her to her knees. "Now show me." Kneeling before him, Poppy looked up at him. Only he could command her like this. Only he thought to try, as if he knew how much she needed to let go and be in someone's keeping. The tips of his fingers touched her lower lip. "Give me that lovely mouth, sweeting." Suppressing a shudder of hot lust, she reached for his trousers. His erection strained against the fabric, pulling the buttons tight. With shaking fingers she worked him free. Her hands flowed along his skin, smoothing over the rough, long muscles of his thighs as she eased his trousers and smalls down. Against her cheek, the hard shaft of his cock twitched, nudging up to get her attention. He had it. His heavy cods drew up tight, and the glorious shaft pulsed with life, the head shining and ruddy with impatience. Her mouth watered. The need to take him set her skin on fire. But she wanted Wynne as undone as she was. Holding his gaze, she leaned forward. A tender kiss upon his navel had muscles there moving up and down in an unsteady cadence. The skin along his lower abdomen grew tauter, silken. Her teeth grazed the sharp edge of his hip bone, playing there. He did not let her get away with it. Strong fingers threaded through her hair, gripping her. His scarred hand wrapped around the root of his cock, holding it for her as he pushed her head forward. "Take it, wife. Take me." It was all she had ever wanted to do. Poppy opened for him. He filled her mouth, and a groan tore from the depths of his chest. She suckled him, a light tease. "Oh, God, Poppy." The muscles in his forearm stood out as he held the back of her head. "Suck it hard, sweeting." His hips canted as if to make his point, but she held him fast, pressing her hands upon his hips as she paid homage to the very tip of him, loving the smoothness, the taste of him, loving the way his breath grew ragged and his big body bowed against her. "Poppy Ann Lane," he ground out, between her light licks. "If you don't—" His breath left in a rush as she drew him in as deep as she could. "Oh, yes." His hand drifted to cup her cheek. "There's a good wife." She smiled around him. Then her eyes closed as she concentrated on filling her mouth with him. Her tongue drew along his thick ridge, her hand stroking him. His thighs trembled, and she knew he was close to his peak. Wynne's fingers twined in her hair. He was taking over, holding her head as he worked himself in and out of her mouth, and she shuddered. She was purely feminine, and he was purely male. The sound of his grunts and the feel of him sliding in and out of her mouth made her whimper. White heat licked over her skin and set her body shaking. Poppy pressed her hand between her thighs, touching herself as she loved him. Her climax hit, unexpected and hard. She shuddered through it, and as she did, she tried something she'd been aching to do for years. She let her power go. Cold filled her mouth, licking over his length. "Hell!" he rasped. He arched against her, his fingers digging into her hair, the hard muscles of his torso straining and glorious. There was power in that, too, making him come undone and helpless. The essence of him filled her mouth, and she swallowed it down, taking that small part of him into her. She attended him until he grew limp and fell back against a chair with a jagged sigh that spoke of satisfaction. Before she could speak, he was pulling her up and gathering her close. His chest trembled, and she rested her palm on him. When he spoke, his voice was like rust. "That bit at the end." He swallowed. Poppy rested her forehead against his as he traced her jaw and cheek with a shaking hand. She smiled against his skin. "You liked it?" It wasn't a question. She knew him too well to wonder. "Exceedingly." He nuzzled her neck as he held her. "I missed you." Poppy's hand fell against his damp chest. "Of that I have no doubt." They both stilled, and then, as if by some agreement, they laughed. He shook with it as he kissed the tip of her nose. His gaze, when he caught hers, danced with a light she had missed so much. He grinned wide, boyish and free. "Now then, let us see how else we can utilize that talent of yours." Loose-limbed with slumberous warmth, Poppy drifted on a cloud of contentment. Dawn was here, and the very idea of it threatened to pull her down into a sea of terror. An unfamiliar sensation that she struggled to avoid for the moment in favor of just being, if only for a little longer. Heavy male legs twined with hers. A strong arm held her close against a wall of muscle and hot skin. The warm cup of Win's palm was against her breast. For years she had awoken in this manner, surrounded by Win. For months she had awoken alone, and though her body was quite used to the sensation of Win, her heart felt fragile as thin ice over deep water. When he stirred, she turned to meet his gaze. Nearly nose to nose they studied each other. He'd come to her again and again, stopping only when they were both too weak to move, and she ached now, in places that had been too long ignored. Even so, the unwelcome morning light lay full upon them now, making her squint as she studied his deep-set eyes. Win's wide mouth quirked. "Shall I speak first, then?" His damaged voice was husky and uneven. Poppy's hand, resting on the small of his tight back, pressed against him. "If you insist." Flutters ran through her belly, but she did not lower her gaze. The cool blue of his eyes turned warm. "I love you." Her breath caught, and he said it again, against her mouth. "I love you." Moving in that assured, greedy way only a man intent on topping could, he rolled onto her, making himself at home between her thighs. His lips ghosted over her neck and down to the pendant resting in the hollow of her throat. His teeth clinked on the gold as he took it in his mouth and gave it a light tug, just as he used to do. Poppy smiled up at him, and he let it go. "I love you." All of her. The hot crown of his cock found her opening, and he shuddered. She was wet already. A lazy grin slid over his lips as he eased into her, and in, until he was fully seated. "I love you, Poppy Lane." His hand glided along her skin, over her arm, and their fingers threaded. He held her hand as he made love to her, in an undulating movement that never paused. She wanted it to last forever. "Win?" She wrapped her legs around his hips, holding him there. Win's response fell short as someone pounded on the door. "Bloody—" He bit his bottom lip as if to keep from shouting, then turned his head.
"Whoever it is, we are not receiving callers."
Laughter burst from Poppy. "Good Lord, Win!" He gave her a repressive look.
"Ought I have said we were shagging instead?"
"It might work better." The insistent knocking returned, followed shortly by Ian's deep voice.
"It's rather important, Lean." "Buggering hell!"
Win wrenched around, and his voice boomed as he responded.
"If you do not leave this instant, I will tear your cods off."
Poppy covered her face with hot hands as she pictured Ian Ranulph standing on the other side of the door. "Just go see what he wants," she said through her fingers. Inside her, Win's cock twitched in protest. Not likely. He moved his hips, a delicious glide that had her attention.
"It's about talent," said Ian through the door.
"Oh, God." Poppy shoved at Win's shoulders, rather like trying to budge a barge for the way he resisted. "Just go!" When he frowned down at her, she tucked a lock of his hair behind his ear. "The moment is over, love. I can't do this now. Not with him." She jerked her head toward the door. "Out there." Several raw and rather creative curses left Win's mouth as he slipped free. Poppy felt the loss acutely, but had to smile at his ire. Win pointed a long finger at her.
"It is not over. Stay there."
Still cursing, he grabbed his trousers and shoved them on before stalking to the door. Winston wrenched the door open and caught Ian mid-knock. "What is it?" Win wanted nothing more than to slam the door in Ranulph's face and return to Poppy, but he had to ask. "Is Talent ill?" "No," Ian grimaced. "Not more than he was. Here is the thing." Win's hand tightened on the door. "Tell me about it later." He had only so much time before he had to face the day and figure out his bloody fate, and he was going to revel in it. Ian's brows snapped together. "Look here, Lean." "Not right now," Win ground out through his teeth. They glared at each other for a wild moment in which Win struggled to keep from shouting like a madman. Something in his expression must have registered with Ian, for the man's scowl dissolved, and he finally took in the fact that Win was half-dressed. "Ah, I see. Just give me an hour." Win halted and winced. 2. He could have sworn Ian's cheeks coloured. "I'll go." "I say," came a feminine voice from the direction of the hall. "Is Poppy in there?" Win groaned and let his head thunk against the doorframe as Daisy came up behind Ian. He could only thank God that Ian spun around and caught Daisy by the arm. "Later," he said to his wife. "I only wanted to check if she was truly all right," Daisy protested as he led her back down the corridor. Ian leaned close and murmured something in her ear. Before Win could see her response, he closed the door on them both. If he got out of this mess with Jones, he was taking Poppy back to their home in short order. He missed their cosy house, with its utter privacy. A sense of foreboding crept along the back of his neck as he walked back into the bedroom. Poppy listened to the exchange in the hall and bit her lip to keep from laughing. Ordinarily, she'd have gone and shooed Ian away, but Win had it in hand, leaving her to do as she pleased. Content to do just that, Poppy flopped over on her stomach and hugged the bed. But a thud from below caught her attention. She bent over the side. A small, slim leather notebook lay upon the floor. Win's notebook. He had many of them. The last one she'd seen had been battered and bloody, a ravaged survivor pulled from his pocket after the werewolf had attacked him. Poppy had found a way to get that notebook into Ian Ranulph's hands so that he might have the facts needed to defeat those who'd hurt Win. The leather was smooth against her palm, as she reached down to pick up the notebook. It appeared to have fallen from the little side table by the bed. So then, not hidden away. This was what she told herself as she opened it. She was outright prying, yes. She did not care. She'd long gone past the point of respectable behaviour in regard to him at any rate. His familiar slanted scrawl across the page made her throat tighten. She'd read his notes before. Wynne committed every fact to memory, but he liked to write them down as well, for, as he'd say, sometimes seeing the story written down cast it in a different light. Those notes were often disjointed, little facts written here and there, interspersed with his musings. But this was different. These words were orderly, a narrative. Her frown grew as she began to read. From the moment he'd stepped off that train, his life changed completely, and it had been because of a woman. By the end of the first page, her heart thudded against her breast. "I wanted you to find it." The notebook landed on the ground with a slap as she jumped. Bathed in the morning light, Wynne stood just inside the room. Anger did not lurk in his gaze, but sorrow, deep and pained. Just not at this moment. "You're writing about when we first met." Her cold fingers wound themselves into the sheets. "But it is different. I don't remember events quite in that way." His lashes lowered, hiding his soul away from her. "It is what really happened. Before bloody Isley." "Why write it down, Wynne?" Bile crept up her throat. "I wanted you to know." She went to him, close enough to smell the scent of their lovemaking against his hot skin, close enough to see the muscle tick at his jaw. "Why not simply tell me?" Pain and ugliness would come with his answer. Even so, she pressed on. "Why write it all down?" His shoulders hunched, and in the silence, the sounds of the household drifted up from below. "Wynne!" An eternity passed before he lifted his gaze to hers. His voice was ice crunching beneath a boot. "Because I won't be here. And I wanted you to have something to remember me by." She could not breathe, could not move past the numbness taking hold of her limbs. She tried to speak, shuddered, then tried again. "What do you mean?" Still he did not move, as if he too were frozen. His eyes filled, highlighting their winter blue colour, before a single tear spilled over, bumping its way down his ravaged cheek. Boadicea. Her breath left in a gust. "The bargain! He's taking your soul regardless of whether we succeed or not." He didn't need to say a thing. It was written on his skin, in his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me?" Dimly she heard something crack, the shattering of the lamp glass. Ice cold swirled about her. He moved then, gathering her in his arms and pressing her against his warmth. "Stop." He held her tighter, but she could not stop the cold that invaded her soul, nor stop it from slipping out to freeze the room. "Why, Wynne?" His lips brushed her temple. Saying it aloud would make it real. Then his fingers were in her hair, his cheek pressed hard against hers. I did not want it to be true. She couldn't stand it. She needed to move, but he wouldn't let her go. "I will kill him." She pushed against Wynne's chest to little effect. "Let me go." "No." "We are going to meet him, and then I am going to destroy him, Wynne. I swear to God I will." He pulled back far enough to look into her eyes. "You will not." His fingers gripped her tighter. "You will not put yourself in harm's way." "This is why you did not tell me." His expression grew implacable. In part. He leaned closer until they were nose to nose. I will not have you risk your safety over me. Seething, Poppy pressed her palms against his chest. Why is my life so much more valuable than yours? Because of this. His hand slid down to rest gently upon her abdomen, and her heart stopped. Wynne saw her understanding, and he nodded weakly. You are my joy, and my purpose. I came alive when I met you. His hand smoothed over her in a whisper of a caress. But this babe inside of you, that is my legacy. You will protect him, see him grow and bloom. Not alone? She shivered and he kissed her, softly, so softly, as though he were cherishing it, memorizing the feel of it. Poppy tore her mouth away. You will be here, with me, with us. His eyes travelled over her face, his touch upon her cheek tender. I will never leave you. Not really. She squeezed his hands, uncaring if she crushed his fingers. No, not in spirit. You will be here. I cannot... Blood coated her tongue, and she realized she'd bitten her lip. I cannot do this without you, Wynne. I will not. His smile was tired, as if he'd already given up. She squeezed him harder, but he did not seem to notice. Boadicea, not even your force of will can stop everything. I can stop this. Wynne gave her a measured look. Whatever you are thinking, don't. But she most certainly would. Knowing he wouldn't expect it, she shoved him hard, causing him to stumble back. Then she fled into the dressing room. Chapter 39. Wynne stared at the space Poppy had vacated. That had gone well. Shit. The look upon her face had reflected his misery. He ought to let her have her privacy. Only Poppy did not retreat as other ladies might. She fought. That she had closed herself up in the dressing room had his instincts clamouring to go after her. As instinct had kept him alive for years, he followed it now and went to the dressing room door. Poppy? Not a sound. He tried the handle, unsurprised to find it locked. Poppy Lane, open this door and talk to me. Nothing. Wynne raked his hands through his hair before slamming them on the door. Open it, Poppy! When she did not answer, fury licked over him. Right then, he shouted. I'm coming in, whether you like it or not. Wynne smashed against the door, putting his weight into it. Over and over until the heavy wood creaked. This wasn't the way to do it. Cursing, he stepped back and kicked the thing in. The scent of Poppy filled the air, subtle, almost ineffable, and yet so familiar it hurt his heart. Something was off here. His heart kicked furiously in his chest. Glints of deep red against the white porcelain sink caught his eye. He was across the room in 2 strides. Jesus Christ! Red was everywhere. Long, thick strands of red hair, scattered like discarded ribbons, filled the bowl of the sink. His shaking hands grasped at them, as if he could turn back time, put them back where they belonged. The silken locks slipped through his fingers. Jesus! Come now, it isn't that bad, surely. He spun at the sound of Poppy's voice, and his blood rushed to his toes. The shout he wanted to utter stuck in his throat as he gaped at her. In return, she merely smiled, a small curl of her pink lips, as she leaned against the doorframe in the perfect parody of a young man, one leg crossed over the other, her slim hands tucked in loose trouser pockets. He wanted to smash something. Her hair, all her lovely long hair, was gone, hacked off until it lay in a short, bright crown against her well-formed skull. Christ, it was shorter than his. Why? She shrugged, her thin shoulders moving beneath the coat of a brown sack suit, an old one of his from when he joined the MP. Last time I faced Isley, it got caught in his claws. She lifted off from the door jamb in a graceful move. It was a liability, so I cut it off. He gnashed his teeth against the helpless tide of anger. He lifted a handful of hair in accusation. Have you gone completely mad? To maim yourself for— He couldn't speak. Her hair, hours of burrowing his face into cool and fragrant tresses, spreading the mass of carnelian, bronze, and copper over her pillow. He might have wept. Poppy's straight brows snapped together in annoyance. Her face, no longer framed by that mass of red, appeared stronger now, the clean lines of her jaw and nose highlighted, and yet she also looked strangely delicate and exposed. Maim myself, she said. It is only hair, Win. It will grow back. Again she shrugged. Though speaking practically, it feels rather nice to be free of it. Lighter. Bollocks! His fist, still clutching her shorn hair, slammed into the sink, and a satisfying jolt of pain went up his arm. Bollocks to this, Poppy! Really, Win, there is no need to shout. He raked back his own hair for fear of hitting something. Why the suit? It was an inane question in the scheme of things, but he could not move past the sight. I can move better in trousers. Besides, her full lower lip thrust out. I hate corsets, especially now. Befuddled by the act of violence she'd committed to her hair, it took him a bit longer to catch up on her intent. It fully dawned on him then what she was trying to say. You think to fight Isley. He blinked. When you are with child. Poppy scowled. Have you a better plan? For I am not giving him my child, nor my brother, nor you. Have you? Blood rushed to his head, making his ears ring. You've lost your bloody mind if you think I'm going along with this. Poppy crossed her arms over her chest and huffed. You act as if I'm offering a choice. And you act as if I'm offering you one. You have a duty to protect our child. A blast of cold hit him so hard that the looking-glass behind him shattered. My life is rot, Poppy shouted. Utter rot, because of duty. Tears filled her eyes and she dashed them away. I almost lost my sisters, lost you, because of bloody fucking duty. He tried to touch her, but she swatted at him. I will not lose you, Win. I cannot see you dragged to hell when I can do something about it. You can, sweet, he said, softly now because her pain lanced him through the heart. You can let me fight him. Through her tears she laughed. Win, you know it won't matter if you destroy him. He will bring you to hell regardless. And were you thinking clearly, you'd realize that he'll do the same whether it is you who delivers the blow or me. She recoiled as if struck. The words he'd thrown back at her hovered between them, taking her hope, and his heart broke for her. Her gaze darted away as if she couldn't bear the sight of him. Poppy, he said softly. But she drew herself up and faced him. The resolve in her expression chilled his blood. I'll offer myself in your stead. No! He grabbed her. Do not even think it. Give me Poppy. Why? He wants me. You know it. Her dark eyes searched his face. You've known it for some time, haven't you? I know nothing of the sort. But it was a lie, and they both knew it. His fingers dug into her flesh as if the action could somehow stay time. And what of our child? The warrior look he knew so well stole over her features. I will make a deal with him to keep the child safe. He gave her a small shake. No. It was all slipping away from him. His control, his choices. They were playing right into Jones's hand as if he'd planned it from the start. And perhaps he had. Wynne ground his teeth. No, Poppy, no. Glaring, Poppy pushed him back. Yes, Wynne. He didn't remember moving, but in the space of a breath, her back met with the wall. Christ, you never listen! It is you who does not listen, she shouted back. On a curse, he dropped his head to her shoulder and punched the wall. The plaster rattled as he leaned against her and silently raged, his chest lifting and falling in rapid fire. I will not let him divide us in anger, he said into her shirt. Her hands grasped his shoulders then, and he snaked an arm about her waist to hold her. Her lithe body bowed with tension for the space of a heartbeat, and then she sagged against him, her hands holding his collar. Wynne! She sobbed his name, a plea, a prayer, and a curse. God, you're right. I don't want that. I don't. For a long moment they stood, panting in the resounding silence. Then he sank to the floor, pulled her onto his lap, and simply held her. His throat ached when he finally spoke. I didn't know what I had in you. Not truly. Admitting it hurt, but he wondered if anyone really appreciated their life until they faced the end of it. I loved you. So much. But we drifted apart, didn't we? And that hurt too. Her gaze lowered, yet her tight nod confirmed it. He held her closer, needing to say this, to explain. You hid what you were. Poppy stiffened, but he stopped her protest with a brush of his lips to hers. I'm not laying blame anymore, sweet. He kissed her again, with reverence, and though she eased, her eyes were glossy with regret as they searched his face. I was always waiting for the other shoe to drop, she admitted in a ravaged voice. Waiting for you to find out, and never relaxing because of it. I know. He sighed and let his forehead rest against hers. I think I was too, deep down. I never felt everything was completely safe. I think part of me knew I'd gained you through false means. Her arms came around his neck then, her fingers threading through his hair with such gentleness that he shivered. Wynne, she whispered against his mouth. My heart was always yours. Never think otherwise. They sat, breathing each other in. The feel of her in his arms was a precious thing, and his heart ached at the idea that he could ever let her go. Slowly, he opened his eyes and looked at her. God, she was everything to him. His morning, his day, the dreams in which he dwelled at night. His voice threatened to break when he spoke. Are we in this together, Boadicea? A harsh breath left her. The rustle of her coat sounded in the silence as she moved to touch his face. Always, Wynne. He cupped her cheeks and held her fast. Then be my partner in all things, Poppy. Now until however long we have. Her skin was silk against his thumbs as he stroked her. Trust me to find a solution. When she moved to speak, he leaned in, coming nose to nose with her. Just as I will trust you to look into that Machiavellian mind of yours and make the proper choice between bad and worse. Her expression was implacable as she looked back at him, and he thought she might protest. But then she reached up and unfastened the chain around her neck. The tiny Isis pendant winked in the light as she moved to wrap it around his neck. "Poppy," he protested, "I cannot take this." "Isley cannot stand the symbol," she said, putting it on him despite his objections. "I don't know why, nor will I question it now." "All the more reason for you to wear it," Winston countered, trying to take it off. She stayed his hand with a touch. "Please, Win, you ask that we work together. Well, this will make me rest easy." Damn if he could object to that, though he tried one last time. "It is a woman's necklace, Pop." But she only smiled. "And it looks well around your manly neck." He grinned back, but her smile suddenly fell. On a ragged sigh, she burrowed against the crook of his neck. "I'm afraid, Win." He knew what it cost her to admit it, and so he held her secure and let his cheek rest on the silken crown of her head. "I am too, sweeting. But if we can survive this, we can survive anything." She kissed him then, a tender touch on his neck that cut into his heart with the precision of a sword. "I love you, Winston Hayman Belinus Lane." A simple declaration, and enough to make the whole of his life worth it. Should he die today, should everything fall apart, he had Poppy's love. A better gift he did not know. As soon as Poppy slipped into her bath, Win left her. The fragments of a plan had begun to take shape in his mind, but he needed help. "I assume you've come up with a solution," Archer said 20 minutes later, after he'd let both Winston and Ian into his personal library. Winston looked up from the rolls of papyrus he'd laid out on the high examining table. His insides were in knots, and his muscles bunched with tension. It took all he had to focus on the present and not give in to the rage rolling within. Win gripped the back of his neck, and his aching muscles cried out in protest. "Not quite. Let us call it a start." He pulled out the item he'd hidden in his pocket and set it before the men. "Poppy's scarab." Archer looked at the thing as if it might bite him. Ian, however, laughed. "You nicked it from your wife, and here I thought you were a lawman." "That was your first mistake, Ranulph," Win replied. "You thought." Archer snorted. "Hilarious." Ian folded his arms over his chest. Win let his tight smile slip. "The truth is, I had to steal it. Isley watches Poppy. He's admitted to it." "Christ." Archer shook his head. Win eyed them both. "Poppy cannot know my plans because he'll know them, which means whatever it is I do, I'll have to keep her in the dark." Knowing his wife as he did, the aftermath would not be pretty. By the looks on his friends' faces, they understood that just as well. "Look," he said to Archer. "You are the best reader of hieroglyphics I know. The only one, actually. Which puts me in a prime position to help you." Archer stopped alongside Winston and bent his head to survey the scrolls. Ian strolled over to the table as well. "Good thinking, Lane. Archer adores compliments." Archer ignored them both in favor of the scroll. "Let us see." His brow furrowed as he read. "This text refers to Apep." "Yes." Winston moved closer. "He is said to be a demon of darkness and chaos." "Not a god, precisely," said Archer, "as none worship him. He is more the thing to be feared, the great evil that good must smite." Win moved to stroke his moustache, only to remember that it was gone. Instead, he ran a finger along the scar at his jawbone. It was smooth now, thanks to Archer's neat stitching.
According to this text, Apep can hypnotize a person with his gaze. He is associated with serpents, thunderstorms, and earthquakes, and is also known as the soul.
Archer's head snapped up, and his gaze narrowed on Wyn.
The eater of souls.
The air grew still between them. Wyn leaned his hip against the table and watched Archer.
I know you are thinking of what you are becoming.
He glanced back at Archer and found him staring back.
Not all soul-eaters are evil. I believe you know that too.
With a scowl that said he'd rather not comment, Archer straightened and tapped a finger on the scrolls.
What is all this leading to, Lane?
God, Wyn wanted his pipe. If only to have something to do with the restless energy that came over him when he was on the chase. It's like this. Jones can hypnotize a person with his eyes in some capacity. If his jewelry is anything to go on, he is fond of serpents, and he escaped his prison during an earthquake, all of which are in keeping with Apep's talents. He pushed his hands into his pockets, excitement making him edgy. He has the arrogance of a god, not a demon. Jones said the SOS ought to revere him, that gods have tried to defeat him and have failed. I think he yearns to announce who and what he is, but he fears it as well, because he believes in the power of his name, and I wonder—
If he is Apep? Archer's mouth twisted. It is rather far-fetched.
It is. He could be any number of demons, but he knew he was correct. The knowledge hummed in his bones. More so, he knew there was a way to prove it if only he could figure out how. He turned and studied the drawing of Ra and Apep, depicted as a cat and a snake doing battle. He glanced down at the scrolls once more as a memory hit him. Is Apep's name here? Quickly he scanned the symbols, his heart racing ahead of him. There! He pointed to a familiar grouping. Is that it?
Archer peered down. Yes. How did you know?
Son of a bitch! Wyn grasped the back of his neck with both hands.
He wore his bloody name on his lapel, in the painting.
He pictured Jones's smug grin immortalized in oils and laughed.
Archer grinned too. I'll put the name on the scarab.
I'm grasping at straws, and we all know it, Wyn said. There is still the matter of the bargain, but any small thing can help.
Since you have that under control, Lane, Ian interrupted, I have a favour to ask you. Is this what you came to talk to me about before? Irritation at the interruption still rode high and coloured Wyn's tone.
Ian coughed, not meeting Wyn's eyes.
Yes, it's about talent.
Ian's voice was only moderately under control when he spoke again. Put him to use on this case again, as soon as you can.
You think he's ready?
He has to be. Ian raked a hand through his overlong hair. If he does not find a way to vent his rage, he will be lost. Just as Wyn had been lost before coming back to Poppy. Wincing, he squeezed the bridge of his nose. I wish I could be of better help to him, but I don't know. His hand fell to his side, and he stared at the papyrus before him. They all have a weakness.
Bloody hell, Lane, said Ian.
What are you going on about now? Something surged within Wyn's chest. He did not want to examine the emotion for fear of chasing the fragile feeling away, but it felt much like hope. Fighting a grin, he turned to Ian. Where is Talent now? Ian's eyes narrowed as he searched Winston's face.
In his room at Ranulph House. Why?
Wyn could not answer. Instead, He clasped Ian in a hard hug, pounding the Lycan's back with one fist.
"You're bloody brilliant, Ranulph."
"Well, yes," Ian said as Wynne let him go and headed toward the door.
"But would you mind telling me what brilliance I imparted this go-round?"
Chapter 40. Talent sat in a worn-down leather armchair the colour of dried tobacco. He did not greet Winston as he walked into the room, nor did he appear to even notice. Winston knew better. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he strolled near. Talent stared out of the tall window, and the grey London light fell hard on his face, highlighting the lines of fatigue and the tributaries of pain recently wrought upon him. The only movement in him at all was the quick motion of his hand as he flipped an object over and under each finger before repeating the action. Wynne stepped closer. The object was a cross, a crude thing made of iron. It was no more than 3 inches long. Whether Talent noted Wynne's study of the cross, or he'd simply grown tired of fiddling with it, was unclear, but he stopped and covered the thing with his hand.
"I might wonder if you've come to gape."
Talent turned then, and the coldness in his gaze chilled.
"Only I suspect you've been on the other side of that coin too long to do so."
Wynne leaned against the footboard of the bed. Being a shifter, the external damage Talent had sustained had healed without scars, but emotional trauma was far crueler.
"I've a job for you."
A flicker of interest entered Talent's eyes.
"Go on." "I have to ask it. Are you able?"
In the blink of an eye, Winston found himself staring at himself. The sensation was off-putting to say the least, but he nodded in satisfaction as Talent shifted back.
"It will be dangerous. You may not come out of it."
"Wouldn't be interested if it wasn't."
And
are you then willing to perform the lowest sort of skullduggery?" Talent's gaze narrowed, his body growing taut and poised to act.
"I'm listening."
Poppy emerged from a bath clean, yet worn out. The warm water had soothed her tired muscles and made her crave sleep. But she was hungry. Again. Glancing about, she tentatively settled a hand on her belly. "You are turning me into a glutton." Tender feeling fluttered across her heart. She hadn't spoken to the little barnacle before now. A smile tugged at her lips. Barnacle. That's what he was, attached to her insides and attached to her, and she would not let him go. Her hand hovered before drifting down. Later she could feel this. Later she could say it, when Isley was captured, and when... Her vision wavered. He'd asked her to trust in him. She did, but giving up control ate at her. As did the fear. The idea of losing him or her child made her insides heave. A knock on her room door cut through her racing thoughts, and she moved to answer it. To her surprise, Jack Talent stood at her threshold. "Mr. Talent, it is good to see you." He looked well, heeled at least, and dressed in a fine linen suit very similar to Winston's. His eyes, however, held shadows and pain, but he offered a tight smile.
"Mrs. Lane, I've brought tea."
It was then she noticed the tray he carried.
"I saw the inspector,"
Talent said as she stepped aside to let him in.
"He's downstairs sparring with Ian and Archer."
No doubt to alleviate his tension. Had she any energy, she would be inclined to join them. As it was, however, the sweet, yeasty scent of bread held the greater allure.
"However, he thought you might be hungry and asked me to look in on you."
She followed Talent to the small sitting area by the hearth and sat as he set out a meal for two. He caught her looking and hesitated. "May I take tea with you?" The corners of his eyes tensed. "If you'd rather—" Poppy touched his arm, then drew away when he flinched. "I would enjoy the company, Mr. Talent." He did not wait for her to pour, but did the honours himself, his movements precise and assured. "How do you take it?" "Right now, with milk and lots of sugar." "The babe?" he asked with gentle amusement. "I believe so." Poppy accepted her tea but looked around him. "Are those cream buns?" Thankfully, Talent did not say a word as he filled her plate with not one, but two buns. Bless the man. Poppy gave the offered treats the attention they deserved. Bliss. Utter bliss. She did not care what Talent thought of her. She was going to eat every bun that he did not. Talent sat on the chair next to hers and quietly sipped his tea as she devoured her food. The silence between them, while not quite awkward, was not entirely peaceful either. They both were too aware of what had happened to Talent. Licking a bit of cream from the corner of her mouth, Poppy finally spoke. "Mr. Lane tells me you want to be a regulator." It was one of the many things she and Wyn had discussed before he had slipped out to consult with Archer and Ian. About what, he wouldn't yet tell her. But she had to trust him. Talent's gaze slid away. "I thought to be, yes." Poppy set down her plate. It was empty anyway. "I think you shall make an excellent regulator, Mr. Talent." When he lifted his head in quiet surprise, she spoke on. "Accept the offer, and you shall start training Monday morning." Ye gods, but his concealed joy made her flush. She did not know why that would be so, but the room grew decidedly hot. Or perhaps consuming 4 cream buns in 3 minutes was not advisable. Her stomach turned, the room swaying a bit. Oblivious, Talent leaned forward, bracing his forearms on his knees. "You honour me, ma'am." His visage blurred before her eyes, the words he spoke a buzz in her ears. "I can only hope," he said with strangely drawn-out diction, "that you will feel the same come Monday morning." Ice ran along her skin, and she gripped the arm of her chair. "What have you done?" He stood, looming, his eyes holding regret. "Nothing I'm proud of." Then he guided her heavy body down to lie upon the couch and slipped a small square of paper into her limp hand. "Do not worry, Mrs. Lane. The chemist assures this won't hurt the baby." The baby. Their baby. When? She needed to save them. But her world went black, and she could think no more. Chapter 41. Late as it was, the Victoria Embankment appeared abandoned, peaceful even. Winston's footfall was little more than scuffs along the wide, flat pavers. A warm breeze rustled the leaves of the tree so carefully planted along the path. Before him, the many spires and towers of Westminster Palace pierced the grey sky, and the glowing face of Big Ben stared back like a yellowed, unblinking eye. He walked past the electric lampposts that ran along the curved wall of the embankment. Their strange, unwavering white light made him see the world clearly. The rippling waters of the Thames reflected those harsh lights, and the ones coming from the gaslights upon the distant Westminster Bridge. Above the bridge, the moon hung bright in the mottled sky, the edges of it indistinct beneath the moving clouds. Though he had many things to worry over, Wyn took it all in. This was his city, and he loved it well. Dark and strangely beautiful, London was his home. and he might never see it again. He shoved his shaking hands into his pockets and took a deep breath of acrid air. One last and proper taste of the city before he fought for his child's soul, and for his. The air stirred again, a swirling gust that did not appear to come from any one direction. And then Jones was simply there, standing beneath the garish light of an electric lamp. "I almost wondered if I'd have to hunt you down," he said. Winston took a step closer. Tonight, Jones wore his own skin, or rather the skin Winston knew him in. His white eyes followed Win's movements in a twitchy sort of way, and Win fought the urge to laugh. Jones was nervous. "I gave my word that I would be here," Win said. "I do not go back on my word." Jones leaned one elbow on the high embankment wall. "And yet you have not brought me my son." "We shall get to that in a moment." Jones bared his teeth on a growl. "We get to it now." Before Win's eyes, he seemed to grow taller, broader, less human. "Mary Margaret Ellis kept him from me, and I'll be damned if my daughter continues to do the same." Winston returned the stare, ignoring the sweat trickling down his collar and the tremor in his back. Part of him wanted to look over his shoulder for fear of seeing Poppy appear before he could get this business done. Instead, he leaned against the embankment wall as Jones had done. "All right," he said. "I'll tell you where he is." "You most certainly will not," Poppy said. They both stood at attention upon hearing Poppy's irate shout. She walked out of the shadows, her dark eyes snapping with fury, her long legs eating up the ground as she advanced, and still dressed as a man. Win watched her, not daring to look at Jones. "What on earth have you done to yourself, Poppy Ann?" Jones said with a shocked laugh. Oddly, Jones almost sounded affectionate. Her straight brows nearly touched. "None of your bloody business." Her gaze swung around to Winston and went ice-cold. "You unmitigated bastard! That you would drug me and betray my trust! For our child!" Win snapped. Inside his heart raced with nervous fear, but he could not let it show. "Did you honestly expect me to give up our child for anything on this earth?" She winced, her face crumbling. "I cannot. I promise not to let my brother come to harm." Win threw up his hands and made a noise of disgust. "Be reasonable, Poppy." Jones took a step in her direction. "He is my son." "So say you." Jones took another abrupt step closer, and she stiffened, her hand drifting to her side, where no doubt several weapons were stored. Jones paused. "Moira said so too. Do not doubt that." Winston heard the sorrow in Jones's voice, and, for a brief moment, he felt sympathy for the devil. Poppy, however, seemed to suffer no such sentimentality. "Tragic for you," she snapped. Flames erupted over Jones's face as he growled, "Then it shall be your child and husband, and I will gladly take them to see you suffer." "No," Winston shouted. "I will tell you." Poppy pulled a blade free. "Another word, and I will kill you." Win's fists bunched, but he didn't move. He dared not overplay his hand now. Poppy looked away first, her white skin glowing in the moonlight as she studied Jones. "Let us get to the heart of this. Do not pretend that you did not hunt down Win that night 14 years ago in order to arrange this very moment." "Of course I did," Jones sneered. "You and yours stole from me, hunted me down as if I were at fault." He stabbed his thumb against his chest.
You imprisoned me.
Yes. Poppy did not so much as blink, yet she appeared to look down her nose at the demon. Such a perfect Poppy gesture. And you hate me for it. Jones flinched as if slapped, but then stood taller.
I want you to suffer.
Then take me.
Poppy, no.
In 2 steps, Wyn was at her side. Do not do this. He had to make a good show of it, make it appear that he did not want her to suggest this very offer. He grabbed her arm and gave it a small, imploring squeeze. You no longer have a say. She shook him off, her strength almost too much. He shot a look at her, but let go, stepping back. Poppy lifted her brow as she looked at Jones. Well, take me, and leave Wyn and my child alone. They aren't what you really want, at any rate. Jones cocked his head.
And my son? I will see him.
She crossed her arms in front of her. When he is of age, I will give him the option of being introduced to you. Seconds ticked past, time in which Winston felt as though his life was ebbing out of him. Everything ached. His muscles were tight with fear and hapless rage, almost finished now. It is a good bargain, Poppy said in a low voice. Jones's smile was smug.
Yes,
it is. His eyes turned white as snow.
Terms.
My child will not be snuffed out of existence. Wyn's soul goes free. In return, you get what you see. She spread her arms wide and willing, before cocking a brow. I'll need that in writing. Fire and ice flared in Jones's eyes, but he simply drew out another rolled foolscap.
Here. Does that meet with your approval?
Poppy hesitated, and it seemed that Jones leered over her. Thoughtfully, she rested her knuckles against her chin. One contract should be to free Wyn and the child, the other should be for me. Everything stilled as Jones studied her. Poppy stared back. I do not trust you. Jones's teeth flashed in the light.
Nor I you.
Watching her, he reached into his pocket and pulled free another contract.
Winston Lane's blood will be needed for this.
Poppy's eyes narrowed. As I thought. She glanced at Wyn, and he steeled himself not to react. Sign it. And if I don't, his voice nearly broke, then our child will be destroyed. Not looking at either of them, he pricked himself and signed in blood. His eyes burned as he watched the crimson stain of his name spread across the paper. Jones's pale hand came into view. With an elaborate flourish, he pricked his finger and made a sign in black blood. Hieroglyphics. Wyn glanced at the demon, but Jones was already stepping away, his attention on Poppy.
Now yours.
Poppy accepted the next scroll. With Jones's glare burning into her, Poppy read the contract over. Quill? Jones's nostrils flared as he took another breath, and then handed Poppy the same black feather quill that he'd presented to Winston. Poppy took the quill in hand, and Wyn's heart nearly slammed out of his ribs. His anticipation was so thick. On a sharp curse, he paced away, feeling the weight of Jones's mocking stare with every step. Steady on. Almost there. Poppy pricked her finger, then leaned forward to sign. Poppy! She looked up at Winston's call. Their eyes met, and he swallowed hard.
Get on with it,
snapped Jones. The red fan of her lashes lowered, and with the self-same flourish as Jones, she signed. Wynne sagged against the stone wall as Jones repeated the action. It was done. "Most excellent," said Jones. Poppy glared at him, refusing to move closer to Jones's outstretched hand. "Why me?" she asked. "You owe me that much." "Now that I have you, it is an easy request to make." Jones grinned then, a self-satisfied gesture that had Wynne aching to smash his face. "My kind does not fear fire, nor earth, but ice." He chuckled low and malevolently. "Oh, how my enemies fear that! With you at my side, there is no one I cannot defeat." Cool, calculating eyes of deep brown studied Jones. "And if I decide to turn my powers against you?" A short laugh punctuated the air. "You are bound to me now, daughter, to do as I say." Grinning with glee, Jones held out her hand once more. "Now, my dear, if you'd come with me." It was Poppy's turn to grin. "I do believe you have been tricked." It took a moment for Jones to comprehend that the voice coming from Poppy's mouth was that of a man. Jones's white glare went to Wynne, his lips curling back in a feral grimace before he slowly turned back to Poppy. The air about her stirred, and then Jack Talent stood smiling before them. "Isn't that correct, Inspector?" "I believe so, Mr. Talent." Wynne spoke lightly, but the battle had only just begun. Jones's thin body swelled and grew. "Then I shall take you to hell with me, Jack Talent." Talent peered up at him. "Already been, thanks. Besides, you might have my blood, but the name on the contract says Poppy Ellis Lane." "In short," Wynne gave Jones a pleasant smile, "the contract has been forged, and thus is null and void. This one, however," he held up the contract absolving Jones from touching him or his child, "is quite valid." Sharp teeth flashed before a roar of utter outrage tore from Jones's lips. It shook the night and rattled his bones. Then Jones broke free of his mortal body in a burst of fire and smoke, knocking Wynne and Talent back. Talent hit the pavement hard, his head bouncing against it. He did not get back up. Smoke swirled, then coalesced into the form of something that froze Wynne with terror. It rose to full height, all 7 feet of it, as it snarled at them. Werewolf. Wynne's mind screamed the word as he scrambled back, his body instantly in full flight mode. It was an illusion. An illusion. The were's roar and his hot, fetid breath had Wynne's body thinking otherwise. Bile rushed up his throat. Wynne held it down and whipped out the short swords he had strapped beneath the back of his coat. Clutching them in his hands, he rose to face his nightmare. The were pounced. Wynne leapt to the side, his sword slashing down as he moved. It met with bone, and blood sprayed his face. Hot, wet. "Get away! Run away!" He ignored the command. The were howled in pain and rage. Wynne hadn't time to move again before the thing lashed out, catching him on the chest. Wynne flew back several feet, smashing into a lamp-post. Stars sparkled before his eyes, and he tasted blood. "Move!" Wynne rolled, knife-sharp claws raking the cobbles where he'd lain. Again Wynne struck, cutting and swiping with his swords. Teeth snapped before his face, claws gouged his flesh. Oh, how he remembered! His body shook, threatening to break down against his will. Grunting, he kicked the beast in the stomach, flinging it away with all his strength. The were tumbled back, then righted with blinding speed.
"A fighter now, are you?"
Jones's voice was garbled under the guise of the were. Sword hilts held tight in his sweating hands, Wynne crouched low and ready. "Damn right! Now fight me in your true form!" The scarab lay heavy and waiting within his trouser pocket. He only needed the chance to use it. "Or are you afraid, Apep?"
"You dare!" Jones snarled. "You dare speak my sacred name?"
But even as he shouted, the were form faltered, becoming grey and wavering until Jones once more stood before him. No longer thin, but bulky with muscle and skin of deep crimson. Wynne gripped his weapons. "We are children of Isis, no longer under your spell." Jones's eyes went to Poppy's charm dangling about Wynne's neck, exposed now that his shirt was in tatters.
"You think Isis will protect you? Stupid Winston Lane!"
He flew at Wynne, a blur of red skin and flashing eyes. The impact jolted through Wynne and took his breath. Fists pummeled his face, quick, hard explosions of pain. He held onto consciousness by a thread as his shaking hand reached for the scarab in his pocket. Above him, Apep's eyes burned with crimson fire.
"You will beg for relief, Lane. Beg to be my slave."
And then he stabbed into Wynne with claws that had grown long and shining black. Wynne bellowed, his body bowing against the pain. The claws sank deeper into his flesh, down into his chest. Convulsions hit him, blood filling his mouth as he writhed. Blinding flecks of white burst before his eyes, but not enough to block out the sight of Apep's sharp grin.
"This is only the beginning."
No, it was the end. With a shaking hand, Wynne pushed the scarab toward Apep's bare chest. The scarab vibrated against Wynne's palm as if it yearned to be free. So close. Wynne's vision went dim, the pain wrenching through his bones. But the moment before the stone touched Apep's skin, the demon snarled and knocked it away. A sob of defeat broke from Wynne's lips, and then the demon twisted his claws deep. White lightning ripped through Wynne as he bellowed, loud enough that he almost missed the sound of his wife's scream. Poppy raced along the embankment, the sight of Isley's claws stabbing into Wynne's thrashing body, making her scream, and sending a lash of sheer rage through her drug-weakened limbs. She didn't think, didn't speak. She acted, throwing the full force of her power at Isley. From behind her, the water of the Thames launched up and around her in a wave of freezing water. It knocked into Isley and Wynne, sending the demon tumbling and Wynne flopping like a fish upon the ground. Shit! She pulled the power back as she raced forward, and without pausing, kicked Isley in the head. He skidded farther away from Wynne, his red limbs flying akimbo. Again, Poppy struck Isley's torso, then his head, taking advantage of the demon's stunned state, moving him away from Wynne. She'd got him 10 feet away when Isley surged upward on a roar. A meaty fist hit Poppy square upon the cheek. Black pain exploded in her skull. Ducking another hit, she fled to Wynne as she threw out another punch of power. A wall of thick ice barely formed around her and Wynne before the blast of the demon's fire struck. The burning heat of the attack melted the wall. Wrenching her hand around, she grabbed a chakram blade from her pocket and threw it. The demon deflected the round, spinning blade with a swipe of his claws, so she sent another wave at him, encasing his upper body in thick blue ice. His roar blew back her hair, but she did not flinch. More and more ice surrounded him. She was lowering the Thames in an effort to keep him contained, and he was melting it just as fast. He was almost free. She reached for another blade when Wynne's voice croaked. "The Scarab! His name!" Blood trickled from Wynne's split lip. "He is Apep." Apep? Understanding lit through her. Apep's name was on the Scarab. It could destroy him. She scrambled, slipping on slush, banging her knees as she rose and stumbled toward the small stone beetle that lay a few feet from the lamp-post. Apep screamed, the sound of crackling ice filling the air. Poppy's hand closed around the Scarab. She ran toward Apep in his snarling rage. She snarled too, running at full speed with her breath burning in her throat. Apep's arm broke free of its icy bonds. He swung his claws as she neared, knowing that one hit would take her head. "Poppy!" Wynne's voice, strong with desperation. "Drop!" So she did, not knowing why, but only that she trusted him. She fell back, hearing the high-pitched whine of a blade flying over the space she had just occupied. Poppy glanced up to see the gold blur of her chakram as it sliced through the trapped demon's arm like a greedy spoon through warm pudding. The severed arm fell to the ground with a thud. Apep screeched as he thrashed, trying to free his remaining arm. Cracks grew, and the ice crumbled from the force. Heart in her mouth, Poppy called on her remaining strength and leapt up. Apep's arm was nearly free. On a cry born of desperation, Poppy slammed the Scarab against Apep's red chest. With a flash of light, the Scarab came to life, burrowing into his flesh as the demon writhed and shouted. Light filled Apep's eyes and shot from his nostrils and mouth with golden fire. He stared at Poppy, anguish etched in his face. "You were mine too. You could have been like me." A strange sensation of loss filled her, and then the demon exploded in a burst of smoke and fire. The explosion sent thick chunks of ice through the air and knocked her and Wynne down along with it. Apep's final roar rippled through the night, and then he was gone. So abruptly that it almost felt as though Poppy had dreamed the whole thing. Exhaustion hit her in the same instant, and she sank back with a sigh. Her heart beat a steady but hard rhythm in her chest, the strain of using her power weakening her as always. For a moment, she simply breathed. Then Wynne's boots came into view. Her eyes travelled up the long length of his lean form until she met his gaze. A greenish tint coloured his skin, and beads of perspiration dotted his brow. His hands shook, though she could see his effort to keep them still. "How did you know who he was?" Her voice was even, despite the shiver of fear that ran through her. Wynne could have been killed. She hadn't allowed herself to think about that before. The knowledge ran in cold spirals down her back now. He turned his head, giving her his scarred profile as he examined the small mountain of melting ice before them. A soft breeze lifted the ends of his hair and tossed them around his strong profile. "A little research never hurts one's case." A flicker of amusement lurked in his eyes when he turned back to her, but she could see how very pale he was and the way he swayed on his feet. "Have you an entire arsenal tucked beneath your shirt, then?" "Not an entire one," she said, matching his light tone. "I've a few things in my pockets as well." His lips curled, but the smile was tremulous and hard-won. "You're late." Laughter burst from her, choked and abrupt. I ought to be. You drugged me, you bastard." The very notion of his high-handedness had her seeing red. Only the greater part of her could not help but think, bravo, and well done. For she would have done the same to him, had she thought of it. Wynne was a shrewd bastard when he wanted to be. That he'd thought to put the drug inside the cream buns had been particularly devious. She'd been livid when she'd awakened, but true to his promise not to keep anything from her again, he'd left her a note explaining where he was and how he had to trick Isley. Like a consummate gambler, Wynne had left so much to chance, but he'd done it with such finesse that her heart swelled with pride. His breath gurgled. "I thought you might appreciate that." Then he fell to his knees. "Wynne!" She pushed up, scrambling toward him. Her arms caught him before he hit the ground. She'd forgotten about his wounds. A crimson stain spread out across his ravaged white shirt. "Wynne!" She ripped the shirt farther open. Holes punctured his flesh, and a thick chunk of melting ice was embedded in his right shoulder. "Oh, hell!" His lashes fluttered. "It appears that I might need a bit of assistance." Shaking, she leaned close, resting her hand on the wound and chilling it down. "If you die on me, Winston Lane, I shall kill you." His lips tilted. "Don't worry, sweeting. I live to thwart you." Then his eyes slid closed. Chapter 42. One would think, after months of convalescing from a werewolf attack, one would at least be accustomed to something so trivial as being impaled by a shard of ice. Well, one was not. Wynne lay on his side and tried not to breathe as he dozed. Despite his haze, a sound at the door brought him to instant attention, every sore and battered muscle screaming in protest. Someone entered the room. He hoped it was Poppy, but the step was too heavy, and the atmosphere in the room felt off, foreign. Beneath his pillow, his hand curled around the gun he kept there. Heart pounding and his body throbbing with pain, Wynne remained still. He was too weak to whip about and attack, so he had to rely on the element of surprise. The slow footsteps came closer. A buzzing sound filled his ears. His clammy hand held the gun firm. From beneath lowered lids, he watched as a pair of long, trouser-clad legs came into view. It might have been Archer or Ranulph, but they would have announced themselves. Wynne waited for the man to come a step closer. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he opened his eyes, thrust his gun out, and aimed. His brother froze, his dark eyes wide and staring. Wynne relaxed a fraction. The shock of seeing his brother before him made his chest burn. For the life of him, he couldn't think of a word to say. So he waited, unable to lower his gun before he knew what the man wanted. "I know you." Oz swallowed, his raised hand shaking as badly as Wynne's. "You're my... Good God, Wynne! It is you, isn't it?" Slowly, Wynne let his arm fall. He did not want to answer, did not want to see his old life collide with this one. But that had already occurred, and Oz was not his father. Wynne's throat closed tight against the emotion welling up from within. He hadn't allowed himself to think of his brother, the man he'd left behind. "Oz." His voice came out in a croak. Oz's jaw worked as he lowered his hands and peered into Wynne's face. "I thought you were dead. I remember—" He shook his head. "I don't know. I remember you dying. Your name is on the family crypt." It was an accusation full of pain and bewilderment, and then he ran a hand along the back of his neck. "I woke up this morning and knew you were not dead. Knew where to find you as well." Cold black eyes bore into Wyn. How? How is that, Wyn?" It took several tries for Winston to find his voice. "I don't know." Oz drew himself up, his tone becoming stronger, more ducal. "You were here in London all this time, working as a detective. How could you not—" He pressed his lips together. "How could you not come to me? You let me believe you were dead. Why?" Wyn took a deep breath and regretted it. "Father disowned me when I married Poppy." "The merchant's daughter?" Wyn did not know nor care what Oz thought about Poppy. She was his, and he'd be damned if another Duke of Marchland stood in his way. "I thought you knew, and that you disowned me as well." It was as close to the truth as Wyn could devise. Oz sneered, his head snapping back as though Wyn had spit in his face. "You think so little of me." God forgive him. It was what Father led me to believe. Poppy had been correct. Lying to one's family was not nearly as easy as it would seem. Oz gave a terse nod, then lowered his eyes before raising them once again, cold accusation still there. "We met. At Amy's party. You acted as though you did not know me." Bloody hell. I was ashamed. Hell and damnation. And you did not appear to know me either. Damn it all, Wyn. You are my brother. But you do not look as you once did. Had I recognized you, I would have— His mouth snapped shut. "What happened to you?" he said after a moment. Wyn sighed. He hadn't the energy to make up a lie for his scars. "My life is different now, Oz." Silence answered him, and then his brother took another step closer to the bed. "It will be better now. I don't care what Father did or said. You have an estate, funds that I will readily— No." Oz blinked. "What do you mean? I give these things to you freely. With joy." Wyn held his brother's gaze. "I don't want any of it. I never did. When I said that my life was different, I meant that it was apart from your world. This is the life I want to live." He laughed abruptly, the action sending spears of hot pain through him. "Aside from my current predicament, that is." Oz tilted his head to frown down at Wyn. For a moment, he appeared so much like the boy who had taught Wyn to climb trees and shoot a gun that Wyn's breath hitched, but the illusion vanished in the face of a duke thoroughly put out. "I will not let this go on, Wyn." "I beg of you," Wyn rasped back. "Please do." The dark frown grew. "I don't understand you at all." Oz's gaze slid away, focusing on some spot above Wyn's shoulders. "Do you not want to know me, then?" Wyn gripped the bedsheets tightly. "I would be honored to know you again, my brother." He swallowed hard. "I simply ask that you do not bring me back into that world. Winston Lane is not the brother of a duke. He is a detective." Oz's hand closed over his. "Lord Winston Hayman Bellenus Lane can be both." Wyn cleared his throat. "We shall see." "Yes, we shall." Oz's thin lips slanted in a gesture that was disturbingly like Wyn's own. "You haven't changed, you know."
Nor you. My God. Wyn hadn't realized how much he'd missed him. After Poppy saw Osmond out, she crept back up the stairs and slipped into their bedroom. This time it had been Ian who'd tended Winston. Now, with his wounds stitched, treated with ointment and bandaged, Wyn lay in the centre of the bed they had shared for so many years, asleep and peaceful. Sunlight painted his hair in shades of gold and bronze. A morning beard shadowed the hard line of his jaw and made his lips appear softer. He shifted in sleep, and a lock of hair fell over his brow. Poppy's hands curled around the door handle. She itched to lie next to him and brush back that hair, cup his cheek with her hand, and soothe him. Her gaze settled on the white swath of wrappings that covered one shoulder and coiled around his upper torso. Her ice had done that. In some way, every scar upon his body had been because of her. What would Winston, Hayman, Baroness Lane have been had he not met Poppy Ellis? A lord. Safe. Her life would not change. There was always danger, and she could not give it up. She did not want to. On sluggish limbs, she turned to go. Poppy Ann Lane. His voice, though rough with exhaustion, commanded capitulation. She turned back, resting her shoulder against the wall. "Yes, Mr. Lane?" Purple smudges ran beneath his eyes, exaggerating their winter blue colour. His mouth kicked up in a half-smile, but it was not an amused smile. "You've never run from anything in your life. Do not tell me you mean to do so now." But she wanted to. Her body ached as she made herself speak. "When we first met, I thought I knew everything. I thought self-sacrifice, playing the martyr, would somehow ennoble me. Foolish. What is the point of living a life if it is spent in the shadows? And if fate had turned the other way, and I had said no to you, to our life together, then I would have been the worst of fools." The very idea caused her to shiver. "You asked me about choices. Well, I choose you now, Wyn. I will always choose you." Her fingers tightened on the doorframe. "I will always love you." His mouth opened as he strove to speak. Poppy held up a hand. "But this is not about my choice. It is about yours." Poppy took a harsh breath, and it hurt. "What if you had your life back the way it was before?" She grimaced. "What if there is someone out there better for you? Safer? You could be safe." Wyn's eyes narrowed, but he did not move as he studied her. And though her heart threatened to thunder right out of her chest, she held his gaze. After an endless moment, he blinked. His voice was clear when he spoke. "Winston Lane was born when he met Poppy Ellis." His raspy voice grew stronger. "My life began with you, and it will end with you. That much I know." Her breath hitched, his words lancing her heart and making it bleed. "I'm afraid. I don't like seeing you in danger." "Nor I you." Again came that tilting smile of his. "But we shall have to get used to it." "Will we?" Her insides jumped and twitched. She rubbed her arms as if the motion would calm her. Wyn's gaze went to the action. His staid expression did not alter, but he held out a hand. "Come here." When she hesitated, he gave her one of his reproachful looks. "If you don't, then I'll have to come to you, and my chest hurts like a bugger." She had to smile at that.
Her skirts whispered in the quiet as she walked forward and stopped by his bed. Wyn cocked a brow as he looked up at her. "Sit." That imperious voice of his grew emphatic. "On me." A shocked laugh left her lips. "Wyn!" "Poppy," he answered in the same tone. A smile hovered about his lips. "Bossy," she muttered. But she loved it when he was, and he knew it, the canny bastard. Lightness bubbled up within her breast. His grin became outright when she hauled up her skirts and climbed onto the bed to carefully straddle him. The moment her weight settled on his upper thighs, he groaned, and his hands came to her knees. "I needed that." She laughed again, a breathless sound, for his rough palms trailed up her thighs, catching her attention. "You needed to be crushed on your sickbed." His eyes gleamed, no longer winter cold, but blazing with heat. "I needed to feel you against me." How well she understood that need. Something within her had settled the moment she touched him. She sucked in a breath as his thumbs came to rest upon the crease of her hips. Lightly he stroked there as he looked up at her. "Certain events in the past few months have taken years off my life, I'm quite sure." "Wyn! Don't even joke about that." "Years." The imperious look came back. "Undo my trousers." His trousers tented over the rippling expanse of his abdomen. She'd been ignoring it, as he was injured, but Wyn in a mood could not be ignored. Her fingers shook a little as she obeyed. The first button set the crown of his cock free, and her gut tightened in response. Dark, smooth, and hot, her knuckles grazed the head as she set about her work. With each give of a button, a bit of her tension released as well. Soon he was free. Wyn sighed in response, and his hands slid up to cup her bottom. Laid out beneath her, he was a banquet of male beauty, golden skin and taut muscles. The expanse of his chest lifted and fell with each light breath he took. He'd have a scar there, to match the hash marks covering the left side. A warrior's body, hiding beneath a gentleman's veneer. His ruddy cock lay thick and heavy against his skin. "Touch me," he whispered. Heat swirled and nipped her skin as their gazes clashed, and she filled her hand with him. Wyn twitched within her grasp. He licked his lips quickly. "Stroke me." "Like this," she whispered, gliding her palm lightly along his silken length. He shivered. "Harder." "Ah, now there's a good wife." Biting her lip to keep from laughing, Poppy stroked him. With a grunt, he wrenched her closer so that she rested on his hips, the tight sack of his cods nestling against her heat. Poppy stifled the need to rub against him. Later. Now was his turn. She worked her hand up and down the length of him, and his eyes closed. He lay like that for a moment, panting and prone from her attentions. Then his eyes opened and settled on her with slumberous contentment. "Not once have I truly regretted the danger, Boadicea." His fingers clenched her bottom. "Never have I felt so alive as when I have faced death, and known that you would be there waiting for me should I defeat it." Poppy searched his face, taking in the ragged scars and the wild heat and the joy in his eyes. Her heart leapt within her breast as she smiled. "It is always going to be like this, isn't it?" His grin was slow to unfurl, but when it did, it was wicked. "What is?" He knew perfectly well, but she told him anyway. "You craving danger, seeking it out." Gently she kissed his mouth before pulling back to look at him. "Somehow, I fear you are going to be difficult to manage, Mr. Lane." Oh, extremely. He chuffed out a breath when she gave him a decadent squeeze. Difficult. He rallied and met her eyes once again. His voice turned to smoke and sand. Afraid, Mrs. Lane? Afraid? She swirled her thumb around his crown, eliciting a gasp. I can hardly wait. Epilogue. Jack preferred darkness now. It soothed, muted the harsh angles of reality. In darkness, he did not have to fear talking to others or trying to pretend that he was not broken. In darkness, he could sit and watch. Crouched on the edge of a roof, the whole of London lay out before him. The round dome of St. Peter's and the endless chimneys tucked between the roof peaks. Smoke drifted up from those chimneys, black even against the night sky. Thousands of funnels of smoke lifting to the heavens like souls leaving the earth. Yet his attention was focused on the window below him. A rectangle of golden light, a small patch of room, a table before the window, the thick rug upon the floor. And her. Light flickered as she walked by. Graceful limbs, flowing hair and swaying skirts. His gut clenched with pain. And yet, like the dark, the fluid way in which she moved soothed him. So he watched, and she never knew that he was there. Every night, watching for just one brief glimpse before slipping away into the darkness. And she would never know. Acknowledgements. As always, many thanks to my dedicated and wonderful agent, Kristen Nelson, my hard-working and astute editor, Alex Logan, the awesome Grand Central Forever team, Amy Pierpont, Lauren Plude, Jennifer Rees, Mega Parek, and countless others. Every day I thank my lucky stars to be working with you. To my family for their never-ending love and support, especially my husband and children, who treat this job as though it was a team effort. And I suppose they're right. Thank you, Amy Noble, for bidding on and winning the Darkest London package for the Brenda Novak online auction for diabetes research. I hope you enjoy your namesake. Many thanks to Jenny Harlett and mixologist Krishna Ramsindar for the highly educational, if not slightly intoxicating lesson on absinthe. Any mistakes I made regarding the Green Fairy are solely my own. And to the reviewers, bloggers and readers who have spread the word about my books, given me support, and absolutely made my job worth it, I cannot say enough how much it means to me. You are my inspiration. This has been a Hachette audio production of Winterblaze, written by Kristen Callihan, read by Maura Quirk. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Audio edited by Fred Koch and Jeremy Wesley. Mixed and mastered by Jeremy Wesley. Production supervised by Christine M. Farrell. Text copyright 2013 by Kristen Callihan. Audio production copyright and published 2013 by Hachette Audio.